It's only us was having a transport problem.
Okay, I can bring her in. The first candidate.
I'm fine, guys.
So we have 3 interviews to go through.
I have one salad. I haven't read
Yes.
But in time and he must go and sit. Lady, I'm gonna get some ilo. Come. I don't have for them.
Recording in progress.
Morning, honorable members. I declare this meeting officially open. Our apologies to our candidates because we were supposed to start at 9 and our transport delayed us. We are going to have a long day today because we are going to interview, I think, 10 candidates. Our first candidate is Ms. Benedict Bacher, Bernardine Bacher, from the Western Cape. How are you?
very well.
You are welcome. How are you? How is your morning?
I want to know. Wonderful. That's been on. It's showing my. Was it not on?
There, can you hear me now? Good morning.
Morning.
Thank you. I'm very well this morning.
Okay. My name is Nonhlanhla Bendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities.
Pleased to meet you.
So we want to thank you also for accepting our invitation to come to these interviews. I will now let me introduce our staff members first. The lady sitting next to me is Ms. Kashifa, our content advisor. Next to you, the lady sitting next to you is Nelly Swanobatana, Ms. Nelly Swanobatana. She's our committee secretary. And then the gentleman at the back is Dr. Tembe, our legal person. And the gentleman far on your far left is our sign language interpreter. And then the two ladies at the back, you see they are beautiful, they're smiling at you. They are our researchers, committee researchers, Tasmin and Christelle. I will now hand over to honorable members to introduce themselves, but before, Honorable Mpiti is having some urgent matters that he's attending to. He's going to join us at 11. So at least one member of the DA is part of our panel. And yeah, over to you, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and good morning to your good self, honorable members. Good morning, Ms. Baha.
Good morning.
My name is Fikile Masiko. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and I'm a member of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Ms. Baha. My name is Mubona Mang Prudence Marekwa, member of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with a Disability, also a member of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Baha. Good morning.
Good
My
morning.
name is Tabile Masondo, member of this committee, member of this panel.
Good morning, honorable members, and good morning, Ms. Baha. My
morning.
name is Sitembile Mhlongo, a member of the Portfolio Committee and the panel. Thanks.
Thank you.
Ke a lotjha baberekisani mmogo. Ke re dumelang. Ke a le dumedisa. Morning to yourself, Ms. Baha.
morning.
How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
My name is Carol Piri. I'm a member of the portfolio as well as a panelist.
Pleased to meet you.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Ms. Barker.
Good morning.
How are you this morning?
I'm very good, thank you.
Thank you. This morning was a little bit cold. Yes. Thank you. My name is Magdalena Duduzile Lengwa. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth, Person with Disability. And I also a member of the panel.
Pleased to meet you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Baha. My name is Nazli Sharif, a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Baha. My name is Ntokozo Hlonyana. I'm a member of a committee as well as the member of the panel.
Pleased to meet you.
Thank you very much, honorable members, for the introduction. As the panel, we are 11 members of the panel. We can account for one member, which is Honorable Mpiti, but the other member from the ATM, we don't know where is she. But we are not accountable for other parties. We are accountable for our parties only. So any party that is not present, it's not our baby to nurse, for as long as everyone knows that they are supposed to be here. And everybody does have an information. So if they are not here, then it's their own problem. Yeah, so honorable members, Ms. Barker, you must just chill, relax, take a deep breath. If there's a problem, maybe you don't understand the question, you must not be afraid to ask honorable members to repeat the question.
Thank
But
you, Chair.
yeah, and you have 45 minutes with us. So you must use that 45 minutes very effectively. If you don't use it effectively, it's your own problem. Because if you try to, you are not answering the question, you are telling us something that we did not ask you, you must know that we are noting it. So tomorrow you can come back and say, honorable members didn't give me enough time. We'll give you enough time. And the way there's a need for a follow-up question, we will do that. Yeah. The first question is, tell us about yourself and why do you think you're a suitable candidate to be appointed or to be recommended to the president, for the president to appoint you as a commissioner?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you. So I have spent the 22 years of my career protecting the rights of women and children. First, I was an advocate in private practice, where I dealt mostly with family law matters. I then was appointed to the Office of the Family Advocate, where I was appointed to be the first senior family advocate in the country. And I have for the last 5 years been the director at the Saki Barton Center for Women and Children. So over the course of my career, I have managed to establish relationships and work within both the private sector, the public sector, as well as within civil society. I have, during the course of my career, also managed to do all of the functions that is required of a commissioner at the commission, and those range from monitoring programs at the Saki Barton Center all the way to drafting of submissions to Parliament. The Saki Barton Center is the largest women's empowerment center in South Africa, and it runs 9 programs that speak to gender equality, ranging all the way from food insecurity to legal assistance. So I have a wide range of knowledge when it comes to the issues that are impacting on women in this country and how to deal with those. At the Family Advocate's Office, I was tasked with investigating matters and reporting to courts on recommendations, and as well as doing the Hague Convention applications. But more important than that is my personal values of integrity and accountability, of empathy, the things that are the bedrock of the values of this commission are things that inform my everyday life and how I interact with the world. I have contributed and or drafted submissions on a number of the bills, including the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill, as well as the Firearms Control Act Bill, as well as the Victim Support Services Bill. I am dedicated and committed and totally passionate about gender equality, and I will work tirelessly to make sure that I do everything in my power to serve the commission and thereby serve the women of this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Ms. Bacher, for your first response and introduction of yourself. It's important for the panel to ascertain your understanding of the Commission as a Chapter 9 institution, as well as your understanding of the powers, the mandate, as well as the functions of the CGE. Now, what in your understanding is the mandate, the powers, the functions of the CGE in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation? Coupled with that, how would you explain as the role then is the role of the commissioners at the Commission of Gender Equality?
Thank you. So the Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution that was mandated by the Constitution of this country. The aim of the Commission is a gender equal world, and that is accomplished by promoting gender equality, by protecting, developing, and attaining gender equality in South African society. That is conducted by the work of the Commission revolves around monitoring, investigating, research, advising, reporting, and lobbying on behalf of gender equality. The Commission Commission is formed in terms of the Commission for Gender Equality Act, and the Act sets out the functions of the commissioners as well as their powers to do the work that they do. The role of the commissioners is to make sure when they do the work that they do, that everything is, the aim is to make sure that gender equality in this country is adhered to, and that all of the work that state organizations, corporate organizations, other state entities are accountable to making sure that gender mainstreaming is part of the programs that they run, that they conduct, and that gender mainstreaming actually is incorporated in all policies, programs, and legislation that this country enacts. Part of the other functions that the Commission would adhere to is education, when it comes down to looking at how does one go about dismantling the patriarchy and educating not only the man and woman on the street, but also our corporates as well as our government departments as to how to go about attaining gender equality. And then one of the other functions of the Commission is to ensure that there's good governance in what they do, so that there's accountability, transparency, integrity, all of the values that underpin the Commission are adhered to in the work that they do.
In your understanding, if I may make a follow up, is there any legislation so far which you have identified that you think if you are appointed as a commissioner, you'll want to persuade?
Absolutely. And I think that that is one of the roles of the Commission so far, that we've seen very little work done as the initiation of legislation. And I would propose that we be looking into the decriminalization of sex work. There is very good arguments as to why it should be decriminalized. Those hinge around dignity of sex workers, all the way to freedom and security of the person and the freedom to trade. And the research is showing us that criminalization is really not, first of all, making any impact on the discrimination that sex workers are actually subjected to, but it also is not decreasing the number of sex workers within the sector. So I would initiate that legislation.
If you're saying that there's research, that research is done where? Is it a research done in South Africa, or is a research done outside South Africa?
It was a comparative study that was done on a number of Scandinavian countries, but it's in the CGE's report on sex workers. So they took the different comparative legislations in a number of different countries and compared that to see whether, if you decriminalize sex workers, whether that actually made any difference in terms of the number of women that were actually sex workers and how you were going about protecting them. So it was a comparative study.
Because now we have high rate of rapes in the country. So how is it going to benefit women and young girls?
How is the legislation going to benefit them? So what's really important to realize is that the sexual coercion of women falls within the Sexual Offences Act. So when we're talking about decriminalization of sex workers, we're not talking about minors or people that are coerced into sex work. What we're really talking about is women having agency to make a decision for themselves as to how they are going to engage with the labor market. So it's all about speaking to the dignity of a sex worker and her right to choose. Over and above that, yes, rapes are very high in South Africa. I think the latest statistics from Jan to March no, sorry, for last year was something over 61,000 women were raped. But we don't have disaggregated numbers as to how many women of those were sex workers. Over and above that, if we do decriminalize sex work, what we will be doing is we'll be lending protection to sex workers. So the police will not be monitoring them, but they will actually be protecting them.
Thank you very much. It's just unfortunate that this is an interesting question because it's relating to legislation, and that's why I made that follow up, and it's still okay. We'll check in which of your answers I take those 2 minutes, but it's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Honorable Pony.
No, thank you, Chairperson. Once more, good morning, Ms. Bacher.
Good morning.
As we know that the CGE strategic plan of 2019 to 2024 is viewed as a broad strategic plan that touches in most areas of life aspects in South Africa. And we know that many South Africans of all races, gender, sexual orientation, and so on, continue to be faced by discrimination in most areas at some stage in their lives. Now, in your view, Ms. Bacher, is the Commission for Gender Equality making an impact in the public and private sector? How can the CEG reposition itself to make an impact given its wide mandate? And then in your assessment also, what areas has the CGE successfully fulfilled its mandate? And what, in your opinion, are the areas that require more focus?
Thank you. I've had a look through the strategic plan, which is for up until 2024. Broad-based, the plans revolve around 3 areas, which is legislation, implementation, and obviously monitoring. And the other was obviously corporate governance and then education. The CGE has an ability to make an enormous impact, and I think we are making impact when it comes to education. I think they're doing really good work on the ground when it's making sure that the education is happening, education about power relations and how we go about bringing equality to South African society. Where I think we are lacking, I think we're lacking within the rural areas. I think much more work needs to be done in the rural areas, and I think we need to have more presence in the rural areas. I also believe that we need to be doing more work with government in making sure that what they do in passing legislation, in passing programs, and in passing policies really is accountable. So, summoning government bodies to come and attend at a hearing, we need to make sure that when we're working on the CGE, that there's follow-up, and that once we have published a report, like for instance, the State of Shelter's report, that if we said that we are reporting back in 6 months, that we do so, and that we hold government accountable for the work that they have to do. So I really do believe that the impact with education is something that the CGE is doing really, really well as informing gender norms when it comes to policies, etc. More work needs to be done on the ground and at grassroots level, particularly within the urban areas. And then I think we also are doing very well when it comes to monitoring of international treaties like CEDAW and the Convention on the Rights of the Children. I just want to see that up. Yes, I think I've covered it. Thank you.
In terms of international conventions, we are saying they are doing very well.
I think the monitoring of the international conventions we are doing, that the CGE is doing very, very well, particularly when it comes to CEDAW. I think there has been embroidering upon how we can take that convention and make sure that it is applied across the board when it comes to the policies as well as the legislation of the government. So I think that is working well. That also boils down to things like the Convention on the Rights of Children, the African Charter, the Women's Charter. So these things I think we are doing well, and it's a really good framework to actually make sure that we are implementing it as we're going along when we're working towards gender equality.
Okay. I wanted to ask you about another one because you still have some few minutes, but it's okay. I'll replace your minutes for the other question that you took more time.
Thank you.
Yeah. Because you're still left with 1 minute 58 seconds. Honorable Carol.
Thanks, Chair. Commissioner Bacher. No, I want to, you have just responded on the international treaty, but I want you to elaborate further. You only cited one, which is you referred to CEDAW. Then what are the other ones amongst the 8 that you think we can make changes? And why are we supposed to make changes? How can we better them? Yes, as a country, we've got a good relationship with other countries or member states that we are affiliated with. Then what more contributions or changes really, as you have stipulated before, but you did not elaborate further, what will you come up with and recommend, bearing in mind you'll be working as a collective? Then together it goes with the skill and leadership that we will bring in the entity in terms of you stabilizing it. While you'll be working with international treaties, what will be your leadership role in making sure together you compile a proper and implementable policies within the country and the continent at large? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So as I had mentioned, CEDAW is one of the international treaties that we are we have to adhere to. We're signatories to. The other one is the Convention on the Rights of the Child. And when it comes down to the Convention on the Rights of the Child, we really should be looking at cultural practices that impact on the rights of women, things like ukuthwala, things like virginity testing, things like female genital mutilation. We need to be looking at education on the ground with respect to those, the implications of those on women, whether that be health implications, the implications for them, and when it comes back to economic empowerment, whether we are giving them the right place in the world, whether we are making sure that they, when they are subjected to cultural practices, that they are able to develop. So that the Convention on the Rights of the Child certainly does speak to that. The other one that we would really need to be looking at is obviously SADC protocol, as well as the African Charter and the protocol on the African Charter for Women's Equality. These international treaties require the Commission for Gender Equality to not only make sure that we deeply understand what the values behind the treaties are, but also to make sure that there is filtering down of those values down to the man and woman on the street, so that we are deeply aware of what the treaties say, but also the implications when it comes to gender mainstreaming, when we enact policies, legislations, and programs in South Africa, that we are taking what is in those treaties and incorporating it into all of those different areas. So generally, basically, gender mainstreaming. And monitoring is also a really important part of that. It's just like making sure that as you go about year to year, that you're monitoring that the conventions themselves are robustly being put into place within the policies and programs and legislation, and that we are adhering to what the prohibitions might be when it comes to those. So yes, I'm just making sure that I've covered what you've asked me. And it does require robust attitude, because it does form the bedrock of our relationship with the international community, and therefore our legitimacy, and it shows a level of commitment that South Africa would have to gender equality by making sure that we're meeting our responsibilities.
Currently, okay, because it's a question back.
Sorry.
It's just an additional thing according to your response. You have mentioned a lot, but I think what will be your view or your contribution? Currently in the country, we're faced with victimization and isolation, and mostly in rural areas. Our people are still in denial of the LGBTQA+ community. Therefore, what will be your input and assistance in terms of those treaties? How will you deliberate it further and assist to develop a policy so that the community of LGBTQ+ be accepted in the society? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. So obviously the discrimination against the LGBTIQ+ community is something that is set out in the Bill of Rights, Chapter 2 of our Constitution, and that sets out that people have the right to not be discriminated against based on their sexual orientation. When it comes down to working with particularly people in the rural areas, I think it really boils down to education. And it boils down to whether the CGE has a presence in our rural areas. I'm not really seeing whether we do, I must be honest with you. I've had a look through a number of the reports, I've had a look through a number of this committee's meetings, and I'm not seeing that we really are seeing a true presence where the average woman in a rural community, does she know what the CGE is? Does she know what their responsibilities is? Does she know what their function is? And does she know how to approach them and what sort of assistance she can engender from them? So I think that would be a focal point, is making sure that there is on the ground grassroots education and implementing that, so that that women, children and men are aware of what our obligations, but also what the protective mechanisms are on these international treaties, and how we can go about making sure that we actually are protecting the rights of women and children and men.
Thank you very much, Mam Hlengwa.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning again.
Good morning.
Benedine. Okay. As
Good
you
morning.
have answered all our questions, our members' questions, and answers with confidence, now one will tempted that you look at this post as you are the one who is suitable for this post. Now, convince this panel, why do you think you are suitable for this post in terms of leadership skills and leadership management, when we are managing things, when you are organizing, when we are doing things, why? Tell us where you apply these skills successfully. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Maybe before you answer that question of Mamhlengwa, let me add on that question so that at least you answer it once. How are you going to ensure that there's best practices in the CGE?
Thank you. So my suitability for a post of commissioner on the Commission for Gender Equality, and why I believe that I should be appointed, is I have the knowledge, the expertise, and I have the experience of working within the sector for very many years. I have established relationships with all, well, not all, but most of the stakeholders, and I understand where the gaps and the challenges are, but I also understand where we're doing things right. Over and above that, when it comes to leadership, I believe that I do have leadership skills. I do believe that my CV would prove that. I have been director at the Saki Bartman Center for the last 5 years. I also was
a director of what?
the Saki Bartman Center for Women and Children. It's the largest women's empowerment, privately owned women's empowerment center in South Africa.
Where is it located?
It's in the Cape Flats in Cape Town.
Oh.
And we run a number of programs. I believe also that when one comes to working at the CGE, we really need to look at what are the values that underpin the CGE. So things like knowledge sharing, empathy, accountability is really important, as well as integrity, identity. So I believe that I possess all of those values. I walk my talk when it comes to those values, and I have an ability to be part of a team, but I also have leadership skills in order to be able to see where the commission within the area that I'll be working in should be concentrated. When it comes to corporate governance, I think absolutely that is an incredibly important, not corporate governance, incredibly important aspect of what the work that the CGDE does. So things like accountability, transparency, responsibility, vitally important to make sure that the work that is done really does talk to a duty of care, and that's where your empathy comes back into it. I think my experience at the Saki Bartman Center, where I have been overseeing 9 different programs that speak to gender equality over 5 years, and not only making sure that those programs are running, but making sure that the needs of the women on the ground when it comes to gender equality are seen to. So during COVID, we rolled out a food parcel distribution program. We also put in place a homeschooling program at the center because our schools were closed. So it talks to things like meeting the needs of women on the ground, but also making sure that the work that you do actually is able to be expanded, extended, and when you're doing all of that, that you're embodying principles of accountability and equality.
Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to you again, Ms.
morning.
Bacher. Gender-based violence and femicide continue to be a pandemic in South Africa, and the CGE has a role to play in combating GBVF, as well as many other roles. Now, my question is a little bit more technical, and it is important to answer. And if you don't understand, please just let me know. So currently in South Africa, we have 3 GBVF bills. If you can mention it and tell us about it. We also have a plan in place. If you can tell us what the plan is and elaborate on it. Then I want you to tell us, how do you think the CGE can give effect to the plan and the current legislation? And lastly, what kind of activities can the CGE undertake to create awareness as well as combat GBVF in South Africa? I try to make it as easy as possible. If you don't understand, let me know.
Thank you very much. So the plan you talk talking about is the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, which sees that there are 5 pillars that really speak to a comprehensive response to gender-based violence, ranging from things like prevention to response to research as well as to justice. I believe that this National Strategic Plan, and I really looked at it with the lawyer's eye, is an incredible framework. I believe that it has really captured what needs to be done in order to eradicate gender-based violence in South Africa. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that would be put in plan. And obviously, we're all aware of the fact that we have these wonderful pieces of legislation, and the 3 bills you're talking about are the Domestic Violence Amendment Act, as well as the Criminal Law and Other Matters Act. When we are implementing these acts, that's where we fall on the wayside when it comes to true implementation. We are not coordinating between government bodies when we are implementing both our legislation and our programs and our policies. And I do believe that how we can, as the Commission for Gender Equality, how it can go about with easing in the implementation is education and awareness is vitally important. But also important, we need to be looking, and that I'm talking about not only women and men, I'm talking about children and the implementation of an education program within our life skills orientation program at schools, which the plan itself makes provision for. But over and above that, we need to get men and boys involved in the response to gender-based violence. For too long, men have particularly not been included in the dialogue. So dialogues with men and boys, and over and above that, rehabilitation, if I can use that word, when it comes to family reunification on families that have been exposed or subject to gender-based violence, is another way that we really need to strengthen our response to GBV. Then prevention is absolutely crucial. And here we should be talking to community-based responses to GBV. I don't think that we're doing enough as a country in implementing community-based responses to gender-based violence. So that is going out into our communities and really talking to what are the norms and values, the harmful norms and values that underpin the patriarchy, and how do those affect women when it comes down to basic aspects of gender equality, whether that's access to housing or access to the job market. That needs to be done. But over and above that, we really should be taking the hand of the survivor and walking her through a mostly confusing labyrinth of responders to gender-based violence. And I'm talking about our community-based organizations. Often a survivor of gender-based violence doesn't know what is the next step. So I get into a shelter. From there, what do? Do I go to a Thuthuzela care center and have a medical support? From there, I need to get a protection order. If we put our community-based responses in place and walk her through the different stakeholders that can assist her, we wouldn't be losing women like we are at the moment. They are falling through the cracks. So I think it's vitally important that we start talking to communities, embroidering the work that is done into communities, that everybody is keenly aware of the issues that impact on women's equality and the drivers of gender-based violence, but also how to assist a survivor.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, she has taken all her 5 minutes. Honorable Sheriff, I wanted to also make a follow-up. The way she has answered, so I wanted to ask her something else, but I'm sure we'll find a way when other members are asking questions. Honorable Ntokozo.
Thank you very much, Chair. First and foremost, let me just state that Ms. Bacher, when you spoke about the decriminalization of sex work, I'm sure you would have made Honorable Naledi Chiwa very happy if she was here with us today, because sex work is work, and it's one of the things that we really honestly push for. So I'm sure you would have made her very happy if she was here today. So in your introduction, you have spoken about yourself, You have explained your 22 years of experience in your field, which we note. It is obvious that you do have some understanding of the legislation, not even some, you have understanding of the legislation and policy review. Your advocacy work is also, advocacy experience is also noted. So the questions that I'm going to have for you are 3 questions. And the first question is about yourself. And then the second question, it will be in relation if you were a commissioner. So with everything else that your understanding, your advocacy experience and everything else, one of the most important things that we believe as the committee is that there should be good communication amongst the commissioners, because you can all be commissioners who are well educated or well experienced, but if there's no proper communication, then the CGE will not be a proper functional CGE. So the question to you will be, do you regard the ability to communicate as key to the position of commissioners, and why? And what is your opinion are the key attributes of someone who is able to communicate successfully? And do you believe you have these attributes? And then the second question will be to follow up on Honorable Boni's question. You spoke about the rural areas, how CGE should be visible in the rural areas, but it was the how part that we seem to have missed. How do you think CGE can make inroads into the rural areas to be more visible? Maybe if you can explain the how part. We know that it should be visible, but how? And then the last question will be, how do you think the CGE can strengthen its own monitoring and evaluation and the oversight by Parliament? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Communication is absolutely key when it comes down to making sure that the mandate of the Commission for Gender Equality is attained. And that I consider myself to be a very good communicator. I believe that the attributes or the elements of good communication boil down to, first of all, treating somebody with dignity. Second of all, when you are communicating with somebody, that you are able to get your point of view across in a clear and a concise way, with values of empathy that pull down to what the values of the CGE are. Knowledge sharing is incredibly important when it comes down to saying, how does the CGE work as a unit? Is there cohesion? So that boils down to, what are those values? Are the commissioners themselves aware of what those values are? And are they walking that talk? So when it comes down to making sure that one is communicating well, I think it's obviously important to be clear and concise, but also to have active listening. And that boils back down to your treating people with dignity as a goal. When it comes to working within the rural areas, I do believe that I saw some mention in one of the minutes with respect to billboards in rural areas. I believe there might be some place for billboards in rural areas. However, I don't think it's the most important way that the CGE can actually increase its profile in rural areas. We need to make sure that women in rural areas know what the Commission for Gender Equality is, that they know what the mandate for the Commission of Gender Equality and how they can go about assisting. So it is true presence, not a billboard that which would supplement some of the work that they do in terms of giving information. That's really important. But is there a physical presence of the CGE regularly within our rural areas? Do women, boys, girls, and men have a clear understanding of the mandate? And do they understand how and why they can engage with the Commission for Gender Equality? What's the kind of assistance that they can get from the Commission for Gender Equality, and what are the functions really of the Commission for Gender Equality. So I think that is vitally important. I don't think that there's enough work that has been done there. So it really boils down to presence and physical presence. And I understand that there are obviously fiscal constraints, but I think it should be prioritized. There are women in rural areas are the women that are suffering the most in South Africa at the moment, without access to land, without access to healthcare, without access to employment. And we really need to make sure that the work that we're doing is really speaking to what their needs are, and that their needs are reflected in policies, programs, and legislation. I hope I've covered that. When it comes to leadership, I do hold a number of leadership roles, and those range from being the head of advocacy for Seroptimus International South Africa. Seroptimus International is a UN-affiliated body that comprises some 172,000 members across 121 countries. I'm the president-elect for the Western Cape chapter. I also serve on the National Shelter Movement Committee, Executive Committee, and over and above that, I have been the chairperson of the Western Cape Women's Shelter Movement. So when it comes to those leadership skills, those are already something that I have been exposed to. I'm not sure whether I finished answering your question though.
No, you did. In fact,
Thank you.
You are left with 20 seconds. So you have answered.
Thank you.
I also wanted to add another question, but your time does not allow. Honorable Hlongo.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Baga, in your introduction, you mentioned that you are so passionate about gender equality. As a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality?
Thank you. So
I didn't hear, sorry, Honorable Hlongo. May you please repeat your question? I didn't hear it.
As a commissioner of the CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve a gender equality, Chair? Thanks.
thank you. So I do believe that a significant amount of the work that needs to be done is making sure that the education on gender issues is brought down all the way from the highest of government departments down to the man on the streets and all the way through corporate bodies as well. So that not only the commissioner and those that are us that are in the sector that speak to gender equality, but the broader public as well as corporate governors are aware of what the aims of gender mainstreaming are. And that really is to make sure that when you are enacting policies, programs, and legislation, that issues of gender equality are taken into account and the experiences of both men and women are taken into account when you're doing that. But also over and above that, I do believe that we need to be bringing down the issues of gender equality from our bedrock, which obviously is our constitution and the Promotion of Equality and Prevention of Undue Discrimination Act, as well as the CGE Act, and filtering it down to concrete and relatable information as to what gender equality really means to the player that you're talking to. And obviously that would differ for each one of if you are advising a government body, they will have a different understanding of how they should be implementing gender equality in national legislation. That would differ if you're talking to a corporate body, because then you might be needing to look at what is their sexual harassment protocols look like. So making sure that that information really is education is vital in making sure that that information is filtered down.
If I may ask you, Ms. Parker, Honorable Ntokozo asked you about communication. There was a articles that were all over the newspapers regarding CGE, which were not putting CGE in a good, as a good institution, but it was out there for wrong reasons. If you are appointed as a commissioner, how are you going to change that and make sure that CGE, when we see it on newspapers, we see it as an institution that brings hope and has integrity to the communities out there?
Thank you. I do believe, and I had a look at, basic perceptions all the way from government bodies down to the man on the street of the Commission for Gender Equality. And I believe that the challenges that you're speaking about that the Commission itself faces at the moment really speak to a perceived lack of transparency and a perceived lack of accountability. And I believe that that is where we should be focusing on when we're talking to the lack of confidence on the general public of the work that the Commission is doing at this moment in time. And I say perceived because it might well be that it's just a lack of communication and a lack of visibility. So that is where I would be focusing on when it comes down to really talking to the challenges of perception that are out in society about the Commission for Gender Equality. But I think also we need to really, the Commission itself really needs to work with those values. The values of democratic principles, the values of integrity, the values of equality, those need to be imbued in each and every one of the separate commissioners, but the Commission as a whole, so that it really starts working cohesively to attain the very real goals that it has to attain. Yes, I think that I've answered your question.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Baha, I just have two questions for you. A key strategic outcome of the Commission as per its strategic plan of 2019-2024 is to promote and protect gender equality through public awareness, education, investigation, and litigation. Do you think that this has been done successfully? What innovative means would you adopt to promote public awareness and access to the Commission? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I do believe that the Commission has, to a certain degree, been very successful when it comes to public awareness, and that would speak to things like running education campaigns, the boys and men's program that needs to be bolstered a little. So I do believe that there has been some level of success in what has been done. And obviously it's vitally important that there is public awareness on very important issues. I, however, feel that what can be done to bolster public awareness is to make sure that we are using our community awareness agents. So things like community radios, things like community newspapers, the billboards would also fall underneath that, to really ensure that we are not strategizing for public awareness up here and we're losing out on public awareness on women on the ground at grassroots level, and particularly women in rural areas, that everybody has access to the work that the Commission does across the board and has a clear understanding of what the Commission does, but also has the benefit of the work that the Commission does for all. I don't know if I've covered your question entirely.
If I may ask still on that question, in your view, CGE has got 9 offices in all provinces. Do you think those offices, according to how and where they are located and the work that they're doing, it does reach and benefit our citizens in your view? Or you think maybe there's a need to change how are they functioning?
Thank you.
And you must also tell us whether even yourself, as you are running one of the organization here in Western Cape, do you think you are satisfied the way they are servicing the community of the Western Cape?
Thank you. I don't believe that the challenges and the gaps that we are seeing boil down to where the offices are. I believe that deployment can be achieved with the personnel, with the commissioners, the number of personnel that the commission has. It really boils down to what is the plan? What is the plan to reach every area? And I'm talking now about areas that might be far flung from where the offices are, that making sure that the CGE is not only talking to metropolises and urban areas, but really there is a presence in the rural areas as well. And that doesn't necessitate having offices. What it necessitates is having a presence, and that presence can be reinforced by regular visits, by making sure that there is a that the people that the commissioners are serving know who the commissioners are, that there's a face to this position of commissioner, and how to access them. So I don't think the difficulties or the challenges lie with where the offices are. It's more about where the deployment should be and making sure that we cover all of South Africa by using those offices. When it comes to the Saki Bartman Center, what's vitally important to what we do is we make sure that even though we are one rather small premises, it's a very large organization in terms of how many programs that they run, but we make sure that we prioritize community outreach. So whether that means hiring out a hall in a rural area for a day so that we take the center on the road to make sure that women that don't have access to the services that we provide, that we are able to take the service to them. And that's an analogy that is very easy to adapt to the Commission for Gender Equality, is taking the services on the road, making sure that all of your personnel are there to fulfill the functions that they are employed to do. So that's community outreach is something that we use all the time at the Saki Bartman Center, because we are keenly aware that not all women have services.
Thank you very much. And I was just looking at my timer now. I don't know why was it not saying, but it's fine. We are right on time. But do you have any question that you want to ask members of the committee?
I do. So, and it's it is a question that comes from the question you asked me. I think that all of us in this room are keenly aware that there are challenges when it comes down to the perception of the Commission for Gender Equality. Not so much, I believe, in the public eye, but I think more when it comes to the regard that the Commission has by civil society organizations and community-based organizations. And these would, as I said earlier, maybe could be pinned on perceived lack of transparency and perceived lack of accountability. What would you see would be the procedures to put into place to actually address those? And number one, how would the committee go about supporting the Commission to make sure that those are addressed and that those gaps are actually closed?
You know, we were going to give you the answer. You know, if it wasn't in the interviews. But the problem now is interviews, or those things we want to hear from our candidates.
Okay.
Yeah, so we were ready. You can see us, we were going to give you the answer. I was going to start myself and or I'll give to honorable members, and they were going to give you the answer. Because in terms of support, I can respond to that. And any member of the committee, they can tell you, even if I can say, Honorable Sheriff, can you share with Ms. Bacher how much have we supported, or how much are we supporting CGE? Can you share, Honorable Sheriff?
Without taking too much away, we support them so much, it sometimes brings us to tears.
Oh. I didn't mean to imply that there wasn't support. I meant specifically within the area of the challenges, but I'm glad to hear that.
Literal tears and sleepless nights.
Okay. Thank you.
I just wanted you to hear that, because I didn't want you to get the other one, because the candidates will copy the answer from us. Yeah.
Your efforts are appreciated. Thank you.
Yeah. But thank you very much,
Thank you.
Ms. Bacher. And I nearly said something, but and then people were going to say, now the chair have said this to this candidate. Yeah, so I need to hold my horses. Thank you very much for your time and for showing your passion for working with the people out there in Mitchell's Plain, and keep up the good work. Our community, they need people like yourself who can do, who can give them hope and help them in times of need. So thank you very much. Don't despair. I know sometimes you'll complain about funding and so forth, but keep working, and you are doing a great job.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for taking the time. It was an honor to be here today. Take care. I hope the rest of your day is not too challenging.
Thank you very much.
Just get the water.
Yes.
Hi, Christelle. How are you, girl? Good. I entertained.
We asked to
Nelisa Nobatana, our committee secretary. And the gentleman at the back is Dr. Tembe, our legal team from Parliament. And then the gentleman at the back on your far left, he's a sign language interpreter. And then the gentleman next to Mr. Tembe is one of the researchers for one of the parties. I do that deliberate so that tomorrow people must not say, oh, okay. And then the two ladies at the back, it's our Tasnim, our committee researcher, and Christel, our committee researcher. Yeah, I will now hand over to honorable members to introduce themselves. The gentleman that is here is because our meetings are open. So it's not a closed meeting. So that's why I allowed him to come in. Yeah. He's not participating in the meeting, in the meeting, but he's, yeah. Okay. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, and good morning to you, Ms. Chiwa. My name is Fikile Masigo. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, and also a member of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Sis Candace Chirwa. My name is Hobana Mang Prudence Marekwa, member of the Portfolio Committee and also serving on this panel today. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Candice Chirwa. My name is Tabile Masondo, the member of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities, also a member of this panel.
Good morning, Ms. Chira. Damala Mustembi no amhlongo lunga lale committee yabonga.
Well, thank you, ma'am. How are you?
Okay. My name is Carol Peer. I'm a panelist. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Chirwa. My name is Magdalene Duduzile Sengwa. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability. And I'm also a member of the panel. Thank you.
Good morning. As you are known as the Minister of Menstruation, my name is Nazli Sharif, a member of the committee and of this panel.
Good morning, Candace Chira. My name is Ntokozo Hlonyana. I'm a member of this committee and also the member of the panel.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Ms. Chirwa, you'll have 45 minutes. You have 45 minutes with us. And then the first question is introduce yourself. And why do you think you are a suitable candidate for this committee to consider you to be recommended to the president to appoint you as a commissioner?
Thank
Over
you.
to you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Firstly, again, I'd just like to thank the committee for this honorable opportunity to be interviewed for the CGE. I am a change maker. My work speaks predominantly to changing the lives of young people through education.
For the past 5 years, I've dedicated my life through my nonprofit in the development and implementation of menstrual workshops. We've delivered these workshops at least in at least 3 out of the 9 provinces in South Africa, and we still continue to do the work. In my personal capacity, I'm also an academic. I'm currently doing my PhD in development studies with a focus on menstrual health, and in particular looking at the drivers of period poverty and period stigma in South Africa. I also am a tutor and a lecturer in feminism and gender studies at a private academic institution. I am an author of feminist literature, but most importantly, all of my work is underpinned by community service. Part of my upbringing as a young Black woman in this country was that I went to a high school that really believed in being first so that you may be of service. And that underpins all of the work that I do. I'm mostly driven by people, so I love interacting with people. There's never a day where I'm never passionate about helping people to empower people. And so as a commissioner, I know that my work will speak true to increasing access to public education, in particular in understanding the dynamics of South Africa in a gendered lens, and then transforming that in implementing gender strategies for the betterment of not only women, but vulnerable and minority groups in this country. I also would like to just mention that I am very passionate about gender dynamics. I'm very passionate about understanding what drives gender inequality. So yes, I do have an academic background, but I also do have the technical experience of operating a nonprofit. And I also have the experience of being on the ground as an activist. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Ms. Chiwe. You the Minister of Menstruation.
Menstruation, yes, ma'am.
Very interesting. We want to get your knowledge on the role and functions of CGE since you've either applied or actually been nominated to serve as a commissioner on the Chapter 9 institution, which is CGE. And what is your understanding of the role, the powers, the mandate, and the functions of the CGE in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation? That's one part of the question. The second part of the question then is, what is your understanding as the role then of the commissioners of the CGE? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for that question. What the role of the CGE is to promote, protect, defend, and sustain gender equality in South Africa. But it's also to ensure that government and other private organizations are doing their part in the protection and the promotion and sustenance of gender equality. And how it does this is through a number of things. So monitoring existing policy, commissioning research in this country to understand specific gender inequality drivers, public education awareness. It also ensures to ensure that there's compliance of international treaties and conventions, and that in particular the Republic of South Africa is upholding its compliance and due diligence in that. Now, in terms of my role as commissioner, I know that this role is asking for someone who's innovative, someone who is a problem solver, someone who works well with people, and in particular, someone who is adaptable and flexible, because we live in a very dynamic country, so problems come as they arise. And I would just like to reflect on the fact that as a founder and director of a nonprofit, I have the corporate understanding of, running, not only research, but institutional elements, but I also have an understanding of what it takes to project manage events, workshops, any form of technical elements that need to be implemented, I'm able to assist in that. But I also want to make note that I am very passionate and I'm also very young. And as someone who is very organized, I always ensure that the agenda of the day, whether it be sitting in 3-hour meetings to come up with a resolution, or whether it be facilitating a conversation amongst men on very difficult conversations, my agenda is always clear to ensure that education has been imparted on people. And this is something that I always do at the end of a specific task, to say, what is it that we've learned from this session? What is it that we could do better? So as a person who's very dedicated to people and very dedicated to monitoring and ensuring impact, I'm always ensuring that we feel that the time that we spent in serving communities has been impactful. There's a great exercise that I do with the team members that I work with in my nonprofit. We always reflect, we always do debriefs. And I think debriefs is a good way to reconnect with the work that you're meant to do and ensure that the work that you do is always purpose-driven. And I always ensure that my work is always purpose-driven. Thank you.
Honorable Boni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. Chirwa, as we know that the CGE Strategic Plan 2019 to 2024 states that the mandate of the Commission is actually broad, and that it almost touches on all areas of all people in our country, all genders, all races, and so on. And then my question to you will be, in your own view, is the Commission for Gender Equality making an impact in the public as well as in the private sector? And how can the CGE reposition itself to make an impact given its wide mandate? Second one is, in your assessment, in what areas has the CGE successfully fulfilled its mandate, and what, in your opinion, are the areas that require more focus? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you for that question. In the spirit of accountability and transparency and honesty, I'm going to speak on my personal experience of the CGE. So as a university student during my undergraduate days, I recall the CGE being a useful resource on the reporting of incidences that occurred in South Africa. But not only that, it is also an important and powerful resource in providing academic and technical reporting on conventions, on gender inequality. And this is something that I must highlight and note, in particular with the areas and perhaps maybe the challenges that the CGE might have, especially from a young person, is that when I think of where the CGE is placed in Joburg, it is hidden. And people don't often know exactly where the CGE is. And I think that in particular, that means that we need to increase the visibility of it as an institution, in particular to young people, because I think young people are not necessarily aware of what exactly the role the CGE does beyond just a reporting point of view and a monitoring point of view. I think people also need to understand what is it as a ordinary South African I can do to access specific services from the CGE. So the CGE is making an impact, but from an academic point of view, I think it's mostly very technical. And the question then lies as to how do we bring the access to ensure that people are able to read these reports and the languaging is accessible. And then secondly, you asked the question about what areas has the CGE fulfilled itself. And I think I might have touched on it a bit in terms of, the reporting of incidences. And there's this quote that I believe that says prevention is better than cure. We are finding ourselves constantly in a cycle of reporting on incidences that are happening in terms of gender-based violence. And there isn't enough focus and emphasis on the remedy of being no abuse at all. And I think the CGE needs to be focused more on intervention programs. And my work as commissioner, if I get this position, I will be very dedicated to ensure that we are implementing intervention and strategies that speak to education. And the reason why I speak on it is because we are living in a gender sensitive country. So we are aware of the gender dynamics that are at play. We are aware of the gender biases that are at play, but we're working around it. And I want us, as part of my work as commissioner, to move into working as a gender transformative institution, where we are implementing strategies that critically examine what is driving this bias and in changing those biases in a positive light. And that is due to the work that I've been doing as a community educating mobilizer, changing disempowering narratives in a positive light. And I think what is great is knowing that intervention isn't just about the data and the policy and the monitoring. It's also about actually implementing education. And my work speaks to the education. Thank you.
Honorable Hlongo.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Chua. Ms. Chua, first question is, as a young woman, if you are appointed as the commissioner, how would you ensure or make sure that the voice of CGE reaches other young girls in the deep rural areas where CGE is not known? And then secondly, what is your understanding of gender discrimination? How would you deal with the complaints of homophobia or intolerance towards non-conforming binary sexes? Thanks.
Apologies, Chair. I'm just writing the questions to remember and answer the questions. Thank you for that question. And I love that it speaks to inclusivity. So I'll answer your last question first. Gender discrimination is present because of the patriarchal system, and the patriarchy is entrenched in any institution we find ourselves, whether it be through religious institutions, cultural institutions, or political spaces. And part of my work, in addressing and tackling not only menstrual health, but also sexual and reproductive health, has been looking at the misinformation, the myths and stigma that is surrounding these specific topics and driving the gender inequality. So when we look in particular with the conversations happening within the LGBTQIA plus community, I think what is happening is that there's a deep hatred towards this community based on misinformation or based on stereotypes around the LGBTQIA community because of the lack of education and the lack of conversations that are being had. And part of my role as commissioner is, as someone who thoroughly engages in conversations, as someone who thoroughly engages in speaking to young people and has spent majority of her time engaging with youth organizations and young people, one thing that I make note of is that young people love to be heard and young people love to be engaged. And I think this is something that the CGE could perhaps focus a little bit more on. Beyond just having technical reports about incidences, let's have the conversations that equip young people to be heard. And in that, we can also drive the opportunity for people to understand what the CGE does. And whether this takes place on a digital space, through the use of social media, whether this takes place in personal spaces, where it's current, where it's monthly in Bezos, I think it's very important that we are having these engaging conversations with technical experts and people of the community who represent and can speak on their lived experiences. Because the only way we remove the gender biases and stigma is to ensure that there is an element of understanding. And to answer your first question about how would I ensure that the voice reaches the girl child in particular, I also want to make note that I think there's an opportunity for the CGE to learn to use, social media as a tool to reach young people. I don't know how many times through my interactions with my students that I teach, with the young girl child that we empower in workshops, that young girls will say, oh, I saw this, social media post about menstrual health. Is it true? Or I saw this, and there's an opportunity there for the CGE to have opportunity there. And it doesn't have to be, a drawn out plan, but it can be that it's a simple advert that speaks to the roles and the services that are that can be provided to the girl child, and also where someone can report incidences to the CGE, because that's what the CGE is there for. So whether that be through having a WhatsApp channel, whether that being having any specific other social media where someone can report anonymously, that is something that I would want to prioritize because we have to live with the times. Thank you.
Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good morning once again, Candice. Quick one. I have about 3 questions to ask you. I'm going to try and make it as simple as possible so that you can understand what my question is. So gender-based violence and femicide remains a pandemic in South Africa. We have stats that are shooting through the roof, and it's not safe to be a woman in South Africa. Currently, government has adopted and passed 3 GBVF legislations. If you can please name those legislations and elaborate on them. We've also got a plan to combat GBVF. If you can tell us about that plan, what it is, and elaborate on it. Then if you can tell us how you think the CGE can give effect to this plan and the legislation. And lastly, what kind of activities can the CGE undertake to create awareness as well as combat GBVF? I thank you.
Thank you so much for those questions. I want to make note, I can't remove my identity outside of something that can impact me directly. And so I vividly remember in 2018 when the Presidential Summit Against Gender-Based Violence and Femicide occurred. And I think that was an opportune moment because the president himself was having very difficult conversations, but it brought about the 3 enacted laws that we saw enacted this year. The first one was the Criminal and Related Matters law, the Amendment Bill. And then it was the criminal law, which speaks to sexual offenses, the Sexual Offences Related Matter, and then the Domestic Violence Amendment Bill. And essentially what those amendments have meant in prioritizing gender-based violence is that it moves from a perpetrator focus to more of a victim focus. And it's so powerful to see that now victims are able to, firstly, if they want to get a protection order, apply online instead of having to go to the police station to do so. Secondly, if any person commits a sexual offense, their name will be on a list, and that will be public to all. And thirdly, the power of language is so important because domestic violence has extended itself to not only just people who are married, but people who are engaged to be married, people who are in intimate relationships, to people who have experienced any form of violence. So I'm inspired by the last point that I made because what it shows is that the power of language is so key in bringing about more access to education and changing norms in a positive light. I also do believe that we are basing these laws from the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. And that plan is focused on ensuring that there's prevention, there's intervention, and most importantly, there's accountability through partnerships with stakeholders, and also to ensure that there is education. And I think I will be very honest in saying it is perhaps the most comprehensive framework or plan to date that speaks as to what South Africa needs to do in ending gender-based violence. It's just now an element of ensuring that those resources are provided to enable gender-based violence from not happening, because it's looking more from a prevention point of view rather than from a we're looking at we're looking at it from prevention. So I think this NSP really provides the CGE the opportunity to ensure that on the ground, a rape survivor can have access to healthcare assistance when violence has occurred, that a person who has experienced any form of physical violence can have access to shelters with dignity and care, that a young boy child can have access to education that teaches them to say that, physically harming someone is not okay. The NSP gives the CGE the framework to say this is the key pillars that we need to focus on. And my role as commissioner would purely be on the education aspect. And I think with regards to gender-based violence, we need to have a specific focus on implementing social experiments that are driven to understand that violence is not okay. I know I do speak a lot, and I just wanted to speak mostly on the fact that the United Nations last year released a social norms report saying that globally 80% of people felt that it was justified to beat someone. When we look specifically in South Africa, it speaks to the fact that about 5.6% find that it's okay to beat someone, although the Governance, Public Safety and Justice Survey said that a lot of people confirm that, physical violence is not okay. There's still a percentage of people who feel that it's justified. And what that means is we have to increase the education awareness to remove that idea and in changing those misconceptions. And that would be my role as commissioner in providing those educational programs. Thank you.
The times. Togozo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Well, greeting again, Ms. Chair. Well, in your introduction, yes, you do state that you are a young person. You give us your qualifications and also some of the literatures that you have written. Young people rule the world. And then in your answers so far, you have demonstrated that you have an understanding of the legislation and the policy review, which I'm happy about. So the questions that I'm going to ask you will be, we are hoping that maybe you can actually explain further to us so that we can be able to understand you better. So I have 3 questions for you. The first question is, do you have any advocacy experience? If so, can you please provide us with the details in this regard? And then the second one will be, do you have any litigation experience? And if so, can you please provide us with the details in this regard? And then the last one will be, do you have management experience? If so, can you provide us with the details of this experience, highlighting specific management skills that you possess? I know that you do run a nonprofit organization and you've done it for quite some years now. So can you please just give us those answers? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yes, young people do rule the world, and we need to see more young people in spaces like this. I'll start backwards, just so that I remember the most frequent one. So any management experience. So I did study. My formal education is very social sciences based, but I did embark on a 1-year business school program with the Future Females Business School as a way to really understand running an organization, and that really unlocked the corporate governance that I partake in running a nonprofit. And I understand that the core elements that are needed to run a corporate successfully is really accountability, transparency. And this is something that as a founder and director, I have to not only hold myself accountable, but I also have to hold my team members accountable. And as someone who is young, I often find using different creative methods and ways of ensuring that work is done. So working online through the use of different innovative tools where we don't have to constantly send emails back and forth, we'd rather work on an online document. I also find that scheduling is so important. Actually sending emails with calendars attached is really important. And I'm a very organized person. I think what my curate team members can attest to is I am very organized in understanding the roles and dynamics of the institution. In terms of litigation experience, I do not have any litigation experience, but I can understand international law from a human rights perspective. I did study international relations, and part of my research in my master's and international relations thesis with menstrual health was focused on understanding the different conventions that South Africa is a treaty to, and in particular the history behind it. So my understanding of, in particular, feminist human rights law, I think would be very relevant and beneficial. But from a issuing letter of demands, I cannot do that. And then advocacy experience. So briefly, period poverty is a relatively new conversation that we're seeing play out in South Africa. And I know that from a research point of view, South Africa has been speaking openly around, the sanitary dignitary framework, which had been created in 2018. I have been involved in a lot of protests and marches around ending period poverty. Recently, a month ago, I was involved with other organizations where we marched to union buildings. I'm also very vocal behind speaking openly around ending period poverty and enabling spaces to ensure that access to period products is available in all spaces. I use my social media as that tool to advocate. It might be very different from the activism that we see play out, but I work according to the times, and I'm very flexible and adaptable in that. And I'd also say being an academic is advocacy as well, right? Writing on literature, advocating for the improvement of lives is something that I'm very dedicated and passionate about. And that is part of the advocacy experience that I'd love to use, especially as the role of commissioner, to ensure that not only if I am appointed commissioner, whether we all have access to period products in spaces that we work in, but also just being very acutely aware of the spaces we find ourselves to be very patriarchal and adapting those spaces and increasing awareness around that. So I'm a very observant person. I'm very observant of how we live in spaces that are not made for us, but I'm trying to ensure that these spaces are conducive for women and young people and people with disabilities and marginalized groups to thrive in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chewa. Ma'am Hlengwa.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Chirwa, you have been talking, and one would love to listen to you while you are talking, because you talk things that you have, it's within you. Yes, but, and one will tempt it that you own this post. And why do you believe or think that you are the most suitable candidate? Having said that, in terms of leadership skills, how is your organization skills integrated with your leadership style in order to run things successfully? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Thank you again for your kind words. I truly appreciate it. She said I speak very well. And sometimes I'll admit the English data can deplete very quickly, but I appreciate the words of kindness. I believe I'm the most suitable candidate for this role purely because I am passionate about changing lives through education. I know how powerful, and I've also seen through the work of the menstruation workshops, how powerful an educated and empowered girl child is. I can spend an hour in a space with young girls who know absolutely nothing about access to reproductive health care and know nothing about the processes of menstrual health. But the moment they leave the space, they know everything about their bodies and they know everything about their rights as a girl child. And I'm very passionate about that because that is something that we are all entitled to. And unfortunately, the access to that is not there purely because we haven't provided it in effectively enough. And also there's a lot of stigmas and myths that drive the access to reproductive and healthcare education to ensure that. So I'm suitable for this candidacy because I am promoting education, and I'm going to promote the education in a way that makes the South African people understand what the CGE is about and makes the South African people understand that gender inequality is going to be the thing of the past. Part of my legacy is to leave a South Africa that, the South African woman of 1956 fought for. That South African women can feel free enough, that South African women don't necessarily feel that they are recipients in this country, but rather participants in this country. And that is something that is very important, that we actually are entitled and receiving the rights that we are meant to have. And that will be my core passion and my core agenda as commissioner. Now, in terms of my leadership skills, I am not a combative person. I tend to rather provide solutions that works for everyone. And so I as an observant person and as a person who understands people in recognizing humanity, I look at people's strengths and adapt that as a way for us to work together. So as someone who manages over 10 people for my nonprofit, I know that there are certain members who are more strengthened at something, and I task them to do those things. But I also believe more in equipping them with the resources and support that they need to improve themselves. So as someone, as a young Black woman, I am not dictatorial at all. I believe in really providing the resources to the best of my ability to ensure that everyone can work to their best of their ability. And I also am someone who really wants to get things done. I always walk into a room and say, let's make a list and say, what are we doing today? And tick it off as we go to ensure that progress has been made. And that is also a great way to monitor the impact that we've left. So that when we have our monthly debriefs, we are able to say, for this month we did this, for this month we did this. So this is something that I'd also prioritize if I was commissioner. Every month with the team, prioritizing a monthly debrief call where we can have a status of where we are, what we have to do, what is outstanding, and where we need to go. And that is something I'll prioritize. It might seem cumbersome, but in fact, it's a good way when we have to report back at the end of the term that for the past year, we've been doing this month to month to month. So I'd love to at least have some form of monthly reporting for the team. So yes, I am a people's person. And I also believe that integrating personal lives is important and life does happen. So I'm also very understanding to those things. And I love to get to know people out of that. So integrating some form of social activities is important. Getting to know people through just ordinary environments is also key that I would integrate as well. Thank you.
Chair, that Carol with it. You were not sure whether I asked or not, but yeah. Okay, thanks, Chair. Ms. Chira, you, Section 187 of the Constitution, together with Section 11, subsection 1 of the Act, it then provides that in order to achieve its objectives, meaning the Commission, one of its role, it shall monitor the compliance with international conventions, international covenants, and international charters acceded to or ratified by the Republic relating to the objects of the Commission. My question, as it will emanate from one of your responses when you responded to the international treaties, it will be in this fashion. I want to check with you because according to your responses, you are very observant, you're a researcher. I want to check with you whether you have read some of the report that are made available and recommendation by the CGE. And in those reports, what is it that you have extracted that needs to be improved? Clubbing it together with your core function of, as you are called Minister of Menstruation. What is it that you think can be improved? Moreover, with monitoring and evaluation, your own analysis, do you think the CGE is doing better in terms of monitoring the compliance of those treaties? Lastly, will be, yes, you told us you are championing the gender mainstreaming. It's not about dealing with young girls, but with everybody else. In those treaties, what will be your impact, what will you bring actually or recommend when you are a commissioner? Because already you are a minister, you are above a commissioner, automatically you are a commissioner. In terms of your LGBTQIA+ community, I want you to elaborate further on that. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that response. Thank you for the question, rather. With regards to the international conventions, I'm going to highlight the ones that I think are very important and important that the CGE constantly refers to in its reports. Firstly, we have the CEDAW, which is the Convention of Elimination of Discrimination Against Women, the CRC, which is the Convention of the Rights of the Child. We have the Beijing Platform for Action that focuses on women and the economy, women and poverty, the girl child, concerns around women in general. And then we are also focused on the Sustainable Development Goals, but in particular, SDG 5 focuses on achieving gender equality, and the CGE is aware of this. Now, when I interlink it to the work that I'd bring to the Commission in the international conventions, I specifically remember in March 2019, the CGE released a report about South Africa's compliance towards the Beijing Platform of Action, in that gender-based violence victims didn't have access to the necessary reproductive health care that they required after an incident of violence has occurred. And it was saying that the reason this could be is because of lack of resources, a lack of adequate support, and most importantly, a lack of education and understanding, the roles and processes of these institutions that a gender-based violence victim requires in this. So what that report showed me is that there is a holistic intervention in terms of analysis and investigation, where the CGE looks at what the frameworks and guidelines of the international conventions are and ensures that what is happening on the ground is not either being met or should be met. And as an academic, I mean, part of the work that I do as a menstrual health activist is to ensure that the data that is around period poverty is being transformed to on the ground, being used in an adequate and in a sustainable way. So what I look at in terms of period poverty is that the research shows that 1 in 10 African schoolgirls miss out on school because of their period, even though we have research that shows that then we are seeing more literate women, more women going into education. But I also refer back to a report that this Stats South Africa mentioned about how in Q1 of 2020 and Q1 of 2021, there are more women. In particular, the stat was 4 in every 10 women are out of education, employment, or any form of training due to family commitments, due to having to stay at home. So what that means is that the enablement and empowerment of young women still needs to be increased and accessed. And for me, that is a driver of inequality, in particular gender inequality, the ability to ensure that women finish higher education and that that higher education is converted into job employments and opportunities, because that means empowerment, right? So what in particular, because you asked the question about how is it that as a menstrual activist, what is the education that I'm bringing in that space, and in particular, what work has been done from a policy point of view. So the Sanitary Dignity Framework was formed, but we also do have a menstrual health coalition that was created with the Department of Women, Youth, and People with Disabilities. And my work really speaks to eradicating the biases and stigma through education. And you were right in talking about the inclusion of it. And when I am mindful of inclusion, I'm also mindful of languaging. So in menstrual health, part of the conversations that are being had, that menstruation needs to be inclusive of the LGBTQI community, because there are people who don't identify as women and girls who menstruate. So instead of just saying women and girls is a menstruation issue, we say that it's a menstruators issue. So it's inclusive because there's ramifications there. It ensures that people who don't identify as women and girls still have access to that medical care, and the education is around that. So as the commissioner, my role beyond just, looking at international conventions and research in academia is really about transforming that into a way that is understandable to the ordinary South African, so that they can really understand the issues that impact them directly. And that is part of the reason why I created Curate. I was frustrated with the fact that content around academia was kept amongst academics and it wasn't being transformed on the ground. And Curate is that nonprofit that looks at really ensuring that young people, anyone, has access to social issues, whether it be through online content, whether it be through workshops, so that they know that something like sexual reproductive health or puberty, they have that information and they're empowered. So my work as a commissioner will to ensure that there's that transformation between academia, the data, and action and intervention, because the way to resolve gender inequality is more about the data. It's more than data, it's more about intervention. I hope I answered your questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chiwa. And I'm just thinking, as the chairperson enters, I think, Chair, we need some of the issues that are being raised, issues that Honorable Sharif, we need to engage further beyond the interview platform as a portfolio committee, especially as it relates to the strategy that the department has, or the framework on menstruation, or the provision of sanitary towels, because I'm actually thinking about the 1:10 ratio. When I was working for the Department of Social Development about 10 years ago, and that was before the introduction of the sanitary towels in basic education, we had that ratio. So it's interesting to check whether that ratio is still there, or there has been a movement or an improvement, no matter how small it is. Is it still 1:10, or is it now 5:10? But because we don't have time, we'll engage that further, and we'll now give the opportunity to Honorable Hlongo. Thank you.
Chair, I did ask a question to Ms. Chua.
Thank you, Chair.
Ms. Chirwa, I greet you. A key strategic outcome, two, of the Commission as per its strategic plan of 2019 to 2024 is to promote and protect gender equality through public awareness, education, investigation, and litigation. Do you think that this has been done successfully? What innovative means would you adopt to promote public awareness of and access to the Commission? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. And I'm glad this question is being asked because when we see where the CGE is placed, it's placed in predominantly urban areas. And what that means is that we need to ensure that there is more access within the rural communities and areas. I believe that we, or rather, I'm speaking as we as a team, but if I had to be commissioner, we would have to ensure that we are having educational awareness programs, whether it be through roadshows where we identify key rural areas that are being affected by gender issues, and we ensure that we are having a campaign that speaks to providing awareness around the CGE and what the CGE does. But from an innovative perspective, I did touch around using social media as a benefit to people, as a way for people to get access to the CGE, and also for people to actually understand the role that the CGE has in serving the Republic of South Africa outside of just research and cases of incidences. I know that the CGE does a really, really effective job in reporting cases. But I think right now we need to ensure that the more reports we do are more from an intervention point of view and more from an educational point of view instead of what has happened. So I would prefer that we are moving from a more a transformative point of view to say this is the work the CGE has been doing outside of reporting. So we spent 3 days in the community of providing financial education to potential women entrepreneurs in rural areas in driving, kasi economy, as they call it, or we spent 2 days. I would love for us to report more on the specific events that the CGE does outside of reporting on incidences. But like I said, I think let's think about implementing the use of technology. And I know during the time of COVID, it was something that was prioritized, where if you had COVID, you could easily send a WhatsApp, and that WhatsApp would tell you what are your symptoms. And I think this should be done the same with the CGE. If someone witnesses an incident of gender-based violence, they can send a WhatsApp, and then CGE has that role and mandate to delegate. And that should be prioritized, because a part of our function is to report on incidences, also to ensure that the protection of gender equality is happening, right? So then integration can be done there. And I also think what is really important is that we are very inclusionary of the language that we use, and we're very inclusionary, especially if we are speaking on things, that we are having the people who are experts to speak on it. So if we are going to have issues addressing the LGBTQIA community, part of my work as commissioner is to ensure that we are having people who have experienced these challenges and obstacles to be included in these conversations. It's time as part of South Africa, where we recognize that we are really good as a nation at talking, but now I think the time is to really implement sustainable change. And I know that as commissioner, I live by action. I often feel very anxious if I feel like I haven't done anything in a day, and I know that my role as commissioner will be very invaluable to the institution through actual implementation of increasing public education awarenesses, especially in rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Chirwa. Is there anything that you want to ask the committee?
Thank you, Chairperson. I have 3 questions. I'm so- I'm sorry. They are more from an operational point of view, but I would like to just get an understanding, especially if I had to get the role. Firstly, what does a typical day or week on the job, what does a typical day or week look like when in this role? Secondly, what immediate projects need to be addressed within the CGE? And then thirdly, what is the CGE doing in the implementation of the sanitary dignity framework? Thank you.
Honorable Masiko.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Ms. Chiwa, you have asked very relevant questions. Those are the questions we are asking the interviewees, because we would like to tease their minds on whether they know what the CGE ought to be doing, especially in responding to some of the questions that you've responded to. And the one that you are speaking to as to what goes into the day-to-day work of the CGE is what the CGE is about. And that's the first question that I asked. Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, I think I was just more focused on like the work environment of the CGE and sort of understanding from a personal perspective, if someone would, if there was a committee member who would just focus more on the work environment. I mean, we should have termed it that way. But I would also just like to know more about the sanitary dignity framework, what the CGE is doing in that regard. I don't know if that is more of an interviewee question.
It's a question that needs to be answered by yourselves. You see, because when we are tempted to answer it, that means it will then give another candidate an opportunity to answer it. You see, because as we are asking you questions and follow-up questions, these are some of the things that we ask in assessing, trying to assess or test our candidates or knowledge, their knowledge about CGE. Okay, you will, in terms of the results, you will hear, we'll be still interviewing candidates until Friday. And then next week, we will be deliberating on the outcomes of the interviews. And we'll go present the report in the House and make recommendations to the House so that the House can adopt which candidates are they going to support, which those candidates are going to be, the Speaker will take those names to the President and for the President to make the final appointment. Yeah, and then we wish you good luck. And we know that some of you, during public comments, people have commented. And then also we look at the comments that people write because that's where we get the most understanding on who the candidate is and what are you doing. As for the first time that I heard that you're a Minister of Menstruation. But we wish you good luck. And I'm sure you're going to have lunch with us before you travel back to Gauteng, because I can see here it's written Gauteng. Yeah, and we're done. We've come to the end of your interview. Thank you very much. Stage 9.
Morning, Chair.
Yenza ihlale off, on, mic yakho. You're welcome. Itulo lesihleli kabi mhlambe zebaphazamisa nile. Yabona lesitulo lesi says 2 3 awuzilungise kahle. Nikezele sesinye look. Yeah, ngoba uphansi kakhulu. Manje asikhona ukubona kahle. Thank you very much, honorable members. Mr. Vijane, you're welcome. Feel free, take a deep breath. If it happens that you don't hear the question, you are free to ask, the honorable member will be asking you a question to repeat that question. And I'm sure you're not frightened by seeing honorable members on this other side, because you were once a member of parliament in the last term. Yes, we were with her last term. So, you know this environment. So you cannot be easily intimidated by honorable members. Because today you may be here sitting there, and maybe after 2 days you are sworn in. We don't know. But feel free, you're welcome, like all candidates. And you are going to have 45 minutes with us. You have 5 minutes for each question. And don't waste time by telling us preambles and, taking it dry instead of you answering a question and motivate a question, and you start with other things here, because you start by telling us about electricity. When we are asking you about CGE, then you are in right somewhere else. And we are not going even to tell you that you are out of order. We'll just look at you. So, my name is Nonhlanhla Ncubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Health. Sorry. No, something. So I was thinking of something. Why Honorable PT is reaching me? Why are you just came in and now I'm talking about health? I was health in the previous step. Maybe it's because I was talking about the candidate, that she was here in the previous term, and now I'm thinking of my previous committee, which is health. My apologies, honorable members. It's one of those things. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. So the lady sitting next to me is Kashifa. It's her also who just asks me other things about health, and then she confuses me. And then she's our content advisor. And Nelly Swanobatana is our committee secretary. And Dr. Tembe is our legal person. The gentleman sitting at the back is Dr. Tembe from our legal team here in Parliament. And the gentleman in your far right, far left, at the back is a sign language interpreter. And the gentleman next to Dr. Tembe is from one of the parties. He's a researcher. And then the two beautiful ladies at the back is Crystal and Tasneem. They are our researchers of the committee. I will now hand over to honorable members to introduce themselves. Honorable Masiko,
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good day, Ms. Tobejane. My name is Fikile Masigo. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and I'm a member of this panel. Thank you.
No, thanks, Chair. Good morning, good afternoon, Ms. Tobejane. Hope gore o tsogile all right, le right, le tsamile hantle, le gorogile, le tsogile. So, leina la ka ke go bona mang, Prudence Marekwa, member of the Portfolio Committee and member also of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Bajane, good day. My name is Tabile Masondo, the member of the Committee of EPC of Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities, and the member of this panel. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Tobejane. Ligama lami nguSithembile ngwakamhlongo, lilunga lale committee yabo.
Hello, Chama. Look, Kalina ke Carol Mahadi Piri, ke leloko la committee. Ebile ke ba bangwe ba tlongo le busa dipotso le amogelile.
Good morning, Miss Tobejane. Morning. Mhlambe awuqondanisa nje kancane lokhuzana ngoba sizokuzwa. Igama lami nginguMagdalena Duduzile Hlengwa. Ngililunga le Portfolio Committee yakwa Women, Youth, Person with Disability. Ngibuye ngibe lilunga le Interviewing Committee. Siyabonga.
Very good day to you, Ms. Tobejane. My name is Leon Mpiti. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee, but also a panelist on this subcommittee. All the best.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Nazli Sharif, member of the Portfolio Committee.
Good afternoon. My name is Ntokozo Hlonyana. I'm a member of the committee and also a member of the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. So, Honorable Mpiti and Sheriff, Mr. Bejana is your mkhaya, so you must not do other things here. That is on the lighter note, just to make her to relax. You must try to speak loud so that we can hear you. The first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself, and why do you think you're a suitable candidate to be appointed or to be recommended to be one of the commissioners for CGE?
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honorable members and the panelists. My name is Bulani Nokutobejane. In terms of myself, I'm embedded in a helping profession for the past 20 years. For the past 17 years, I was a child and youth care worker in Department of Social Development. And I was a social auxiliary worker. Then I came to Parliament for 5 years as a member of Parliament. When I go back home, I started the organization, which is a Twinkle Foundation. And I finished my studies, is where I attained my honors degree in social work. But being there, I'm a social activist where I'm doing daily job with the NGOs around my area. Then finally, I was invited to come and sit in the board of City Power for 2 years. Then presently, I'm sitting in Social Authority Housing and I'm chairing the committee of funding and development in terms of human settlement as an entity. Chair, for me, why I did apply for the commission and why will I see myself with the skills that I'm having and me attaining this long-standing degree that I was doing. I felt that let me put the CV, because as a social activist and embedded in helping the vulnerable ones and being the mouthpiece and advocate of the people. So I said that I will be fit in terms of being a commissioner and being an advocate, because one of the things, advocacy is the thing that I do daily, especially more on the children that are in conflict with the law, a boy child, and more on the children that they don't have anyone that they can take care or be their mouthpiece. That's why I see myself as being, if I can be appointed, and on the issues of legislation, monitoring as one functions of the commission is to monitor and evaluate the policies and the legislation. As I was given an opportunity to be a member of parliament for 5 years, I was exposed to that. And being now in a social authority, that is one thing, because its mandate is to monitor the policy in terms of transformation on the allocation of housing. So I see myself that with the little exposure that I'm having, I could assist in taking the country forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Masipa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Ms. Topejani, on your first response and introduction of yourself. I think in terms of your introduction, you have most probably come face to face with the work of the CGE. And you have touched a bit on the question that I'm about to ask on the role in terms of the mandate and the powers of CGE. Now, one would like to know what your understanding is on the mandate, the powers and the functions of CGE in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation. And also, can you briefly explain what the role of a commissioner at CGE is? Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Ma'am, can you please go on the first one?
What is your understanding of CGE's mandate, powers, and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation?
Okay. No, thank you, ma'am. The role and the mandate of the CGE, as we know that the CGE is mandated from the Constitution of South Africa, Chapter 2 of 1996, and it's Act number 39 of 1996, and it's a Chapter 9 institution that it's more on strengthening the democracy and its independence. And in terms of the mandate, it's the issue of accountability, the issue of monitoring the policy, issue of evaluating the policy, and writing the reports. And the CGE can write the report, or they can recommend to the parliament any law that, or the report that they need to streamline on the gender issues. And including the conduct on the education and the research and investigation, it can investigate e.g. the departments. Like last year, there was a department of SAPS that the CGE did check whether on the issue of the commission that is doing its job and whether SAPS is upholding on the mandate that they were given to. So that's the thing. I don't know in terms of the role. Okay, in terms of the role, it's to monitor. Remember, the CGE is there to monitor the parliament process. Number one, to monitor whether the legislation is being implemented fully, and to check whether the mandate of the parliament or the mandate of that legislation is being implemented. As we know that as the country, we do have good legislation, but in terms of monitoring and evaluation, we do lack on that. Thank you.
Are you saying CGE is monitoring parliament or is accountable to parliament?
It's accountable to parliament, Chair, but it's monitoring the legislation that is being passed by the parliament, Chair.
Legislation, when legislation is passed by lawmakers in parliament, who does the implementation?
When the legislation is passed, Chair, it will go to the members of parliament and then it will go to the state organs. So in terms of the state organs, it's where the monitoring needs to be done. It's where that the entities like CGE can come in, or they are there in order to monitor whether the legislation is being monitored. And they will even check the programs that they needed to be implemented.
Okay. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. The first question really that I have is in regards to the CGE and how it operates within the provinces throughout the country. We've seen quite a number of concerning facts, I suppose, that, you know, some of the CGE officers hardly receive complaints from the community, particularly from women. And so my question really to you is, do you think the provincial officers of the CGE are effective? And if you do think they are, why? If you don't, why? And should you be appointed as a commissioner, how will you make these officers available to the most vulnerable people in society, that being women? Thank you.
No, thank you. In terms of the CGA having 9 offices in 9 provinces, one will welcome that because those are the demographics of the geographical the demographics that you are having. But in terms of if some of the provinces doesn't get any cases or nobody goes there, there is a problem. It shows that the issue of communication is lacking, number one. The issue of publicity, that's number 2. Remember, if maybe I'm based in Tzaneen, deep down rural area of Limpopo, and there is a CGE office and I don't know about that, and maybe I'm a woman that is being abused who need help. So it's a problem. It shows that there's no education, number 2. Number 1, there's no publicity. And for us to have those publicity, maybe is to use the radio, using our Veneca, you know, using all state organs, the schools, using the churches, using the hospital. So in terms of advertising or marketing the offices of the CGE so that everybody needs to know about that. And again, I will stress, I will be more in rural. We are fortunate in terms of our democracy because it's where we recognize izinkosi, dikhosi, where we know that most people that are in rural area, this is it's a first a communication level that you are having because most people that are in rural area izinkosi or dikhosi will call the meetings where they talk to their communities. So if the CGE can tap on the forums like that, it will be easier for those that are down in the rural area can access that. As we know that on the issues of social media, not everyone we are economically embedded of having phones, radios and everything. But the question of the stakeholder integration, for me, for those ones that are in rural area, it will assist so that my aunt in Limpopo can know that there is a CGE. When I come in the same suburb or I will use Johannesburg. I'm from Soweto. but I was not vested more on the issues or on the offices of the CGE. I'm from Soweto. If we're having those satellite offices, because the province can have the main office, but if we're having the satellite offices that can go through the municipality, maybe the wards, it can assist. We will see that it's a maybe in terms of finances, it will be stretching, but if we're having the CG office or maybe a satellite office in Ward 16, I will know that people that are around Ward 16, when they're having a problem in terms of gender-based violence or the girl child or any issue that the CG are addressing, or maybe a person want to write something to say, can you please change this legislation, or I want to report this to Parliament. If we're having that from the ward level till the provincial one, I think it will work and it will address and it will touch everybody, but not forgetting using our vernacular, how to talk to our community members. Not everybody understand English and not everybody will know, but if you address me in Sesotho, or if the CGE will get the pamphlet in Sesotho, it will be easy for somebody to translate to it, including the drawings, the annotation, how you do the pamphlet, so that to draw any person, whether I can take it from the taxi rank or what, if the person went to have it and check, okay, there is a institution like this. Because when you say chapter 9 institution, not everybody invested on that. Thank you.
Chair, quick follow-up, just quickly. Currently, what do these offices currently do in the provinces, the CGE offices?
Can you repeat that, sir?
What do the CGE offices in the provinces currently do?
I read that. I'm not sure what they're doing. I did read that the CG office, they are educating the community and they are reviewing and they can recommend to the Parliament. So yeah, that's what that I read. But for me, having an interaction with them, no, I never had it. That's why I said in terms of publicity, if one like me, I never knew what is happening, but not reading, because for me, it's because I did read, not going there directly.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Vijane, I have an easiest question here. Yeah, two. A key strategic outcome 2 of the Commission as per its strategic plan of 2019 to 2024 is to promote and protect gender equality through public awareness, education, investigation, and litigation. Do you think that this has been done successfully? What innovative means would you adopt to promote public awareness of and access to the Commission? Thank you.
No, thank you. For me, yes, I will say there was a strategic planning that they did attain. If as a country we are part of the United International Treaties, that's number one. We belong there, like we are part of the Beijing, and as a country we are having national strategic planning. That one, that shows that in terms of the CGE, it's doing a good job and it's part of these international mandatory organizations. And in terms of issues of if I'm right, you did ask on the issues of litigations. In terms of that, yes, the ECG is doing a good job, because there was a case of South African police that I stress in that to check that whether does it having the victim empowerment area to how if a person come to report a case, especially an abused woman. So on that, yes, it do, because it did take this report up. We read about it. It's in the social media and people even do the feedback or on that. So the CGE on the issues of taking the international treat forward, and we as a South African country to be part of that. It shows that on the issue of peace and stability amongst women and amongst equality, we are doing a good job, and we can see that in practical. But one will stress that the issue of road shows, maybe if the work that you are doing, it can be more exposed so that everybody know about that. It will assist, and it will show that there are the cherry on top as a government that the government is doing and protecting the women in general.
Mr. Vejan, you are talking about CGE, Commission for Gender Equality. So maybe my understanding is that Honorable Masondo was asking you about the a key strategic outcome of the Commission for Gender Equality as per their strategic plan 2019 to 2024. Are you familiar with their strategic plan? That's what she was asking.
No, I'm not it. Okay.
So she was asking you if maybe she told you what does the strategic plan contains or entails, and then she asked you a question: do you think that has been done successfully? And what innovative means would you adopt to promote public awareness of the access to the Commission? Honorable Masondo, you were reading a question, Tremos.
Yes, that's from your correction.
Okay.
No, Chairperson, thank you. I never went through the strategic planning of the Commission.
Okay. All right. Honorable Ntokozo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, my questions for you are only three. First and foremost, we do acknowledge that you're a member of parliament who have served for 5 years. So you should have an understanding relating to legislation and policy review. So I will not ask you a question relating to that. So the question that I will ask you, the first question, it will be that understanding that you have 17 years as a child and youth care worker, do you have management experience? And if so, can you provide us with details of this experience, highlighting specific management skills that you possess? That's the first question. The second question will be, do you have any litigation experience? And if so, can you provide us with details in this regard? And then the last question will be that commissioners are supposed to be non-partisan. You are a member of parliament representing the African National Congress. My question to you now will be, how are you going to be able to serve in this position, but separate yourself from the political party that you come from? Thank you.
No. Thank you, ma'am. Can I start with the last one? It's okay.
Yeah, you can start anyway.
Okay. I think as a South African, number one, I maybe belong in a political party, but when you come on the issues of gender equality, these are classless issues. They don't have a class, they don't have a politics that need to be attained, or any religion that you can be on, that can be glued on your skin. And again, on the issues of politics, as a social worker, you take an oath, and as a social worker, you belong to the councils, and as a social worker, you belong to the professional body. If I can be appointed as a commissioner, there are laws that you need to upload to, because if I can separate myself from it, then I say, and I put the issues of politics inside, I won't serve my country with pride, and I won't bring peace to a woman who needs an assistant or a child that need an assistant from me. And as an individual, we belong to political parties because of a choice. But at the end of the day, it's not a right to be in a political parties. And being member, I think the way an honorable member has said that I was served under the African National Congress is because we belong to political parties to bring change into our life and to the society as general. But I don't think this can impact on my work if I can be appointed as a commissioner chair. Then
sorry, continue.
Can I continue? Okay. Then in terms of the experience on litigation, as a social worker, there's a lot of cases that you deal with daily. I'm not working presently. I stopped working in March. But I will use the experience that I use, because as I'm in the field of children and youth, and more on the children that are in conflict with the law, it's where you'll find the litigation, where you need to deal with the issues of children's rights, where you need to upload to it, where you need to deal with the issues of minimum standards. So I will say I do have an experience when it comes to that. On the first question on the 17 years experience as a child and youth care worker, and you asked me, an honorable member, about the management skill. One will be fortunate that I'm having a certificate in human resource and labor relation, and I didn't maybe say it earlier. I was a shop steward for ±10 years, and for me, on the issues of management skill, I will say yes, because I did sit in 2 boards. And remember, when you're a member of the council, you need to foresee the issues of corporate governance, the issues of ethics, the issues of finances, and the issues of accountability. And the issues of human capital, to check your organizational structure, whether there is the issue of full employment, whether the organization or the entity does uphold to the issue of labor issues. Then on the issue of management skills, I will put it on that. Not management skills maybe based on the organizations, on the NGO, but on a strategic level. As now, as I had said, I'm sitting in the board of Social Housing Authority, and where the executive of that institution then come to report, especially on the project, to check the allocation of the project, to check the funding and issues of transformation on a daily basis. I will say yes, ma'am. Thank you.
If you're appointed as a commissioner in CGE, what I want to check with you, because I can see that you spoke of corporate governance, and the commissioner, the way there's a separation of powers between commissioners and the administration. Have you identified any gap? Unfortunately, the bill, but I wanted to ask you a question, but now your time is up, unfortunately. Yeah, well, Pete. Bengifuna ukumbuza a follow-up question, but manje maseyikhala la kimi ngizosuke ngingakwazi ukunstoppa na. Yeah, no, it's fine. Thank you very much. Ntokozo, Honorable Boni.
Thank you, Chairperson. Once more, good afternoon, Ms. Tobejane. As you know, that the Constitution of our country, the Republic, directs that the Chapter 9 institutions, of which CGE or the Commission on Gender Equality is one, that they must be independent, impartial, and must be independent, subject to the Constitution and the law only. Now, my question to you is that why do you think, Ms. Tobejane, that the Constitution requires that the CGE, as for all other institutions of Chapter 9 institutions, be both independent and impartial, and also protects that independence? I hope the question is clear. I can repeat if you, should I?
No, I'm okay,
You're
ma'am.
okay.
Yes.
Okay, so I can proceed. Then the next one will be, do you regard yourself as being independent-minded and impartial, and why? Thank you.
No, thank you, Honorable Member. In terms of question 1, yes, indeed, the Commission needs to be independent. As a Chapter 9 institution, when we talk about strengthening of democracy, where there is the word democracy, it shows that it needed an independence, so that to open for anyone or to open for each and every citizens of South Africa or to come in. Because if the Commission is not independently, who will come if he's having a problem, or who will come if he wanted to put a submission? Nobody will. It needed to be independence because it talks about equality, and the equality doesn't only focus on women, but both men and women. So for me, indeed, I would say that the Commission needs to be independently, so that it must attract everyone and the rights of everyone must be attained there. Then for myself, yes, I will say that I'm an independent person. I will say that I'm an independent person again. Politics won't bring a red tape to anybody that comes to me if I need to be an advocate to somebody who can't stand up for himself or for herself. The issues of independence, they bring peace and they bring unity and prosperity in the society at large. So I see myself as an independent person, and to be in a helping profession, you need to be independent, because that's one of the values and accountable. So if you are not independent, you won't do your work in the right way, or you won't advocate for any issue in a good manner. Thank you.
Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon once again. As you are aware, gender-based violence and femicide continue to ravage South Africa. And currently we have a plan in place to try and combat GBVF. If you could please tell the panel what that plan is and elaborate on it. We've also got 3 GBVF bills, if you can tell us what that is. Also, how do you think the CGE can give effect to the plan and the related legislation? And lastly, what kind of activities can the CGE undertake to create awareness as well as combat GBVF? Thank you, Chair.
Can I get the last one?
What kind of activities can the CGE do to create awareness and combat GBVF?
No, thank you. I think as a country, South Africa, number one, okay, our constitution, it's a very good constitution. Then in terms of the national strategic planning, especially on gender, it's where you find the framework that will align to the ECG. Then there you will check about the issue of a girl child, women in poverty, women in agriculture, women in economy. So I will stress more on the women in poverty when we take the inequalities that are facing us as a country, as we know that most poverty hit women and children, and where the unemployment, this is the informal sector that you find most women that are not working. In terms of the national strategic planning, it's the framework that the commission, the CG that is using daily, because when you check the issue of gender-based violence, it's one of the framework that is there in the national strategic planning, and the issue of a girl child. So as a country and in terms of the commission, for us aligning ourselves in this framework, we do align ourselves including in the international treaties, like the Beijing Plan of Action that you find this. Then, but again, in terms of the National Strategic Plan, I think it's having 15 chapters. I will zoom on chapter 11 on the protection of the social protection. Why social protection? Again, on the inequalities that float to us. You know, the issue of unemployment, issues of unemployment is the one that bring the symptoms that we're having, that you find that you have been attacks, as we mentioned, and the inequalities and not getting paid as women in the same salary, or you'll find the disparities in the workplace. So this, I will put the national strategic plan. Then in terms of the 3 bills that have been legislated, the Criminal Act Bill of Sexual Offences, as we know, I still remember while we're still in Parliament in social development, especially on the perpetrators, to say today Bulani is a perpetrator, but tomorrow Bulani is being invited in the interview of the Gender Commission or of Human Rights, and if I was listed maybe as a perpetrator, your name will be everybody, everywhere. They will know that there is a person like that is a perpetrator. So this Criminal Act of Sexual Offense, it's a win for the victims, for those children that can't stand for themselves, especially the under children, for those aged people that they can't stand for themselves. Here, the president and members of parliament, it was a gold or a cup that we can run with as a country. Then the domestic amended act that assisted a lot to empower a victim. Remember, the first one didn't empower a victim. For this one, it did empower a victim, so that you must report your case in 24 hours. And even if you have been raped after 3 days, you can even go to the police station and report that, and you must be served with dignity and your case must be heard. That's why now as a country, we see that people that have been raped were being raped 20 years ago or 10 years ago. Now they are coming out because of this domestic violence. And the third one is the Criminal Act. In terms of all other criminal issues, it can be murder, it can be robberies or what. So these 3 acts, they did give a pride to South Africans to show that indeed we are represented and there is a voice up there that is talking to ourselves. On the issue of, can you please come, the last one, is it activism or activities?
Activities.
Activities. In terms of the activities and awareness, the structural of our government from the parliament till to the municipality, including the entities.
Did I rope it? Eh?
I did interject to explain the question.
Okay.
Just for fairness.
Okay. I'll give a 39 seconds.
Okay. Can I start? Chair?
Yes, I'll
Okay.
give you 39 seconds.
No, in terms of the activities, I think issue of a stakeholder relation. If we're having a strong stakeholder relation in these 3 spheres of government, it's where the programs can be outlined, monitored, and being evaluated, observed. So having a strong stakeholder, your imbizos from down, having your community meetings, and having even social media, although I'm not that much clued up in social media, but for the young people that is, imagine a 10-year-old can read more about the commission in terms of the social media more than me, but an integrated stakeholder activities can assist on this.
Yeah, unfortunately, when you are saying we are not screwed up, we are not too much in the social media. One organization did say that about you. They said when they were were receiving public comments, they said, I can't find anything in the social media about this candidate. So you're confirming to us, which is not bad, because I'm also not in the social media. Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable Mamhlengwa.
Thank you very much, Chair. Miss Tobejan. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. You have been telling us your experience even here in Parliament and your management. Tell us more that you think this post you are the most suitable for this post. If so, can you provide us with an example of when successfully exercise your leadership skills? Thank you.
No, thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, one will say that I see myself, or it's a dream to come and serve as a commissioner. And when I said it's suitable, I was a shop steward in a shop floor representing workers. If being a shop steward at that time, it was at early age, maybe 30 years. Then I served 9 years being a shop steward till in the leadership of Nehao, where the issue of Employment Equity Act, the issue of affirmative action, that time it was supposed to be implemented. And it's where I did see myself as a leader. As young as I was that time, coming down to check the employment equity stats, whether do they balance in terms of the people with disability, number one, in terms of the women, representation of women. Number two, in the issue of literacy. Remember, as a country, not all of us, we are educated, and due to our past apartheid laws that we come from. But being a shop steward at that time, on my leadership, it's where we came with the recognition of prior learning, where we said Bulani did serve in this position for 20 years, is having experience and skill and can be elevated to be a manager. And you find that maybe Bulani that time can be a manager without papers. So this is one of the things that I think I'm suitable on that. And for me, on the issue again of labor, tap into those that are in farms, how to the commission or as a commissioner, it will be easy for me to go and to know that those people that are working in farms, in agricultural sector, that we even not most people would close about them, to check whether does the Equity Act cover them. Are these the women taking the leaves? Are these women being paid in terms of their offs or what? So I feel that I would be suitable, especially on the field of checking the issues of labor. Number two, on the leadership, yes, I was on the leadership of the union. Number two, for somebody to serve in parliament, it's a leadership because people see something out of you, whether you are in or you are out. But if your community believe in you, it doesn't need you to have a PhD, or it doesn't need you to have a degree. But if the community can come together to say, Bulani can champion our issue. We are here when you come to parliament, you will come into parliament in a different cap. Maybe that time your cap of mine was on the issues of the children and youth who are in conflict with the law, because people will say, no, those ones, we must close them, they are sealed or whatever. So in terms of the leadership, for you to, even if to apply now, for me to be here and people, chairperson commenting about Bulani doesn't reflect in social media. It shows a leadership because people had an interest to write something about me, to comment about me. But adding, serving in the boards, I did serve in the board of government employee pension fund, where it's having the asset of 3 million. And that time I didn't have a degree, but sitting there in finance committee, allocating the investment of the country, of the workers, I see myself as a leadership. Sitting in city power, a board for 2 years, and sitting in human capital of human resource, dealing about the issue of restructuring of city power. I was part of that. Now sitting in social housing authority, allocating the budget for all social housing, including the RDPs that we need to attain as a right for a person who doesn't have a house. I see myself as a leadership that I'm having. I'm sorry, the only thing, I'm very calm in nature. So I don't know, do people see that thing?
Thank you very much. Honorable Masondo.
I've already asked the question.
Oh, Nyakbon, sorry. Honorable Tongo.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Tobechan, as a commissioner of CGE, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality?
Because as a commissioner, I will be there representing as an entity of a government. For the organs of the government, number one is to uphold to the policies and to implement those policies. Number two, as a commissioner, is to monitor that the work that we've been giving to is being that its mandate is being attained and being adhered to. Then number three is the issue of education. Is the education that the Gender Commission needs to champion? Does it touch each and every one of the citizens in South Africa or any person in the community? And as a commissioner, I will research to check whether, remember, we can have a legislation and you find that that legislation doesn't work or doesn't appeal to someone. I will use where I am now. A social housing authority, it's saying that it's occupying the rental space, and it's say we need to do the rental housing in Limpopo. And when you check Limpopo is a very, very high province when it comes to housing. And who are you to come from here from Soweto and said you want to put the rental houses in Venda? So already you're gonna fail as a government because people from Venda, they can build nice houses for themselves and they don't believe in rental. So this is how you can check, going back to the commissioner, is other legislation do apply to us or what? Remember, we're still having the incourses, and I will use issue of ukutwala. Other people will see that ukutwala as a violence against women, but this side on the culturalist, it's a two different things. So for us to come back together as a two parties is to come back and sit down and compromise and see it's where the rights of a person come in, you know. So it's a two-way thing. If the integrated program or the reconstruction can assist the commissioner or me as a commissioner in other areas. But there are areas that there will be barriers that we need to break them. Issues of religions are different. My values and your values will be different in other things. They are not going to be the same. But here the professionalism and accountability to come in and the issue of ethics. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. That was your last question. Is there anything that you want to ask the committee?
Okay, nothing. Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairperson. I just wanted to know in terms of the APP, because we know that it's for program, which program that the commission meet its target.
Which program?
The parliament, the APP is having 4 quarters. So I just wanted, because it's 4 programs, so I just wanted to know, can I go to the administration? Because I did see that there was a challenge with the CEO of the commission. So I don't know whether it's a right issue or what.
Yeah, you see the question that you're asking us, it's questions that we're going to ask you.
Yeah.
And we don't want to tell our candidates what is happening in CGE. We want candidates, because we are testing their knowledge and understanding of the institution. So we are expecting those answers from our candidates, so that we when we do our assessment at the end of the day, we are able to analyze how each candidate has responded and whether this candidate has knowledge of CGE, and including the APPs, strategic plans and APPs. So that's why we're not going to answer you.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know you don't have to be apologetic. It's within your right to ask a whatever question. But we don't answer that. We are prepared to answer you any question relating to us as the portfolio committee, but any question relating to CGE, we are like,
Okay.
Yeah. But thank you very much.
Thank you,
We wish you well. We wish you good luck. The results, you will know the results next week when we are deliberating with our report, but also we'll have to present our report to the House so that the House can adopt it, and the Speaker will then take the report to the President for the President to make the final appointments. So it's then that the people's names that are recommended, they will know which ones have the President appointed. But thank you very much for accepting our invitation. We wish you good luck. Fly safe to Gauteng. I know that today it was drizzling a little bit in Gauteng, and fly safe, because we don't know afternoon how will the weather be. whether it will be a stormy one or what, but for now it was just drizzling. But thank you very much and go well.
No, thank you so much for the opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, she is. So, yes, let's break for lunch for 30 minutes and come back at what time? Now it's 1:10. We are coming back at 20 to 2.
Recording stopped.
are you?
Good afternoon, Chairperson and the members of the panel. I am very well and grateful to be here. Thank you.
Feel free and just relax. I know that sometimes it's intimidating to be in Parliament because you are not used to be in this building that intimidates from outside. So when you are being called, you are given an opportunity to come to Parliament, it's something that you will value and cherish for the rest of your life, because other people, they just see Parliament on TV, and you are here. You are fortunate that you, at least you are seeing even the walls and everything. You can even touch the wall. So that's another advantage of being a candidate. So my name is Nonhlanhla Ncubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The lady sitting next to me is Kashifa. Kashifa is our content advisor. And next to you, the lady sitting next to you is Neliswa Nobatana. Neliswa is our committee secretary. The gentleman at the back is Dr. Tembe. Dr. Tembe is our legal person from Parliament. The two beautiful ladies there at the back, they are our committee researchers, Tasnim and Christelle. I'll hand over to honorable members to introduce themselves. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good day to you, Miss or Mrs. Miss Konjelwayo. Igama ufikile wakamasiko, ngiqhamuka kwi-province yase KZN, ngiyilunga le-committee le-portfolio committee yomama, abantu abasha, nabantu abakhubazekile. Ngibuye ngibe ilunga lale panel ye-interview. Ngiyabonga.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Konjelwayo, Sis Lindiwe. My name is Bonnie Prudence Marekwa. They call me Bonnie. I'm a member of the committee, also serving in this panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Lindiwe. Konjelayo. My name is Tabile Masondo, member of the Committee on Women, Youth, Persons with Disabilities, member of this panel. Just open the thing.
Sanibonani Miss Kunjulwayo, igama lami nguSithembile ngwakamhlongo, lilunga lale committee.
Good afternoon, Mam Lindiwe. I can't pronounce it properly, but good afternoon to yourself, and you're welcome. My name is Carol Piri. I'm a member of a portfolio as well as a panelist for today. Thanks.
Good afternoon, Lindiwe. How is your journey?
Sawubona ma.
Sawubona kanyama.
Cha. Nyathela lamabala amakhulu kangaka. Kuyinto enkulu, kuyisibusiso esivele ezulwini.
Amen.
Ngibonga nezalukwazi nogogo abangibeke kule ndawo.
Hlakaniphile-ke wena. Igama lami nginguMagdalena Duduzile Hlengwa. Ngililunga le-portfolio committee yaka Women, Youth and Person with Disability. Ngibuye ngibe yimember ye-interviewing committee. Nguthisha kuyazi ukuthi ngithini.
Molweni siswam. Igama nguLuyolo Mpiti. I'm a member of this portfolio committee as well as a panelist on this panel. All the best.
Good afternoon, Nazli Sharif, member of the committee and panel.
Ngiyabingelela Miss Lindiwe Konjelwayo. igama lami uNtokozo wakaHlonyana. I'm a member of the committee and I'm also part of the panelist. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Ms. Konjoloyo, you have only 45 minutes with us. Each and every member is going to ask you questions. If you don't understand the question, it's better for you to ask the member to repeat the question so that you don't go all over. Or when you go all over, you are taking your time. So my clock will just ring, and when you try to answer, already time is up. So it's a zero. There's nothing we can do. So that's why it's important for you to ask the member to repeat the question. And then the first question is introduce yourself. Who are you? And tell us about yourself. But also, according to your form, which you have submitted to Parliament, and the information, the extra information that you have submitted to Parliament, I will give you a time so that you can be able to explain to the committee other things that you have declared to us, so that at least we don't come back to you regarding that. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Kumnandi ukuba la, jabulela ukuthi ngenyanga kaSeptember, inyanga yamagugu namasiko, sisesenethuba lokusebenzisa isisekelo sohulumeni wethu ukuthi si-expresse, sikhulume ngolimi lwethu. Ngiyabonga kakhulu. My name is Lindiwe Adelaide Konjelwayo, hailing from KwaZulu-Natal. I arrived in Gauteng province in the year 2000 to seek better opportunities because I was a graduate educator who couldn't get employed in KZN, obviously because of the influx. Everybody was moving from any other area to come and teach in KZN. Arriving in Gauteng, I worked as a security officer with a diploma teaching senior primary educator, and that is where I began to be more conscious of the inequalities, the imbalances, the impact of gender-based violence in the security industry. And I would have experienced it as a shop steward of Sakau whilst I was still in Newcastle, being a shop steward for the South African Commercial and Catering and Allied Workers Union, where you'd see women being searched at the doorstep, publicly so, dehumanizing in the busy streets. And when you question such, you are regarded as truant and therefore you should be dismissed. As a result, I felt I'm going to lose a job. Being dismissed is not a good thing. So I had to come to Johannesburg, where I started working as a security industry, not knowing that me coming to work as a security officer is further intensifying the consciousness of ensuring that I understand the calling in me, a calling to be a lobbyist and an influencer on the issues of women emancipation. In the year 2003, I got employed in the Gauteng Department of Education, where I served as a post-level 1 educator and exited the system in 2013 as a school principal. I want to believe I was the youngest principal at the time in the country, serving under Minister Angie Motshekga. And I left the profession because I was called, or I had applied to work for the city of Ekurhuleni as the manager in the Speaker's office, responsible for public participation, coordinating public participation and stakeholder engagement, also assisting with provision of strategic direction in as far as administration and after Discrimination. Let's see. One. Eight. And Mayor, I have never been aware of a criminal record because back then in 1995, I was charged with assault. And being charged with assault, I was cautioned and discharged. I was never convicted. It only appeared now when I was looking for a job at the Department of Education now in July. After I had applied for the CGE position, when I went for my renewal of the SACE certificate, it then appeared that I have a criminal record, which I've been cautioned. And so I'm declaring that I've already applied for expungement because it's a record that is more than 10 years, 27 years ago. And I was a child. I don't even know the merits of what happened. I can't recall, but that thing is there. My apologies for the inconvenience this might have caused. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Konjelwayo. Thank you, because you have just submitted yourself and you've declared it to us. When we received your application and your form, we're going through your form, we even saw the attached documents on it, and we haven't received yet our state security report, but at least you were able to declare upfront. That's why it's important for us that any candidate that has got something must also tell us, so that you don't just get disqualified without giving an opportunity to explain yourself. We have public comments. And in those public comments, I see here, yeah, there were 46 public comments. Those people are lobbying for you. They are saying you are one candidate that they want to see here. So all of you will tell you how many people have commented on your name. If they have raised anything that is negative also, we will tell you here, so that, you know, people don't understand on why do we need public comments. But these public comments, Tina, we are using them because they empower us as the committee on who exactly is this person that you are interviewing. Thank you very much. I think if there's any member who wants to ask you any question regarding the information that you just presented to us, is there any member? No. Oh, you're satisfied how she explained herself. Okay, thank you very much, honorable members. The first question goes to Honorable Masiko.
Chair, maybe one must firstly appreciate the honesty and the transparency first. And maybe let me firstly congratulate you on your recent appointment. Sikufisela konke okuhle dadewethu emsebenzini wakho omusha osanda kuwuthola. And I do hope that you are one of the teachers that are called as ngikusho ukuthi umsebenzi wokufundisa nalo obuhlengikazi ekuqaleni umuntu wayibizelwa kuwona engayi ngoba nakho mhlambe efisa ukuthi athole imali. And I can see that it is a calling for you to teach and take care of the future of South Africa, which is our young people and our children. All the best. We want to get your knowledge on a commission on gender equality, the Chapter 9 institution that you have applied, or maybe that you have been nominated to serve as a commissioner in, its role, its mandate. As you know that it is a Chapter 9 institution which is established with a view to strengthen a constitutional democracy. What is your understanding of the CGE's mandate, its powers, and its functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling environment? That's the first part of the question. The second part of the question then speaks to the role of the commissioners. What then becomes the role of the commissioners at the Commission for Gender Equality? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, panelist. The Commission on Gender Equality is established in terms of the Commission of Gender Equality Act, but also the Constitution of the country as a section, a Chapter 9 institution. It being established, its primary role is that of promoting education in as far as gender equality is concerned. It also has a role to investigate on all gender equality related matters. In investigation, it ensures that it monitors and oversees implementation of applicable policies that would necessitate the attainment to gender equality. I'm saying this because we all know that for this world to be equal, I have a strong belief that women's rights should be treated or should be included as human rights. And that on its own means we need to advocate for research, policy reviews, and ensure that at all the time we bridge the gaps. So the role of the commissioners in this regard would be ensuring that they conduct research and investigate all gender-related matters as it pertains to gender equality, report accordingly to relevant stakeholders so that the promotion and the protection of the rights of women, children, and other vulnerable groups is taken care of. They also have a responsibility of sitting in between committees of parliament, but also committees of external stakeholders, so that there is liaison between what is done by the commission, but also what the people. So CGE has a responsibility to listen to the people and create or enhance policy interventions that will respond and address the issues of gender equality. Part of how it is going to do that, one, it's through advocacy of public education, enhancing public participation, that there shall be consultation in line with the values as enshrined in the Constitution, that of consultation, ensuring that of everything that they've consulted people on or they've been informed by people is taken to the relevant directorate, in this regard, government and the presidency, so that policy framework is then developed and people's needs are responded to. Thank you, ma'am.
I think we still have time, Chair. Yeah. The role of commissioners. What is the role of commissioners? And probably at a later stage, I like what you have raised along the issues of advocacy and public education. And I really wanted to relate that to what you do in schools. Do you think that a CGE would have a role to play in educating, in fact, reaching out to basic education schools and educating young children about their rights?
Like I said, that the role of the commissioners, ma'am, is that of ensuring that what the community is saying or what legal statutes are saying needs to be put into practicality. And that can only happen if it is done through advocacy and education. So one of the critical responsibilities that commissioners would have is that of overseeing transformation and ensuring that that transformation is implemented to the latter in line with all strategies and treaties that the country is a signatory to, and ensure that the people also understand the mandate, the core mandate of the CGE, that of promoting and protecting the rights of women and other vulnerable groups in the society. When it pertains to the issue of what role CGE can play in the promotion of equality rights, in particular in a school context, yes, I fully agree that the visibility of the commission starting from early childhood development is essential, given the fact that institutionalization of any form of violence, be it discrimination, be it dehumanization, starts from the family. I believe the family is the basic unit of the society, and as such, it being the basic unit of the society, it therefore means we need to inculcate the culture of teaching our kids as early as they are before school about the impact of gender-based violence, so that they become a conscious citizenry that understand the battle or the struggles that historically would have faced and how to respond to them and become the voices of the future.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I would also like to appreciate the upfrontness that has been shared with us. I think it's, the way that it needs to be, particularly when we do conduct these type of interviews. Chair, I think one of the most important things about processes like this is the element of public participation and the element of public comment. And I think, as you started it, Chair, in your introduction, is to say to the public that we as members of Parliament take that very seriously and go through every public comment that is received. It's not something that is just not considered. And so, I think it's important to continuously give that assurity to the public that their comments are not something that is thrown away, but are comments that are very considered, and we take quite seriously to ask these candidates. So I'd just like to begin maybe with that note, with some of the public comments that we did receive from the public. There were a few concerns that were raised, ma'am, in regards to work that you've done in government. So my question really is, do you currently have any type of work that you are doing with any state institution or government institution currently? I don't know if you would want to answer that before I continue.
No, I don't have any business with the state.
All right, thank you very much. That is definitely noted. I will move to my second question, which relates to the functioning of the Commission of Gender Equality. And really, this goes to your understanding in regards to the role and responsibilities and functions of the provincial offices of the CGE in terms of the work that it does in communities. What is your understanding of these provincial offices and the functions that they are responsible in conducting in communities?
Thank you very much, Chair. The mandate of the Commission is one, and it doesn't interchange, because the animal that is confronting us, called gender inequality, is also one. But based on the demographics of a particular province, the Commission would conduct a need analysis for a particular province and relook at the strategies that they need to employ in addressing the challenges, because they might differ. Women in rural areas are different from women in Gauteng, for example, which is more a suburban area. So the needs might not be the same in terms of the provision of services. However, the limitations thereof needs to be addressed properly. So like we indicated earlier on, that the core function of the Commission is that of promoting and protecting the rights of women and children and other vulnerable groups, the provinces will have to adhere to that particular mandate and ensure that at all times there is reporting to that particular effect and reviews are done so that the services are improved.
Just one more question on that. From the analysis that you've made in terms of the CGE, what is it that you will bring that's currently not there in terms of the functioning of the CGE if you are appointed as a commissioner? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think the first thing is that one would appreciate that the Commission on Gender Equality has moved with strides in as far as the attainment of gender equality is concerned, with all the limitations in as far as infrastructural resources are concerned, the issue of budget constraints. The CGE has optimally functioned. The review on the relevant reports that are submitted to parliaments demonstrate that there is performance at an expected level. However, at a personal view, I feel that CGE has not compelled departments to institutionalize what we call gender focal specialists or gender focal points who are going to necessitate that they are watchdogs or ambassadors of gender equality. If I can make an example, all institutions, the CGE might be having a report that says all institutions have got gender focal points or persons. However, the challenge is that those gender focal persons do not even have decision powers. They are swapped around. Today is this one, tomorrow is that one. When they go to a meeting, there is no decision that they have. The second aspect, the issue of budget for the CGE to can conduct or do what is expected of it in as far as realizing gender equality. And mind you, I did indicate earlier that we acknowledge the greater strides that the Commission has moved in ensuring that we attain gender equality by 2030. The posture of governance, the governance level that we're at 42% is a direction, is a sign in a positive direction that will attain a gender equality by 2030. However, the limitations becomes the localization at the ground level. The ward committees, for example, in terms of capacity, they are the people who are in touch with the public on day to day. But how does the information of the ward committee reach a city manager or a chief operations officer who would say there is an open space that is posing a threat for gender-based violence? And this open space in its character and nature is saying it requires lights, the budgeting thereof. That thing cannot happen if a gender focal person is a person today is an administrator, tomorrow is an auxiliary service, tomorrow is something else. It needs a dedicated gender focal person who will understand the dynamics and the demography of different areas so that what we regard as addressing the gaps and bridging the challenges is concerned, is resolved. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon once again. It's pretty clear that you have really good experience when it comes to local government and being the head of GOD. Can you explain to the panel how you have looked at the National Strategic Plan and implemented it within your scope of work?
Thank you very much, ma'am. I appreciate the fact that the city of Ekurhuleni where I work and its stakeholders participated in the drafting of the National Strategic Plan. From the Emergency Response Action Plan, where it was expected that government needs to report on what plans they have in place to respond to the crisis that was emerging around 2017, 2018. Panelists will recall the killing of Uyinene Mkhwetjana, the killing of Tsekofatso Pule, Togo, Kubeka, the missing child, Amahle Thabete, Chairperson. It was happening and there was no closure. And when that confrontation happened, the president responded to say, we need to resolve the impasse. And in resolving the impasse, the National Strategic Plan was adopted in 2019. It set out very clear indicators in as far as what needs to be done. one of the first indicator that was there was that of ensuring that we create an accountable, coordinated, and a leader of the society that will respond to the situation. By so saying, the National Strategic Plan was beginning to say, let us activate all agents of change to participate in what is called the National Gender Machinery, in as far as the National Policy Framework on Gender Equality and Women Empowerment is concerned. And in activating the National Gender Machinery, I think we also noted the issue of the lack of participation by business, the lack of participation by labor, where these are the recipients of gender-based violence. And in so saying, what then it says was saying, what is it that we are going to do? Yes, the gender machinery is there, but what is it that we want the gender machinery to do? We wanted to increase and enhance the voices that are going to speak, because it was like a situation, the only person will only speak if it affects me or my neighbor. And we only respond on these issues as and when on social network it is rotational. After that, it cuts off. So there is no accountability as to how far the case has gone and what is it that has been done. The second pillar that the National Strategic Plan was speaking to was the issue of prevention, providing support and healing for the victims. I think it noted immensely on the issue that yes, here is the victim in front of us. And when you refer the victim, it goes to a Tutuzela Care Center. At the Tutuzela Care Center, you become a secondary victim. When you don't have shelter, you are hungry, you are angry, there are no services. What then becomes of the role? A Tutuzela Care Center, you'll be medically assessed. After medical assessment, then what? So the provision of support, healing, and aftercare meant that the very same civil society formations that are running NPOs, shelters, needed to also take part and provide their relevant houses. One of the challenges in particular Gauteng, where we have about 10, 12 shelters in the entire province. And if you look at the statistics that we are receiving on daily basis in as far as gender-based violence is concerned, they're outnumbering the capacity of the shelters. For example, MK in Albertine has got a capacity of 36 beds. And if you look at the areas, the demography of the areas that they're servicing, there are more. Then Mama Ntombela decides to do a shelter in a house because she has passion over what is happening. Department of Social Development comes and say, no, we're closing you down. You're not supposed to have this thing. The capacity of the green doors on its own. The green door is placed there, but who then makes sure that there are resources in this green door? Then umama Tombeni or nagegele green door or accommodate a green door emzinwak does not even have bread to give to the victim. So that particular victimization or that pillar was speaking to address on the issue of providing support, healing, that your faith-based organization, your community-based organization must then come and support. I know that, for example, there are cases that are happening around issues of ukuhlolwa kwamantombazane, and then Tina who are running these facilities were educated, and we say, no, I don't want Mama Ntombela to come here because Mama Ntombela would come here and and all these things. And those things are what we then said community-based organization needed to be part of the strategy, so that when they are part of it, they would be able to even educate us on what are the expectations and what do we need to do. The other one was that of strengthening the capacity of the justice system. I think we must appreciate also the fact that currently the country has 3 bills that have been approved. Thank you, Chair.
Baba Luzi say location workshop. Well, now you must tell us, Uto Sheriff. You said she must tell us what she has done in Ekuruleni. She did us answer. Yeah. I wanted to be sure that I wanted to be sure. Okay. That was the full lecture. Ne? Sorry for that. They are still fixing the sound. Yeah, you know, that's why I have you and Masiko. Masiko didn't check today. Yeah, and that's why I want him PT to always. No, PT is in. That's why he saw that there's no sound.
Television's fine outside, these audio's fine. We're checking with online.
But the problem is online. Okay.
Chair, whilst we are still waiting for the sound to be fixed, I'm just thinking, when we were conducting the NYDA interviews, we had candidates who came, you know, and brought up, you know, interesting ideas. And I was listening to, she's the Minister of Menstruation, where's Sharif? And I'm also listening to Ms. Konjelwayo. And I'm just going back, Chair, and thinking that we made a commitment that we are still going to engage some of the young people that we came across during the process of the NYDA. And as a committee, Kashifa, we haven't done that. I think we need to have a session. And I'm also hoping that after this interview session for CGE, we'll engage some of the panelists that we have come across, probably hoping that those that will be bringing some brilliant ideas will also engage with them in the future on certain aspects. And yeah, I'm hoping that we'll be able to take that forward. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. So, Sharif, we're done with you. And Honorable Hlongo,
Thanks, Chair, and greetings again, Ms. Lindiwe. I'll call you Lindiwe because it's difficult pronouncing your surname. I've got two questions for you. Gender equality is still not achieved, especially in the private sector. And when appointed as a commissioner of CGE, what will you do to ensure that the gender equality policy is adhered to in the private sector? And secondly, what is your understanding of corporate governance insofar as operations of CGE is concerned? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chair. Like I indicated, that unless the issue of gender equality becomes included as a principle for advancement of human rights, we'll continuously be facing the crisis that we're having. One of the critical challenges that we face with private sector is that it accounts to itself. Hence the institutionalization of the Commission on Gender Equality, which needed to look into those aspects. And if we are to achieve, I think government has a responsibility through the commission to hold private sector accountable and give private sector its indicators and targets for reporting. I understand that private sector is part of the NETLEC, and it being part of the NETLEC, it signs memorandum of understanding with government in as far as what confronts us is concerned. And the very same issue of meeting the targets should be clearly said to them to say, for example, I like an example of university student, the entrance. If you go to a construction class now, most of them are female students. But when you go to the plant, males are in charge, males are operational. Young women are seated at home with qualifications, they can't access jobs. So that inequality terrain needs to be closed through legislative regulations of compliance. And CGE as a watchdog needs to then push and compel government to hold them accountable at that level so that we have an equal society. We can't have government that is moving towards 50% by 2030 and have private sector that is still there at the bottom in as far as gender equality is concerned. Your second question, ma'am, refers to what do I understand about corporate governance in as far as it relates to Commission on Gender Equality. Like I said, CGE is a Chapter 9 institution that upholds the values of the Constitution as enshrined in the Bill of Rights. And it's doing that. It has a responsibility of promoting equality. It has a responsibility of ensuring that it conducts its business in a professional manner. It has a responsibility of ensuring that at all costs, it enhances participatory democracy, thus encouraging that there should be a strategic direction as well as strategic consideration of all regulations internationally as well as locally. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much. What's the follow-up? Masiko wanted to
Yes, Chair. I like the aspect of saying that we shouldn't, or maybe CGE shouldn't leave the private sector, you know, to off their radar. So you're saying that they should push and they should have more, you know, teeth. So how do you think that we should be giving more power to CGE to act so that they would have more accountability to the private sector to do what they ought to be doing? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Like I indicated, if we do not have clear set targets and indicators of what we want to achieve, there is nothing that we'll get. There might be indicators that they are there, but there is no memorandum of understanding as to what happens if there is non-compliance, because private sector is an independent body, and it being an independent body, it therefore means they have a right to choose whether to do it or not. So CGE needs to put a compelling factor to say this would become an audit question. You can't get an unqualified audit if this is not done, if you have not met a target on gender equality. We anticipate you to have so many number of managers in your institution who are females or with people with disabilities, and we anticipate you to be doing, if you speak of your social your social responsibility investments, and you say you are going to be recruiting so much. I like making an example of a tender process, because most often than times when they fill the tender process, they'll say, I will hire people with disabilities, I will hire women, I will hire youth. But who goes there after and go and check if that happened? Nobody goes. So that's where CGE needs to come in and teeth and say, but your EPMO office, which it manages and sustain projects in government, what is it that you have done to ensure that there is compliance in as far as this particular aspect is concerned?
Thank you very much. Honorable Dogozo.
Thank you very much, Chair. Greetings again, Ms. Konjelwayo. First and foremost, let me take this opportunity to thank you for your honesty at the beginning of your introduction. And then also to tell you that as you were talking in your introduction, you spoke about how you're a graduate educator who had to move to Gauteng in 2000 and you could not get a job. So I just want to say sometimes God moves us from where we're supposed to be. So it is quite interesting, your journey since you left KZN to Gauteng. Understanding what you have said in your introduction about yourself being a lobbyist and influencer, also as part of the job that you have done in the manager speaker's office, I'm going to ask you 4 questions. And I'm really hoping that you can also just a little bit give us on that gender focus that you did. I know you said the contract was terminated, but also just to give us a little bit of the duties that you were doing there in the gender focus. With that said, can you please answer the following? Do you have any advocacy experience? And if so, can you provide us with the details in regard? And then do you have any experience with the regards to legislative or policy review? And then do you have any litigation experience? And then the last one, putting in mind that we do understand that you have, but I just want you to just give the panel more explanation. Do you have management experience? If so, can you provide us with the details of this experience, highlighting specific management skills that you possess? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. My role as a gender focal specialist was, at the time, the city was transiting to apply the National Strategic Plan in ensuring that it kept the gender-based violence. You'd recall that government has advocated for the district development model. Part of its indicators spoke to that of ending the narrative on gender-based violence, which was becoming a common cause. And because the city needed that particular person who was going to focus on ensuring that they lead and coordinate those functions, but also ensure that they sustain stakeholders and ensure that the programs that needed to be undertaken as outreach initiatives to ensure that the communities are aware of the developments in as far the National Strategic Plan is concerned, but also interacting with them so that we end the narrative on gender-based violence. So the role was more on facilitating that conduit and ensuring that there are clear technical team terms of reference. Technical team meaning, like I spoke of, gender focal persons. Unfortunately, the city where I work has not implemented the standardization mechanism on gender focal persons. And the intention was to ensure that there is a clear conduit as to what becomes a gender focal person, what becomes the role, and how do they implement it. I hope I've covered that aspect. And in as far as advocacy experience is concerned, I do not have the necessary qualification. However, as a humanitarian advocate, in particular as it relates to women, children, and people with disability, I'm taking up the challenge. I'll make sure that I am properly qualified on advocacy. And I tell, however, on daily basis, one does wake up and advocate for ending the narrative on gender, on gender-based violence, but also issues of gender mainstreaming. I'm sure somewhere, somehow, Uputimpiti would find that I'm called Miss Mainstreaming, because where I go, honestly, if there is no mainstreaming, no. I can tell you, Chairperson, that I arrived at school day one. I had a pile of tissues in my school, and I had a box of sanitary towels, because it is my responsibility to promote it. If I don't bring a sanitizer for a boy child to understand that if you go to the toilet, you need to wipe the seat so that you don't get affected by urinary tract infections. And boys were saying, but we don't need tissue. No, you don't need, because there is bacteria that is floating around. They clean the toilet, here is tissue. Wash your hands. When they come back to class, they wash their hands, they sit down. So it encourages them. Girl children, I showed them, no girl must not be absent at school because there's no sanitary towel. So if even now I'm not here, the lady teacher Mempeng is assisting me. If there is a girl who needs tissue, who needs a sanitary towel, it's there, because one needs to advocate that girl children in particular needs to know that as a female being, I should set, I'm an ambassador of the challenges that they go through, because even those that were behind me went through the same problems. So if we don't do that, then who is going to advocate? And speaking to them also assist, that they understand you're creating an open door for them to come to you and speak. And it is how one advocates. And I think it's not only in the school, even at the community level, people know that you've got a problem, go to Sislind, irrespective of whatever. I'm not afraid to call and the problems get referred. Whether I'm working or not working, it is in me. Advocacy is in me. On policy review, like I indicated, it is not a formalized opinion. It's that one through curricular development would be learning bits and pieces, and then we participate. But I'm taking up the challenge. We'll formalize it as well. Litigation experience, I will consider it, because I need to understand the ins and outs of the word. I regard it as too legal, but it's something that one will consider. Managerial, yes. I have been in management in the schools, but also managed the office of the speaker, as well as the division or the directorate responsible for women, children and people with disabilities in the city of Ekurhuleni. Part of what I've learned is the issue of managing diverse human beings, because human in their nature are different. And you can't anticipate to treat this one like you treated the other one. So it requires one to have a character of servant leadership, where you have the capacity to can listen, on listening, digest before you respond. And you can't treat people equally. Treating them equally on issues of management would be wrong, because people react and respond differently. I hope I've answered you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mam Hlengwa.
Once again, good afternoon, Lindiwe. My question is more relaxed. Yes, you are going to relax, yes. Having said that, you have spoken so nicely, and you are very informative. We're thanking God for that, because it's not you, it's God given you. You have spoke so much. Even one said, this post is, why don't you give her? But let us convince this panel that this post is yours. Why do you think you are the most suitable candidate for this post? If you are the most suitable for this post in terms of leadership skills, and kindly provide us with an example when you successfully exercise this leadership style. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ma'am. Ma'am Sheng. I regard leadership as action, not the position. It's a philosophy that I've timelessly contextualized and understood. And for you to execute such, you need to be passionate. I am very passionate when it comes to any form of discrimination, any form of inequality, anything that seeks to dehumanize a woman and a child. I believe I am the agent of change, irrespective of whether I know or I don't know you. So for me, passion is very key in executing the role. But other than that is the fact that over a period of years, having dealt with this terrain in my teaching space, but also community-based work, I have accumulated experience in dealing with matters that seeks to undermine gender equality. And in dealing with them, I've even established a network of responsive agencies that would necessitate that when there is a problem identified, the problem is resolved. And in so saying, I think I have both the technical aspect of it and the humankind aspect of it to can execute this task. I also of the firm belief that God gave this as a ministry to me. I love making an example of childbearing, Chair, that in the book of Genesis 3, the Lord says, as a woman, you will go through pain through childbearing until at the end, and you'll submit to a man. When you give birth as a mother, it has never happened that you are given a child on your right breast, but the child is assigned to you next to your heart, because as mothers, we have a responsibility to nurture and care. So for me, it is a spiritual obligation that I need to take care of women, children, and people with disabilities. Of late, I have started a project of working with substance abuse beneficiaries, going into hostels where they are smoking, inside the rooms where they are smoking. Speak to them. I can tell you, no child who is using substance abuse wants to use it. It is because of a lack of support from us as parents. And I believe that coming to serve the commission, it would mean we reassert the family as the basic unit of the society. The second question seeks to understand the leadership styles that I employ in my day-to-day operation. I have already indicated that 7 leadership style for me works, where you listen and provide guidance on the basis of diverse needs, but also on the basis of what the particular individual requires. In a technical aspect, in a technical platform, I believe firmly on transformational leadership. Because transformational leadership says there is a clear set of instructions that are assigned. In those set of instructions assigned, you will lobby for influence through your team by taking inputs so that they give direction on how you are going to achieve the objective. So it's more a participatory approach that is guided by an instruction which does not lack the vision nor the objective, but wants everybody to participate. And in so doing, it makes everybody happy. I do from time to time use a transactional approach where I set out instructions and the person who has done well must be rewarded. But in a way, it demotivates people. Thank you, Chair.
Recording in progress.
Time is up. Mase ithulile kusho ukuthi siphelile. Carol.
Thanks, Chair. Mam Kunjekwayo. Greetings to yourself again, and I want to introduce myself to them, Honorable Chair. You know, I've been listening attentively when you respond, and indeed you have the inside knowledge of what is CGE. I've got 2 questions. One is that as a commissioner, you're going to approach or you'll work with a new institution. And in that institution, you know, there's culture in different institutions. To be specific or make an example is that you have worked in different departments as you stipulated in the municipality and where you are currently. And I hope you have realized that there's different cultures in terms of your co-workers and employees. Then I want to understand how will you handle the pressure and, you know, how will you manage the conflict management? Immediately when you arrive in an institution, there might be a rebellious tendencies because it's a new institution. I don't want to dwell much on what is CGE because already I could hear you have an insight, but with all the good ideas and what you are stipulating, it might be difficult for you to implement that if you don't have a proper understanding of conflict management. Therefore, my question is that under the leadership or 7 pillars that you are mentioning as a leader, then where does it fit your conflict management as an individual? Secondly, you know, CGE, it's under on the Constitution, Section 187, I club it together with the act on section 11, subsection 1, where it refers as or it tells that, the CGE has been given powers to monitor the compliance with the international conventions and covenant and international charter. And in one of your responses, you even mentioned that you understand the international treaties. Therefore, I want you to take us into confidence the role of the CGE in terms of that compliance. And we are aware, I am aware, you have responded that we are a member state. Therefore, what will you be your role into strengthening those international treaties? Thanks, Chair.
Maybe before, I want to understand your question, Honorable Piri. You are asking her about her role. How is she going to deal with the conflict resolution? That's what you're asking her. So that as we are listening as members also, we must be sure when she responds. Because if I'm sitting here, I'm not clear about the question, then we'll have a problem in giving her the points.
One,
because you've asked her about a conflict resolution and in an institution where there is people are used to a certain culture. And on how is she going to deal with that? If I heard you properly. And then this the other one, you asking her about her role as a commissioner in terms of the international treaties.
Are you done?
Yes.
Okay. I'll start afresh, Mam Kunjoy and panelist. In simple terms, I think you captured it very well. Now I saw you were nodding. One is that you elaborate further on how will you deal with conflict. It means conflict management. You've worked in different institutions, then you have come across different people, and each institution, even a section, has got a culture. People who work there, they've got different cultures. They can be rebellious. You find a person who have been there for a long time, and that person might feel or he was supposed to be there or be appointed to a certain position. It did not happen. It's not your problem. A culture of people that has got a way of dealing with things. You come in as a new person, as a commissioner, you've got your own different leadership style. You want things to happen in a different way. So how will you handle that matter if they become rebellious? That is question number one. Are you getting what I'm asking? Secondly, I'm saying, what is the role of the CGE as an entity, not yourself as a commissioner, on international treaties? Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I think the panelist has already started identifying the problem. It's the first step, that there is rebellion in the institution. People want to do as they please because they are used to that. That's the first situation around conflict management. The second aspect of conflict management is that once you have identified the problem, you then need to collaborate so that you get to the essence of the cause or the impact of the problem. Collaborating would mean you listening to everybody in terms of different traditions with an intention of finding the best solution so that the tradition changes. So in a situation where people, others are coming in at 8, others are coming in at 10, others are leaving at 4, others are leaving at 2. You then call people and find out individually, why are you coming at this particular time? Why are you leaving at this particular time? You get a sense. Then you convene a meeting where now we are grounding everybody with a code of conduct or the obligation contract that says this is how we do. In a case you want to arrive late, you report this is the reason for late coming. However, it can't be a consistent thing, because then you're enabling a habit that would bring about the very same problem. After collaborating, if the problem still persists, you'd want to negotiate with a particular individual, because you can't be treating people with the same blanket as if everybody is notorious. But on identification of a culture, you then negotiate with the culture, because like I said, human beings are diverse in their nature. There are women who come to work with makeup, lipstick, they are beautiful on stilettos. Behind the makeup, there is a bruise. Other than the physical bruise that you see, there is a bruised ego. And if you don't negotiate with particular individuals, then you are bound to face challenges. Then as a manager, you will then be expected to monitor trends and begin to support where there are weaknesses and appreciate where there is good practice. Then that is in as far as conflict management is concerned. Ma'am, you speak of the country being a signatory to many treaties and international treaties, and what becomes the role of the Commission in as far as strengthening the capacity of those treaties are concerned. I can tell you, ma'am, there are people on the ground who still feels we have not accounted on the Millennium Developmental Goals. There is an activist that I like mentioning a lot, Chairperson Mamnon Jangisa, who feels that we were quick to jump to the Sustainable Developmental Goals even before we can account on Millennium Developmental Goal number 1, ending hunger, poverty, which are the worst barriers that are making us an unequal society. So the CGE has a responsibility, would have a responsibility to advocate for those treaties, continuous workshops on these treaties, what it means. The country currently has signed the latest treaties, that of United Nations Resolution 1325 on women, peace and security. If you look at the status of the sex workers, you look at the issue of the decriminalization of the law itself, how far are we? Do we have a regulation that speak on how we are going to decriminalize? But every day we advocate, it's a job, sex work, a job. We even analyze tools of trade. But when are we going to regulate the standardization so that these people does not continuously become vulnerable to all the circumstances that they face? There are professional sex workers. I regard them as professionals because they've got their own operating terms. What about the vulnerable ones that are working wapita, a plot 42, who can't even access the basic thing called a condom? CGE has a responsibility to advocate for their rights. CGE must collaborate with the Department of Health and promote life skill education so that they understand the needs. Not only on that, you look at the issue of malnutrition of the children less than 5 years. If you go to hostels, you can cry. And we are throwing food every day. Department of Basic Education, high schools in particular, don't eat soya beans. How many people are suffering? Thank you very much.
No, see, Miss Kat. Nina ngithini ufuna ukulalela mina isikhathi masimayikhala iyakhala. Iyakhala insimbi baba. You're challenging the chair. Bonnie, you're the last one.
Thank you, Chairperson, and once more afternoon, Sis Lindiwe Konjelwayo. Before I go to the questions that I need to ask you, I just need to say also that what I pick up, you say you are from KZN, and because of looking for whatever better life or doing something, you went to Gauteng. And I think having listened to you through all the questions or that have been asked and your responses, I think that in all the areas, what I've picked up in all the areas, you've been security, you've been the council, a teacher. I don't hear you talking less or little or seeing the other above the other. I sense as I pick up a sense of passion from all those areas of work that you have been through. So I think also the passion that I pick up from you is that how you work with the children, the young boys and girls, how you are teaching them. It's not about just teaching and packing the bags and going, but I think you are also contributing a lot in shaping their future, particularly on hygiene, because it's an area that we've been sometimes lagging on in others, in our areas, even in other schools. So I think we need more teachers who can do what you are doing, particularly with the little boys and girls, because in my mother tongue language, there's the age where you can really teach a child. Unlike a child who's above 15 and 16, it becomes difficult to teach them. But as they grow, you're teaching them. So continue doing that good job. You really have a passion in all the areas that you have worked in. I'll go directly to my question because I've taken some time of the things I wanted to say. But question number one to you, Ms. Lindiwe, is that why do you think that the Constitution requires that the CGEs for all the other Chapter 9 institutions, including the CGE, be both independent and impartial, and also protecting that independence? The second question will be, do you regard yourself as being independent-minded and impartial? And tell us why. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Honorable Member. CGE, it's a state organ that is expected to support constitutional democracy. And in so doing, it must uphold the values of a democratic, non-sexist, non-racial a society, which shall ensure that in all its operation, it takes everybody equal before the law. It doesn't discriminate, whether be it by class, race, or gender. It takes everybody equal as enshrined in Section 9 of the Bill of Rights. The impartiality of the CGE is informed by the fact that because it supports constitutional democracy, where it identifies challenges, the Commission has the responsibility to investigate and make recommendations to Parliament in terms of those, other than taking a side, because then that would promote either discriminating certain aspects of the society. So its impartiality is more of concern as it relates to investigating all matters related to gender equality and making sound recommendations to Parliament. Do I regard myself as an independent person? 100 times. Every day, I'm independent. Mamhlengwa bathi egoli nginenkani. Yep. It's informed by the fact that the society is where it is today because women in particular are treated as second-class recipient of democracy when we are actually participatory recipients of democracy. So I refuse, not in my name, I'll rather stand with my conviction than being dependent on anybody. If it is not agreeable to what I believe in, Therefore, I'm not going to do it. If it is not in the statutes, because I believe the statutes have been consulted broadly, I am not going to do it. If you don't play by the book with me, then we are forever going to be in conflict, Honorable Carol. But I'll continuously negotiate. Oh, sorry, Honorable Piri. Sorry, Honorable, my apologies. I withdraw, Chair. So I'm honestly very independent in terms of applications as well as decision making. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. We have come to the end of your questions. Is there anything that you want to ask honorable members?
Oh, okay. Okay, it's my turn. One by one.
One by one.
It's
my turn, one by one.
No, Chair, thanks. Thanks for the opportunity. I do not want to pose it as a question, but it's a comment for noting. Chair, we're not doing very well in terms of promoting access to STEM fields for girl children, in particular in primary schools. I might not have a research, but if you look at the output of the number of girls who are doing science, engineering related subjects, it's very minimal. And that requires that CGE, in collaboration with the Department of Basic Education, needs to relook as to what causes learners to drop out from taking pure mathematics in particular, and opt for maths lit. And the second part, around the same aspect, the issue of coding for girls. Why must it be regarded as a private education instead of it being considered for basic education, so that as we advance our interest towards the fourth industrial revolution, our girl children are conscious in a way? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Ms. Conjeloyo. In terms of the results, we are going to deliberate on the outcomes of the interviews next week, and we'll present our report to the House, which is the National Assembly. And thereafter, the Speaker will send the successful candidates' names to the President of the country, where final appointments will be made. So you can keep watching the interviews up until Friday and until next week, Tuesday. So that's how our candidates get informed most of the time on the names that the committee have recommended to be considered by the House and by the President. But we wish you good luck and travel safe and keep doing the good work that you're doing. And congratulations to the new job that you just got in Bedford View. We hope that the spirit you have in ensuring that you teach our learners mathematics and physics, you'll also transfer those skills to other colleagues of yours, so that now they have love and see the importance of advising our learners and at primary level and secondary to do the same. Because the way we're going, we are going to face more challenges if our learners don't study pure mathematics and physics. Yeah. But thank you very much. Fly safe. We hopefully our staff members they will get flights for you tomorrow or later on. But if they don't get for all of you, that means they'll have to rebook the hotels where you are, because I'm told now that there are no flights for going back. That's why some of the candidates wants to go to Durban so that they can get flights to go to Gauteng. But thank you very much. But make sure our staff members must make sure that they make all those arrangements for all our candidates so that they don't get stuck here in Cape Town.
Okay.
An afternoon, honorable members. The candidate is not Monsami, is Sarah Charity Mukwebo. Sarah has requested to come before Monsami because Monsami is there. Yeah, has requested to come before Monsami because she has to take a flight to Durban and from Durban to Gauteng because there are no flights to Gauteng from Cape Town. And tomorrow she's going to work. So I want you to write the correct name so that you don't write Monsami and that this is Sarah, it's not Monsami. Okay, as Miss Mukwebo, we are welcome and good afternoon. My name is Nonhlanhla Ncobendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The lady sitting next to me is Ms. Kashifa, our content advisor. Next to you is Neliswa Nobatana, our committee secretary. The gentleman at the back is our legal person, Dr. Tembe. And then the two ladies at the back is our two researchers, Ota's name and No Christel. Over to you, honorable members, Honorable Masigo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and a very good afternoon to you, Ms. Sarah. My name is Fikile Masiko. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and I'm also a member of this panel that is interviewing you this afternoon. All the best.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Sarah Charity Mukwebo. My name is Prudence Marekwa, member of the Portfolio Committee and also a panelist this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good afternoon, Sarah Charity Mukwebo. My name is Tabile Masondo, member of this committee and a member of this panel.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mokwebo. I am Stembile Mhlongo, a member of the Portfolio Committee and also a member of the panel.
Masiar. Ai, anda ndi kho ṱoḓa u pfha hezwo. Nga ḓi wana Mukwebo a sa pfhi Tshivenḓa. Okay. Mbo tshimbila zwavhuḓi u ḓa fhano.
Nga ndavha ya load shedding gethe isa khou vulea.
Okay, ndo swika. Nṋe nga dzina ndi pfhi Carol Mukhadiphiri. Ndi muraḓo wa heyi committee ya Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. Nda dovha hafhu nda ḓivha muraḓo wa heyi subcommittee ine ya ḓo interviewer zwi nga ḓi itea vha stand ndi tshi vhudzisa ngori thi ri khou amba lulimi luthihi. Ndi khou livhuwa. A feel free o ṱanganedziwa thi.
So why is she not?
I'm not a queen.
Oh, okay.
Good afternoon, Sarah. My name is Magdalene Duduzile Hlengwa. I'm a member of Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. And I'm also a member of the panel. Thank you.
And I'm a member of this portfolio committee as well as the panel. Wishing you all the best.
Good afternoon, Ms. Mukwebo. Is Miss or Mrs.? Miss. I'm Nazli Sharif, member of the committee and of the panel.
Greetings, Sarah Mukwebo. My name is Ntokozo Hlonyana. I'm a member of this committee as well as a member of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dogozo. Miss Sarah Mukwebo, you have 45 minutes with us. So you must be out here by 16:15 so that you catch your flight. The first question is, tell us about yourself.
Thank you, Chairperson of the committee. Good afternoon, honorable members. As it's been announced, my name is Sarah Mukwebo. I often go by the name Sarah Mukwebo. I usually don't use my second name because I find it unfair that my parents gave me two English names. So I usually just go with the name Sarah because I was named after my grandmother. I am a 30-year-old young Black woman. I was born and bred in Gauteng, in Soweto in particular, but I moved between Soweto and Tembisa when my parents separated. I did my undergrad as well as my postgrad at Wits University, and my studies were in construction and built environment in particular, up to my master's level. And I did my first internship with National Treasury. It was actually, I started an internship with Siemens under the real estate division. I was still a student at the time doing my master's. When I completed my master's, I did an internship with National Treasury under their provincial and local government infrastructure unit. And then from there on, I moved around a number of government departments. And before I got to starting working, I was a student activist in university, to be specific. And my journey with student activism is quite a painful one. I think it's a painful one. The first time I ever heard about rape, I think I was in grade 9, and we had to go to court. We had to march and go to court because there was a primary school learner that had been raped. So we had to attend a court case in support of this particular student. And at that age, I probably was 16 or 15 years old. I never thought that that moment would actually characterize my life as an activist, where once and time and again, you constantly have to either protest or speak or even march about gender-based violence, amongst others. I thought it was an anomaly or something that never actually happened, but I think many of us have witnessed that that is a challenge that our country has. I am currently with National Treasury. I like saying that National Treasury is an employer of choice because it's a very well-structured institution or national department, notwithstanding as well the limitations that it has. And I also am pursuing a postgraduate diploma in business administration with GIBS, which is with the University of Pretoria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Masigo.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mukwebo. The question that one wants to ask is around your understanding of the role and the powers and mandate of ECGE as a Chapter 9 institution, which is mainly established with a view to strengthen constitutional democracy with a focus on the attainment of gender equality in all spheres of life. Now, the question is, what is your understanding of CGE's mandate, powers, and functions in terms of the South African Constitution and its enabling legislation? That is the first part of the question. The second part of the question being, please explain the role of the commissioner or the role of a commissioner at the Commission of Gender Equality. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Masiko, and thank you for your questions. So your first question is on the role as well as the mandate or / focus of the CGE. And as you've explained, so the Commission for Gender Equality is a Chapter 9 institution. And it's also, by being a Chapter 9 institution of the Constitution, it's a constitutional body or constitutional institution. It also is a legislative institution through the Act, which is also known as the Gender Equality Act, which was passed in the early 90s, probably around 96. I just need to check my facts on that. And it is an impartial institution that has been enacted in order to strengthen democracy of our country. As you may be aware that there needs to be monitoring of whatever activities that may be taking place in a country, because it does happen that sometimes people do take advantage of whatever institution that may be in place. So it's on that basis that the CGE was enacted. The CGE has 5 focus areas, and these focus areas include, or they are the mandate or the focus area of advocacy as well as advisory. And in that instance, they usually advocate for gender equality and also advise on measures that may be undertaken in order to ensure or to bridge the gap of gender inequality in our country in particular. Perhaps it can also contribute to international conversations because it is an international signatory to a number, it's a signatory rather to international bodies. Another one is research. So the commission can also undertake research, whether it could be commissioned by individuals following maybe an incident that would have happened. One recent example that I can think of was the report that was released, I think in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, on hospitals around the country that were sterilizing women without their consent and without them being aware of it. Another thing that it does as well, it also participates or undertakes activities in public education, largely through awareness and through campaigns. And one of the most notable things that the CGE had done was to come up with the 16 Days of Activism campaign many years ago, which has now been adopted by national departments as well as the private sector. And recently it was converted into 365 Days of Activism. Another area of responsibility or area of focus of the Commission is litigation. Where the commission can either take up a case or be a friend of the court or a friend of a victim, or even maybe in some instances challenge judgments that may be seen, or even laws or legislations that may be seen to increase maybe the divide or increase gender inequality. One of the areas that, or one of the most notable cases that I can think of right now that the CGE would probably participate in, if it's already not participating in, was the judgment by acting judge Mkaitobi in the Eastern Cape, if I'm not mistaken, where he had found that foreplay is considered consent. However, there were a number of people that have now taken steps to actually appeal that decision, because it actually takes us back as a country, because South Africa is one of the countries that actually has the most progressive laws when it comes to definition of rape and sexual harassment. Our scope is quite wide. So some of the things that the CGE does is actually to monitor what maybe, for instance, the judiciary would be doing and how that contributes to either perpetuating GBV, for instance, as well as increasing gender inequality. I think I've mentioned 4, which is litigation. There's also investigations as well. That's another area of focus. And as a commissioner, my role would be based on the allocated responsibilities that I'd have, taking into consideration my skills and my capabilities and maybe areas of interest. I'd have to monitor. Monitoring is also another key area of the commission. I would have to monitor or advocate or perhaps be involved in research one way or another, considering obviously and recognizing the fact that there is actual staff at the commission, which is responsible for the operational functions of the commission. So as the commissioner is to safeguard or to ensure that the areas of focus of the commission are actually implemented by the body in itself, as well as organs of state and the private sector, which oftentimes is left out of the conversation.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to make sure that Ms. Mokwebo is not reading from her notes. Just want to double check on that. Okay, cool. All right. My question is based on the fact that gender-based violence and femicide continue to rage South African society. And I wanted to find out, as your role as a commissioner, what exactly would it be when it comes to raising awareness and fighting gender-based violence and femicide?
Thank you, Honorable Sharif. So I think that for the longest time, our country has focused more on the response to GBV and not necessarily preventative measures. So I think that as a commissioner, I would want the commission as well as other stakeholders to focus largely on preventative measures, not necessarily to neglect the response, but I think the root of the problem is because of perceptions and the stereotypes people have or people hold with regards to the relationship between women and other genders in society. So that is the reason that we then find ourselves with the challenge that we have now of GBV, and also taking into consideration as well the history of our country. We have a very violent history, and because of generally the patriarchal system, which predates centuries and centuries and centuries, I don't think that our country got to a point of promoting on a long-term basis, for instance, social cohesion. So I think one of the many areas that are not being tapped into right now is actually preventative measures. We have adopted a lot of progressive legislation in terms of response, and there's always changes that happen with that. I can cite, for instance, the 3 bills that were signed by the president early this year into giving enabling frameworks or tools to ensure that we respond adequately to GBV and femicide. However, the one area now that we also need to give equal number of effort is on preventative measures, because people still have incorrect or unfounded or even misogynist views on how women and men, for example, need to relate with each other. And when we talk about gender-based violence, we need to also recognize the fact that when we talk about gender, we're not talking about women only. We need to also recognize queer people, which are also known as the LGBTQIA+ community, and they are one of the people that are subjected to the most gruesome types of violence in this country. Each and every week, one way or another, we hear of a case of a queer person that would have either been assaulted or even murdered on the basis of their sexuality. So in wanting to address that, one of the many things would have to do would be to teach people that there isn't 2 types of genders, for instance, in this country, in the world, that these people that have the same human rights as you do.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Well, Miss Sarah Mokwebo, I really wish you would have spoke more on your introduction about yourself. I usually take notes at the beginning. When you spoke of your experience, you said you've worked in various government departments. I honestly wish you would have explained those various government departments so that it gives us a chance to actually understand what experience you might possess, so that we don't end up asking questions of the things that we should be comfortable with that you already understand. But with that said, hopefully when I ask you these questions, you'll be able then to give us the answer on your various government departments. So the questions that I'm going to ask you on the basis that your introduction, I could not get all the answers, are 5. So the first question that I'm going to ask you is, do you have any management experience? And if so, can you provide us with the details of this experience, highlighting specific management skills that you possess? And then the second one, do you regard the ability to communicate as key to the position of a commissioner, and why, and what is your opinion are the key attributes of someone who is able to communicate successfully, and do you believe you have these attributes? The third question will be, Do you have any litigation experience? The fourth question will be, do you have any experience with regards to legislative or policy reviews? And then the last one will be, do you have any advocacy experience? If so, can you provide us with the details in this regard? And to add a spin-off, I just want you to understand that commissioners are not supposed to be partisan people. If you can just also deliberate on that one. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dogozo. I will start with the questions that require shorter responses. I do not have formal litigation experience. I, however, have been exposed to how the justice system works through more especially my activism, due to my activism work. I have a lot of experience in advocacy. One of the things that I did, it started largely when I was still in university. One of the things that I did, and it was during Fees Must Fall, we established a committee that would look at educating people into why there was Fees Must Fall, because the perception by many people was that Fees Must Fall was just an issue of tuition fees into institutions of higher learning. But based on the experiences that we've had, more especially as women students in these institutions, was that access alone, not even access alone, but tuition alone was not the only challenge that we were experiencing, because institutions of higher learning as microcosms of society also had issues that society also experiences, whether it's issues of discrimination or it's issues of ableism, or it's issues of sexual harassment as well as violation, where in instances where, for instance, you'll find lecturers wanting sexual favors from students, or in some instances, student leaders themselves wanting sexual favors from students. So I was involved in a lot of advocacy in terms of what is it that we mean when we talk about access to institutions of higher learning. Another thing that I also did, I established a collective, I like calling it a collective, that is known as We Should All Be Feminists. And it was focused solely on advocacy work for feminism, as well as workers' rights and sex workers as well. It was during a time where there was a lot of conversation in the country about sex workers. I think it was towards the conference of the ANC, if I'm not mistaken, and the organization was actually considering sex work as one of the resolutions. But that was not the only time our country is actually engaged in that kind of work extensively. It happened as far back, I think it's in the 90s, in the first democratic government, more in particular in Gauteng, where the then MEC in Today Speak, Jesse Duarte, the late Jesse Duarte, actually was involved as an MEC, I think, of community safety, was involved in a lot of work that has to do with sex work. So these are some of the things that we did as We Should All Be Feminist. It didn't end there. When I left university, I also founded another organization that is called the Book Stokvel. It's largely on increasing literacy rate amongst African people, as well as supporting African authors, which are excluded from the value chain of the publishing industry, for instance. In terms of legislative review or policy work, I'm exposed to that more especially on a formal point of view through my work with government. So, like I said, I've worked with National Treasury, I've worked with the Department of Small Business Development. I've worked with the Department of Human Settlements, and I'm now back again at National Treasury. So most of the responsibilities that I had in these departments had to, more especially with the Department of Small Business Development and National Treasury, had to do with legislative as well as policy work. You asked as well as my communication skills. So I perceive myself as a very skilled person when it comes to communication. One, because I'm very multilingual. So I understand that when you speak about communication, we don't necessarily speak about your ability to speak English, for instance. When you speak to people, it's much better to speak to them in a language that they understand, especially when you're doing formal work, such as being a commissioner, for instance, because I am of the firm belief that you can't call something an opportunity or access if people still have some barriers to access it, such as language. So it's good and well, for instance, that there's the Commission for Gender Equality would come up with a report on maybe unequal pay, but a domestic worker in a township somewhere, or even in a suburb somewhere, does not understand the contents of that report, then that is not considered good communication or even breakdown of the work that we are doing to ensure that it translates or is understood by the people that are meant to be recipients. Outside of the fact that I'm able to speak a number of languages, I am also a good orator. I learned these skills through debating in high school, as well as my early years in university, and as well as my having been a manager at work, more especially at middle management as well as the senior management. So as being a manager at work, I've worked with different types of people, and I've also recognized that people have different work styles. And I also am a person that I consider to have a different work style, which you have to recognize, and how that then contributes to people's productivity, because people are not the same. So you being a morning person, for instance, and being, thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I think, I've been at least privy to see a lot of your work actually in this particular space. I've seen quite a lot of the efforts that you've done, in terms of the gender space throughout the years. So I think it's really incredible to really see you here and also hear your inputs. Oh my word! No, Chair. We actually did go to the same university, and we ran against each other when we were in SRC. So we were at two different political parties. But many years have passed, and I think it's incredible to see the passion continue in this particular space. So thank you very much for your inputs. My question really is, would it not be a conflict of interest, or at least if you are appointed as a commissioner, do you think it would be a conflict of interest to continue working in the Department of Treasury? Do you think that would be a conflict for you?
Thank you, Honorable BT.
Maybe also still on that question, Honorable Mpiti. Sarah, you have applied for a part-time, not full-time. Okay. The other thing is that we need to check whether if you are a public servant and we have applied in terms of compensation, with whether they do, because with the NYDA, if you are appointed as a board member, you are not paid for meetings, and then for you declare you are a board member, and then with the act with the CGE yona ihamba kanjani.
All right, so I think we'll pause that particular question for now, because there are different rules that do apply. But I guess to get to my question, as an activist who's been in this space for many years, I'm sure you've at many instances looked at the work of the Commission of Gender Equality. And so, firstly, my first question is, what is your view of the work that it's done thus far? Secondly, should you be appointed as a commissioner within the CGE, one understands that the CGE needs to now, in my view, needs to innovate and needs to look at the issues that we have in our country very creatively. And I think the context in which our country finds itself with the gender-based violence levels rising, there is a need for the type of work that the CGE is doing to be re-looked at and be innovation needs to come through. And so I would like to know from you, when you look at the value proposition of the CGE, what exactly do you think you would be able to bring as a commissioner of the CGE in terms of that value proposition and the business model of the CGE? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable PT. I'm actually glad that you've mentioned the term business model, because while I was doing my preparations for these interviews, I've learned that CGE, for instance, has funding challenges. And because of that, it then impacts on the amount of work that it's able to do as well as its reach. So I think one of the many things, of course, legislation permitting, we need to look at how the CGE is being funded, because funding tends to be one of the things that impacts the effectiveness as well as the impartiality of institutions. And then we don't want to find ourselves, for instance, as the CGE receiving donor funding that then dictates to us what kind of redress and activist and bridging gender inequality work that we get to do. So I think one of the funding models that the CGE would have to look at would be similar to that is done by the Auditor General, where the Auditor General actually charges, if so to say, institutions that receive its services. So as we may all be aware that, for instance, the CGE has to monitor what different organs of state are doing, as well as the private sector in terms of addressing gender inequality. There needs to be some sort of, I don't want to call it remuneration, but there needs to be some charging that happens where the Commission for Gender Equality charges these institutions, one, for non-compliance, two, as well as assisting them with enforcing the rules that they do. We can also look at the same thing that, for instance, the Competition Commission does when they find against companies that are doing anti-competitive practices. They are penalized for that and they have to pay fines. And in that way, when we have these companies pay fine, the money can go, for instance, into funding, whether it's research or it's litigation costs or whatever it is, costs that usually take up the budget of the CGE that National Treasury, for instance, is unable to fund. And then another question that you also asked me was on what is my input on the work that the CGE has done so far. The CGE has done a lot of great work. I mean, looking at the quality of reports that the CGE has done, it has done research, for instance, on illegal initiation schools, which is a serious societal issue in this country. And one of the recommendations from that research is that we need to take on educative or awareness programs. And going back again to the issue of preventative measures in many instances, those are one of the many things that the CGE needs to focus on. I want to use the HIV pandemic, for instance, as an example. That is one of the many things that different stakeholders in this country actually worked in collaboration with each other. We've had your traditional authorities, more especially the king of the Zulu people, for instance, encouraging Zulu men to go for circumcision as one of the many ways to prevent HIV. There's many movies that came out of the HIV pandemic. One of the notable ones that even went to receive international awards was Yesterday by Oleleti Kumalo. We had the Soul City Institute that had the Soul City TV series that many of us learned a lot from. I remember there was also Heartlines. So that's the kind of work that the CGE needs to go back into. And we have SAPC, which is a state institution where if it means that we need resources, CGE needs to be able to tap into those kinds of resources. So that will be my response for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Miss Sarah Mukwebo, I have just two questions for you. A key strategic outcome of the Commission as per its strategic plan of 2019 to 2024 is to promote and protect gender equality through public awareness, education, investigation, and litigation. Do you think that this has been done successfully? What innovative means would you adopt to promote public awareness of and access to the Commission? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Masondo. I am a big advocate for public education. And when we talk about education, we don't talk about it in a formal sense. It can be even something as simple as when Omama at church are having an event and we go there, whether as a commission or we go there, whether as civil society, to educate them, for instance, on what gender inequality is, what, for instance, distribution of responsibilities in the household, because even now we still have the challenge of children not given the same amount of domestic responsibilities endlini, where you find that umntwana wentombazana is the one that is expected to wash the dishes, whereas umntwana womfana is allowed to go play in the streets until ebusuku. And that thing is reinforced and continues until we are adults, and it becomes a norm, and it shapes the relationship that boys and girls, women and men have with each other. So I think, and another thing about innovation is that I think there's this perception with innovation has to be a complete overhaul of existing things, and you must come with something no one has ever heard of, but that is not true. Innovation sometimes comes with just tweaking a small thing that already exists and then say, this is how we think it can be done effectively, which for me still goes back on one, advocacy, and then two, public education. And this is something that must not be the responsibility of government or the state only. All stakeholders need to be involved, whether we're talking about our traditional authorities in instances of rural areas, or who do have a relationship with the state, or we even talk with civil society or NGOs. So I think we just need to already, I think this country has done well in coming up with all forms of legislations that we need to address the problems that we have. The issue is now with implementation. And when CGE takes up the role that it has as the body enacted to monitor and have oversight over everything else, it's able to pull in all these organizations that are responsible for addressing all these challenges that we have, so that all of us work from the same perspective. Ukuthi abantu bangasebenzi in silo wherever that they are, because in that way sometimes we find that we're double dipping, where many organizations are doing the same thing, when we can just sit and say, you will focus on this, you will focus on that, we'll regroup after 6 months, for instance, and look at the progress of the work we would have done. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon once more, Ms. Mokwebo. In your response earlier from one of the questions, I heard that you mentioned that you did your own research in terms of CGE and the challenges that they are having. So I want to take it that by now you know what it is in terms of institution being one of the Chapter 9 institutions. Now my question to you will be, why do you think that the Constitution requires that the CGE, as for all the Chapter 9 institutions, be both independent and impartial, and also to protect that independence? That's the first one. The second, if I may proceed, can I? Okay. Do you regard yourself as being independent-minded and impartial, and tell us why? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Marekwa. I believe that in order for any institution to execute on, more especially oversight work, it needs to be independent in various ways. And one of the many ways it needs to be independent, it's through funding. So CGE, for instance, should not rely on government departments for funding, but it needs to be funded as an institution or as a Chapter 9 institution, as it's done with many other institutions. And in that way, it means that the work that it does is not going to be influenced by its source of funding. Another importance for this institution to be an independent institution is because it actually becomes an oversight of all different types of institutions or arms of state that we have, as well as the private sector. And in order to have effective work done, for instance, or to have people commit to whatever it is that the legislation prescribes, you need to have a body that is a watchdog, be impartial, be independent, and not be subject to manipulation in one way or another. So in that way, we're then able to strengthen our constitution, as well as our constitutional democracy, rather, when we have an impartial institution such as the CGE. Your second question was, do I regard myself as an impartial person? I believe that I am an impartial and independent person, both in thought as well as in action. And one of the many ways I can illustrate this would be through the work that I do as a social activist, some of which one of the honorable members through our relationship as students at Wits University has been able to witness. So that is a demonstration of my impartiality, where I do not hold any biases, more especially even with people that I differ with, because the existence of differing, for instance, it doesn't necessarily mean that we can't work together. We might have to find common ground on our differences and then say, let's see how we then all move forward.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Once again, let me greet you. Good afternoon, Sarah. Why do you think you are the most suitable candidate for this particular post in terms of leadership skills? Can you also provide us with an example when you successfully exercise this leadership style?
Thank you, Honorable Hlengwa. So why do I believe that I'm a suitable candidate? I believe that in many instances, and as people that get exposed to higher education, we become too far to see, or we theorize too much on challenges that society might be having, because oftentimes we learn about these challenges in Wadini or through other mediums. But I am a person when I completed my studies at Wits University, I went back home and I still continued with my activism there. So I'm still exposed to the day-to-day lived experiences of different types of people, and more especially different types of women. And I still get involved in different types of activist and even political work as well in our communities, whether it can be through women-owned organizations or it can even be through youth-owned organizations. So I believe that my deliberate how do I put it? I believe that my being deliberate actually in wanting to continue being close with the people that institutions such as the CGE seek to assist makes me a person who's better suited as a candidate, because we tend to often confuse ukuthi umuntu magefundile is a person that is best placed to deal with whatever challenges that exist. But that is not the truth, because what people tend to theorize on and what people actually get to experience are two different things. And it still again goes back to my point to say the CGE does wonderful research. Kodwa kunale breach that exists in terms of whatever research that they would have found or the work that they do. So I believe that I can be one of the people that contribute towards closing that gap that exists between these institutions as well as Abantu, because in as much as we have a very progressive democracy as a country, women are not active participants to it. And it's because of a whole lot of reasons. Sometimes it's even as the inability to attend a public meeting. So when we do activities at CGE, we need to look at what are the barriers that exist for women? If it means that if we call a public meeting for women, with childcare services, for instance, then that needs to be done so that the women are able to participate. Because having, like I said earlier on, Guti, just having an opportunity or giving someone access, but you don't give them support in order to access whatever it is that you say is available is not enough work. And then my leadership skills, one of the outstanding leadership skills that I believe I have is organizing. I am very good at organizing people, as well as organizing things such as dialogues or programs or even activities where Singabantu can just come together and have a discussion on whatever the topic of the day would have been. And obviously this discussion is not only a talk shop, but from there on we need to be people that say, how do we then move forward to implement whatever it is that we have to do? And it doesn't always have to be big things like changing the world. Sometimes sometimes can literally be as simple as saying, Guti, in this street, for instance, we are not going to have cars that speed, and the way that we are going to do that is through going to the municipality and asking for a speed hump, for instance, because I'm one of the people that believe good kids need to play. So we can't have abantwana abahlala endlini because ngaphandle kunabantu abasipitisa imoto. So kids deserve to play, because in that way they become wholesome adults, and there are no issues that they then deal with because they didn't fully enjoy their childhood when they were still kids. Ngiyabonga.
Thanks, Chair. Ms. Sarah, as a social activist, if appointed as a commissioner, how would you advise government departments and entities and the private sector to mainstream gender in order to achieve gender equality? And secondly, what is your understanding of gender discrimination, and how would you deal with complaints of homophobia or intolerance towards non-conforming binary sexes? Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. So on the first question, where you asked how would I advise government departments as well as the private sector, the truth of the matter is that as commissioners, we don't have to come up with anything new. Frameworks already exist, whether it's frameworks that have been come up with or developed by the Commission for Gender Equality or other Chapter 9 institutions, whether it's the Human Rights Commission or it's the Institute of Race Relations, or rather the Commission for Race Relations. The frameworks or the tools already exist. What now needs to happen is the implementation of it. And one of the many ways that we need to do that is to make sure that we, in as much as it's written on paper, that CGE is a Chapter 9 institution that has oversight over all organs of state, we need to also reinforce that in the work that we do. And there needs to be, although I don't like this approach, but there needs to be some sanctions that are going to be implemented against institutions, whether it's government institutions or even the private sector, that actually do not address these challenges that exist. Because one of the many challenges that our country has, more especially in the private sector, is this concept that is known as the gender pay gap, where the higher up you go in the corporate ladder, you only find men, but at the bottom of the scale, it's women. And you find that also, for instance, another challenge that our country has at this moment in time is the implementation of labor laws. So you find other institutions not implementing the labor laws that we have, and in many instances, they disadvantaged women. You find women who don't get, for instance, maternity leave, or they don't get paid maternity leave, although they have to take leave. So already the legislative framework exists for this thing. What we need to do is that we go in and we find out what are the issues and what kind of sanctions can then be imposed on these organizations in order to ensure that they do what is it that they're required to do, because legislation is binding on everyone. It's not only binding on government departments. And the second question, will you please remind me the second question? I forgot to note it.
What is your understanding of gender discrimination, and how would you deal with complaints of homophobia or intolerance towards non-conforming binary sexes?
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. So my understanding of gender discrimination is not affording some people opportunities on the basis of their gender. And this is often assumed. One story that I like talking about is some young lady called Hlengiwe. She's not young anymore. She's now Dr. Hlengiwe Ndlovu. When she started with her higher education work, she was working because her parents couldn't afford to take her to school. So she would work on a part-time basis and also study. And she says that this one time she went for an interview for a scholarship. I think she was doing her third year, and they refused her scholarship because she was a woman. They considered her a high-risk candidate because they assumed that she would have a child and then drop out from the program and not go through, whether with a master's or PhD program. So those are the types of discriminations that people get subjected to, more especially through gender lenses, where by virtue of your gender and even your sexuality, people then decide, people with the power to do that, decide what kind of opportunities they can then afford you as an individual. So these are some of the things that the CGE needs to be on the lookout for. And like I said, have sanctions against the organizations that do these things. And we then go out as well and tell the public to say this kind of behavior is not allowed, because there are some people that think that women, for instance, belong in only in the household to look after children or whatever it is. No one believes that, for instance, a woman can be a taxi driver. And we've seen that in many instances. So we need to educate people that women can also be leaders, whether it's political organizations or it's in government departments or it's even in the private sector. On issues of discrimination, more especially against people of a different a different or non-hetero sexuality. There's many institutions that we have, and one of them outside of the Commission for Gender Equality, the Human Rights Commission does as well deal with issues of homophobia, and in the instances where based on an assessment that would have been done, whether by myself as a commissioner or by staff at the commission, we can then decide if we're referring the case to the Human Rights Commission, or is it a case that we can resolve on as the commission? But we need to also make it known that those avenues are available for people, because sometimes people get subjected to homophobia and they don't think they can report it. One case that I can talk about is the student or the pupil rather that committed suicide because they were discriminated against by their teacher on the basis of their sexuality. If that little kid actually knew what their avenues for them in the instances that they report to the principal and the principal doesn't do anything, they need to know that there are avenues outside of the school that will assist them, that will actually take action against their teacher. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, that was the last question. And right on the dot, 1616. We have come to the end of your questions, of your interview. Is there anything that you want to ask the panel?
I actually have 3 questions that I had noted, but I will only ask one, which I don't need to be answered immediately. I think it's something that the portfolio committee can ponder on. So I was going through the strategic framework of the commission, the 2021-2024 one, and one of the weaknesses that were identified was that there seemed to be no defined role between staff and the commissioners. And I wanted to find out if maybe this is something the portfolio committee is looking at either changing or tweaking the organizational structure of CGE so that there's defined roles, because another thing that contributes to ineffectiveness is when roles for different individuals are not defined, where you can never tell whether a person is coming in as a commissioner to provide what can be considered as corporate governance, and then there's a person whose staff is responsible for the operations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think even today we've been asking that question to the candidates, and we are happy that at least maybe you're watching us on YouTube, so you decided to put it differently, but it's still our question to the candidates. So we're not going to answer you because we want to get that answer from. We know what we have done regarding that as a portfolio committee, because it's part of our concerns as we do oversight over CGE. So we've been battling with that because sometimes others, they will think that you're interfering with my work. You know, as the administrators will think that the commissioners are interfering with their work. But at the same time, the commissioners are responsible for corporate governance. So, let me leave it there because they'll get the answer. But there is work that we have done so far as honorable members, as a portfolio committee. But thank you very much for your time. We wish you good luck. You'll keep on watching our interviews up until Friday, and next week Tuesday we'll be deliberating on our report, and then the president is the one who makes the final decision who are the people to be appointed, but he will take from the names that we would have recommended in the House and be adopted. So then the speaker takes that report to the president. So, but the speaker doesn't take names that are not there in our list. It's only the names that will be recommended by the committee. We wish you good luck and travel safe.
Thank you everyone.
Yeah, Msam. Ubonge lapho kuMsam.
Chairperson, baba kuyashisa la.
Naku sesiyehlisile nje. So
Before you could call another one, I'm not saying my name. I don't know what criteria you set me because you were supposed to rotate as the members of the AO and in the second
noon. It's evening now, ne? 5. Yeah. Sorry, what are you saying, Sheriff? Good afternoon, honorable members. You're welcome, Ms. Munsami.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, my name is Nonhlanhla Ncubendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. Next to me, I have Kashifa. Kashifa is our content advisor. And next to you is Nelisa Nobatana, our committee secretary. The gentleman at the back is Dr. Tembe, who's our legal person from Parliament. And then the two beautiful ladies there is Tasneem and Crystal. They are our committee researchers. I'll now hand over to Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and good afternoon to you, Ms. Monsami, and welcome to the crazy shift, which is this evening. My name is Fikile Masiko. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm also a member of this interview panel, and I'd like to wish you the best of luck for your interview.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Good afternoon, Ms. Munsami. My name is Robona Mang, Prudence Marekwa, a member of the Portfolio Committee also, and then serving in this panel this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Afternoon, Ms. Munsami. My name is Tabile Masondo, member of this committee and also the panel.
Thank you.
Afternoon, ma'am. I am Stembile Mhlongo, a member of the Portfolio Committee and the panel. Thanks.
Namaste.
Sabon.
My name is Carol Piri. I'm a member of the portfolio and as well as the subcommittee, being a panelist. You are welcome.
Good afternoon, Magdalene.
Good afternoon, Mama. Honorable.
Yes. My name is Magdalena Tutuzile Hlengwa. I'm a member of Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disability, and also a member of a panel. I am Magdalene.
Thank you, Mama.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Very good afternoon to you, Ms. Munsami. My name is Luyo Olumpiti, and I'm a member of this Portfolio Committee and a panelist. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Nazli Sharif, a member of the committee.
Afternoon. My name is Ntokozo Hlonyana. I'm a member of the committee and a member of the panel.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and the panel.
You're welcome. Honorable Mpiti, you know, when you were talking, you were introducing yourself. When I was looking at the screen, you were looking straight to me. And I was like, how? Why are you looking at me like this? And I was like, yo, what's going on now? Yeah. Okay, Magdalene, at least I was trying to make you free to relax. At least you were a member of parliament. You are used to this institution. We are not like other candidates. You are used to honorable members. I'm sure you even know all of them. The first question is about yourself. Tell us about yourself and why do you think you are a suitable candidate to be recommended to serve as a commissioner in CGE?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm going to introduce myself to you formally. Okay, my name is Magdalene Munsami. I was born in KZN. I started as an activist in a very young age, both human rights activist, also political activism. I started serving in various structures of band organization at the time, and thereafter growing into activism on a broad scale, including that of the fight for antiretrovirals, which then developed into provincial, regional leadership and national leadership. I was employed, you want to know about my part-time jobs in Edgar's and all of that, Chair? Let me, sorry, I'm just being lighthearted. My professional background, I headed policy and research at the Department of Social Development under the late, may he so rest in peace, Honorable Zola Skweyiya. I then went on to become the Chief Operations Officer of the National Youth Development Agency. Subsequently, I was a member of Parliament. I then went on to open my own practice, legal practice, that is, a foundation, the Women's Justice Foundation. I have served as a Chief Justice in the United States in a tribunal indicting the United States government on issues of genocide and a whole matter of indictments. I am currently the Deputy Chairperson of the African Peer Review Mechanism. I just have to also check other things that I'm doing because I can't keep up with myself. I have also, I serve on international institutions in terms of advocacy, which involves engagements in different parts of those areas that are contested territories, including those where there is a contestation or discrimination in terms of human rights, particularly with regard to aspects of all rights enshrined in the United Nations Declaration of Human Rights. I recently, in May this year, delivered my verdict as Chief Justice for the U.S. Tribunal in New York to the movement in New York for the purposes of then ensuring that that has been done. I'm not sure if there are things, but I think you have my CV, Honorable Chair.
Yeah, but it's good that you introduce yourself.
Oh, you want to
Tell
know
us
about me more?
Yeah, if you want to tell us about yourself, because people are watching you, they want to know more about you. But remember, it's only 5 minutes. When 5 minutes has ended, has ended. But it's good that it's better if you, as the candidate, you tell us about yourself so that you empower us more to know you. Who are you? And because sometimes in the CV, especially in that form, you're not able to put everything. But if you feel that you have introduced yourself enough, it's fine with us.
Oh, Ezekiel. So I have served on the Council of Ezekiel Museums, where we have had huge successes. It is a heritage, but you understand that COVID had some difficulties that we've experienced. And that was the reason that it ended July. We are now awaiting the new council to be appointed. I've served as the chairperson for the Finance Operations Human Resources Committee and an alternate member on the Audit Committee of Ezekiel. I also lecture at the Law Society of South Africa, Commercial Contracts, and that is a periodic, but I do that annually as my contribution towards empowering and sharing knowledge. Yes. So what do I bring to the table? I bring to the table the skills, the expertise, the knowledge, the experience that is required in management in terms of an insight as well as a visionary, because I believe I'm a visionary. And that is why one is able to understand and ascertain.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable.
I think the other thing that if we can give you an opportunity to tell us anything that maybe you know about yourself that maybe you haven't you want to share with us, because when we ask for public comments, there's one organization that has written something, which is it outer? They are talking about a case. Let me read it for you. But if there's any case that you know of, they said there's an article. Read it. Open your mic so that you can read from the link. Yes.
Good afternoon. The committee received correspondence from OUTA with regards to all participants that were shortlisted. For Ms. Magdalene Munsami is an active director of 4 companies. In addition to this, she is a non-executive director at Armscore, which might pose a conflict of interest. This, together with the other roles and responsibilities, will impact the ability to fulfill the responsibilities as a commissioner. It must be considered that due to various directorships and other collaborations, there will be potential conflicts of interest. Ms. Munsami resigned from Parliament on 12 Jan 2015 as the EF's treasurer. Numerous news articles have been published and radio interviews were held on the topic. Magdalene Munsami also appears in several concerning media articles. These include articles published on 13 April 2022, 22nd, 25 April 2022, and 2 on 2 June 2022, as well as 8 June 2022. All these adverse media articles implicate the individual in possible criminal charges. According to the article, the defense team of 4 of the men accused of murdering former Bafana goalkeeper Senzo Mayuwe said they would open a case of defeating the ends of justice against singer Kelly Kumalo's attorney, Magdalene Munsami. Qualifications are provided and seem to be favorable for this position. Thank you.
Yeah, so thank you very much, Kashifa. What we do, everyone who has applied to be a commissioner, when you come in, we give you an opportunity at least to explain yourself, so that at least we can't be unfair to our candidates and say because there are public comments and then you disqualify candidates. We don't do that, because other things can be explained by the candidate. So even other candidates will do the same. All those that they are saying these things, we'll give you an opportunity. Even those that are positive, we will also tell you, because there are those that are positive also. How many? For Munsami?
It's fine, Honorable Chair. I handle bad news better than I do good news.
Yeah, so
2 comments.
yeah, it's two. We've
Can I
got 2
respond?
good comments.
Okay.
So all of them we tell our candidates.
Can I respond?
Yes.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
You don't have to give.
No, it won't be lengthy. Yeah, I think the first thing is that I come from a legal training, so mine is to test evidence. There may or may not be. Remember, I'm a sole proprietor of my own business, Honorable Chair, of which one may refer to me as a director. I can't excuse myself from that. If there are any others, I know that they have been non-active since prior, me joining Parliament or prior me having left the Department of Social or just after leaving Social Development before going to the NYDA. In terms, Kashifa, you will just remind me of that which I omit. In terms of the aspects regarding defeating the ends of justice, once again, I find public comments that are baseless with reference to articles. I was called by the police and I clarified myself to the media. I'm surprised that OUTA would perceive to create the impression that there's just one side of the version when there are indeed two. I was called and I explained that I was called by the police station in Brixton, of which there is no evidence to date. Now, I'm not the only party that is cited. It is myself, the leader of the EFF, and Ms. Kumalo. But there's been no charges and there's been no communication with the police since then. Now, if OUTA had been rational, and I'm going to say this for the purposes of also being able to understand what a just and accountable society in terms of the media and its representation of public comment, and organizations that want to uphold this democracy, they must be responsible in their utterances. There is a further issue that is being raised about me and being a member of Parliament. I'm not sure what that is, Kashifa. If I can maybe understand it better, because I've seemed to lose my understanding of that.
I think the reference was just to an overview of when you resigned from Parliament. So I think it was just one of the.
Okay, so you see, that is malicious, Honorable Chair. There's no need to clarify the obvious. You know, and I know that I resigned from Parliament. And there was no issue in respect of myself and the political party at the time. Neither is there any such now. If this is rabble-rousing, we're here for an interview for a Commissioner of Gender Equality. So I would like us to proceed in that spirit. Thank you, Honorable Chair, and thank you, members of the panel.
Thank you very much, Ms. Monsami. We got our clarity. We can continue with our interview. Over to you, Honorable Pony.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and once more, good afternoon, Ms. Monsami, and thanks for the clarity that you provided earlier on. The question I'm going to ask is more around the mandate of the CGE, Commission on Gender Equality. The question number one would be, what is your understanding of the CGE's mandate, powers, functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation? The second part of the question is, please explain the role of a commissioner at the Commission for Gender Equality. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Member, I think the issue of the role, mandate, powers and functions in terms of the Constitution rest with the fact that the Commission of Gender Equality obviously finds basis in the Bill of Rights, Chapter 2 of the Constitution. And that's where it will find expression in terms of its ability, because of the nature of the rights of Chapter 2 of the Bill of Rights. It finds its expression in terms of being able to protect that. So that is the issue of where equality comes in. The fundamentals of equality arise from Chapter 2. And so we have to see that as a pillar and a cornerstone of the Constitution. This is what makes our Constitution one of the unique constitutions globally, because we protect without condition. It's a non-derogable right, the right to equality. It is not one that can be derogated from. So I think that's the most important understanding of what then makes this institution special. Over and above this, the role is to strengthen constitutional democracy. And what do we understand by that as a Chapter 9 institution? It's impartiality, it's independence, its ability to exercise without fear And I want to stress that without fear, without prejudice, without favor, it's a mandate, which I will come to, in terms of protecting the institutions that must then be independent and impartial. And obviously it's accountable to the National Assembly. In terms of what it is, that its regulation is section 187 of the Constitution once again. Remember, it finds its grounding and its expression from the Constitution. It's not an institution that is self-created, like my foundation, for example. But still, how does this then become the entity that becomes the expression and the whole of gender equality in the country? And therefore, section 187 gives it the power to protect gender equality, to promote gender equality by being able to monitor and evaluate and create litigation or initiate litigation where it is necessary, to be able to then make recommendation, to look at issues of policy, to look at issues of legislation, and then to take it one step further. It is to be able to be in a position that it is able to monitor and evaluate, it's able to engage civil society. It has the power to engage the public protect. You know what is special about this commission, Honorable Chair? It is the fact that it has the ability to investigate. And that, I think, is a very significant power and function of the commission. It can initiate its own investigation. Obviously, it's not a law to itself, but it is able to investigate where on its own or by complaint what it finds to be a nefarious situation. It can even use forced entry, which is very unusual, but obviously this is done via the judiciary. But imagine yourself as a commissioner just going and breaking a door of human traffickers. This is the power of the commission. It has to obviously delegate its responsibility. But when you pragmatize the power of the commission, you understand that it has virtues and a mandate that far extends. It's able to give recommendations to the National Assembly, to the President. It is able to liaise. It is able to make and interact with whatever international instruments give life to them, and be able to interact in the continent and internationally. I think those are a few things. There's something else, the duties and that I'm missing. I was trying because I heard somebody being scolded at for using notes, but I wrote them. But this is what my understanding in real terms is of the powers. The role of the commissioner. There's an omission in the act, you know, Honorable Chair. I want to say that it's not necessarily an omission. I think it's somewhere, but it is trying to hint at, by default of the Constitution, that the commissioners would then have to uphold and implement what would then be 187, 119, 120, and 9 of the Constitution, and in terms of the sections, sorry. And then obviously the act that regulates is the Commission for Gender Equality Act. But that act by its very nature has more reliance on the Constitution and sets out more a regulatory nature than, and I think the role of commissioners, it gives detail in terms of you mustn't be a criminal and you must, etc., etc. But insofar as identifying not only in terms of committees, Honorable Chair, but also in terms of being pedantic legally, so that commissioners, and here's a hint to one of the questions that were asked, so that commissioners then understand that there is a legislative authority that demands them to comply. These are my roles, almost a brief performance, kind of a breakdown in terms of the act, because if the act needs to be amended, remember the CGE has the independence and the authority to make such recommendation for its amendment. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. Is that the
Yeah.
is the answer?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
I wanted to make a follow up on something, but it's fine. Can we get Honorable Masondo?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Miss Munsami, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
A key strategic outcome of the Commission as per its strategic plan 2019 to 2024 is to promote and protect gender equality through public awareness, education, investigation, and litigation. Do you think that this has been done successfully? What innovative means would you adopt to promote public awareness and of access to the Commission? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Let me start by the following. You know, there was a research that was done by the Commission, I think it was 2014. No, it was sometime. It was called the Employment Equity Hearings, the hearings on employment. It was done in Ditsong and Tshwane. Now, it was looking at the ratios of, and this is coming to the promotion through public awareness. So these hearings were done in Ditsong and Tshwane regarding employment equity and the extent to which women were at senior management roles. Interestingly, one department, which was DSD, I think it is, let me just check. DSD's best practice, 66% women in senior management, Department of Social Development, March 2013. Department of Community Services, 60% odd, I'm kind of like, yeah, 60%, but the retention of the 60%, impossible. Where's the capacity? So creating the public awareness, and this is what you'll find in terms of the outcome of the Sink or Swim report, which is 2020 of the Commission for Gender Equality. The outcome indicates very clearly, and we are finding this becoming more and more prevalent in the public sector, indicators not meeting strategic outcomes. So you've got gorgeous strategic outcomes, Honorable, but the indicators are not meeting them, and implementation is going like this because there's no audit on monitoring and evaluation. This is my input, that there should be an audit on monitoring, because you've got monitoring and evaluation, and then you've got evaluation on the, am I too loud or, sorry, Chair?
You're fine.
No. So yes, you asked me if it's efficient. I'm going to answer this question. So have the CGE sufficiently promoted gender equality through public awareness in education investigation? I'm not going to say yes and not going to say no, not because I want to be politically correct, because I think that the mammoth task that the CGE has to be handled with leadership at an executive and a board level. It accounts to the National Assembly. There's accountability structures. Now, when we look at the level of the quarter that just passed on violence against women, GBV and femicide, we know it's not a secret, it has increased ridiculously. And we are seeing this not because of social media or mass media, it's because people are now wanting to talk about the realities that are affecting. I mean, one of the research that was done by Stats SA on the issue of whether women should or should not be looked at in terms of equality, 67% of less than 50% of the population being male had the audacity to say maybe. When they are the minority in terms of 50-50, it's not 50-50, we are a greater part of the population. So I think when we are discussing issues of public awareness, it's not about celebrating only the achievements that we've made way prior 56 and post 56, but also considering the social dynamic and social change of our society. Now, that's where I want us to look at what do we consider in terms of aspects of the economic empowerment, which is constant in SADC Protocol, Beijing Plus, and the CEDAW and the UN Resolution 1325, etc. The issues of economic empowerment, if we're speaking public awareness, have we done enough? Education, investigation, litigation. You find that the entrepreneurial spirit of a woman, irrespective of what she's doing, and this was a study also done by the CGE, it falls through the water, falling through the fingers, simply because of lack of sustainability.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next question. Honorable Piri.
Thanks, Chair. And afternoon to yourself, Monsomi. You elaborated or you stated when you started about when you were telling us about yourself. You sit in international bodies or committees that you referred to. And my question, as you know, already some of the international treaties that you mentioned, like your CEDAW. My question direct to you is that, have you ever found time to look at the shadow report that was done by the CGE?
No, I have not.
Then I must rephrase my question. As much as you have not yet found time to look at reports that were made a recommendation by the CGE, but already you know that one of the roles of the CGE in terms of your international treaties is to monitor and evaluate. If you become one of the commissioners, you are appointed, what will be your best contribution in terms of strengthening the monitoring and evaluation that needs to be done by the CGE? How best, differently from what they're doing now? As much as I've said, it's about strengthening already. They are monitoring and evaluating, but we need to strengthen and tighten. Bearing in mind, currently, we are facing issues of LGBTQIA+, that most of the international community, we talk about it, but deep down in the trenches of our communities, people have not yet accepted that we have those communities. Therefore, in strengthening your monitoring and evaluation, what will be at the same time your input, so that you must make sure people are starting to live with the fact that we have got LGBTQIA+ community. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I want to appreciate the question. I may not have read the report, but however, I have made comparative analysis of the legislation and the convention, some conventions and some covenants. So if I can refer to the SADC protocol, the SADC protocol gives us a developmental outlook. And that developmental outlook covers aspects around, for example, women in ICT, climate change, LGBTQI, media and communication, which covers the aspect of pornography. It covers issues of women access to resources, access to land, for example. And then you have what we have, and is the same as Beijing, but Beijing obviously is 95, and that's later. But if you look then at even the UN resolution, peace and conflict, war and conflict, the issue of how we create an indicator is important. Simply because if you simply say promote and protect without indicating how on your strategic plan, then you will not have proper implementation because you've done education awareness, but have we brought in the peacekeepers in society, the police, the justice system? To what extent have we expanded the indicator to hold accountable the tools for monitoring and evaluation? Now, once that happens, and we're not just saying promote and protect, because those are very abstract in its nature, unless we bring it back down to what are the mechanisms of promotion and protection. Who are the stakeholders? Now, stakeholders are critical, and we know this because the stakeholders, in terms of the commission and its responsibility, come back down to, for example, the chiefs in the customary marriages, those traditional leaders, etc., etc. So when we start to break down the indicator, Honorable, then we're able to say this indicator is specific. The issue of monitoring and evaluation then becomes simpler because we need to also have a proper research database. First, let's cover the ground. What are we dealing with in terms of this community? What are the limitations? What are the aspects? What are the interventions? So strengthening monitoring and evaluation tools. You raise the issue of the LGBTQI plus community, and that's an aspect that I also find very close to my heart, simply because of the rapes of lesbian women and the continuation, the killings, the lack of tolerance. So when we speak about public awareness, are we speaking to ourselves? Because what you'll find in many workshops, and I say this under correction, those activists or those people who are being oppressed are the people attending the workshops and not those who need to be educated. So what is our sampling? What is our research methodology and output in terms of understanding the kind of indicator that we need to create? So for me, it's not looking at it, we don't need to look at it through the eye of the needle. It's really open to make sure that we say, let's not have these communications or conversations amongst ourselves. Let's open up, let's dare to enter the church. Let's dare to enter the space of faith-based organizations and engage them on what are the challenges of isolation, exclusion, etc. Because these are the things that we need to speak about openly. The thing is, we speak to those who are being constant victims, and yet we don't speak to the perpetrator or even the mindset changer in the community. So that's what I would do from a practical point of view. Obviously, from a policy point of view, I would consider further enforcing, auditing sustainable financial programs and being able to then not just prop up a mushrooming or an emerging entrepreneur and drop them. It's the same thing that happened.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Mam Sengwa.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon again. Munsami, we have been so long today, and we were talking, someone have tempted to listen what you have talked and even demonstrate where it is. But let me have one question for you, because I know, why do you think you are the most suitable candidate for this post? Having said that, do you believe that you have leadership skills? If so, can you provide us with an example of when you successfully exercise your leadership style? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable, my namesake. Why do I think I'm the most suitable candidate? It's you who must decide that. I've been here before. I'm getting my fingers burnt. I'm trying not to burn my fingers, but I've been nominated. So I will leave that to you to decide. I've been a leader most of my life. I'm not ashamed of it because I am a leader. I'm confident of that. I have led under the most difficult circumstances, and I've lived under the more difficult than those difficult circumstances. And I'm here. The mark of a leader is one who does not need to, because you ask me, I'm not going to deny it. It's I have to lead myself first. Imagine me and this personality in the morning. And then I have to lead in. But it's fine. Yes, I'm a leader. What is my leadership style and what is successful? Okay, let me give you a few examples. When I decided to leave Parliament and go in to do my articles, I was offered condonation to avoid the article so that I could go straight into being admitted as an attorney of the High Court. And I refused. I wanted to do it myself with that small pocket money that you receive. My practice is going on 7 years old. I'm a sole proprietor. So when I say I lead myself, I have a foundation which is certified for the past 6 years, going on 7. Which is very successful, internationally based. I have successfully been one of the individuals that were part of an organization that was able to merge the Youth Commission and Umsobomvu Youth Fund into the NYDA. I have been successful in terms of being able to lead at the levels of government in the state and being able to lead internationally, of which I am a very proud member of many solidarity structures that are also able to give. So successful leadership style, yes, the committee that I sat on, I'm sorry, Honorable Chair, I'm slightly distracted, that I was able to lead on. We were able to not have, after many, we served 3 years, after many reprimands around deviations and irregular expenditure, 0 in the term before we had left. So I'm successful as a chairperson of that committee to ensure that there were no deviations in that committee, and we've succeeded in creating 25 policies that were able to be monitored thoroughly and be implemented. That's just a very fine recent example as early as July. I'm now going into my 6th audit in my practice, and so far all of my audits have been clean audits. So apart from that, I have led in various national structures, of which I'm very proud to say have been able to achieve and understand many objectives and goals for the country and the nation. Yeah, so I think that you need more examples, maybe. I don't know if they're laughing at me or with me, so I'll just join them.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, I think I really like the point that you're making about the issues around the indicators, because I think many times people are looking for big ideas, and it's, you know, the big ideas don't actually change things. It's the small things that actually lead to the big things. Having said that, you know, I wanted to just go back into the point around investigations that the CGE at times is tasked with doing. You know, we've seen in this particular term quite a number of investigations that have involved ministers, have involved deputy ministers. And so my question really to you is, having had the history that you've had politically, and should you be appointed as a commissioner, do you think that any investigations that you decide to pursue as part of the CGE may be viewed, and this is based on perception and not on anything related to your skill and your state of mind, but based on perception, do you believe that it may be seen as political, and these investigations could be seen as you know, not fair, purely on the basis that you've been a member of parliament? I'm sure you've had a number of agreements and disagreements with a number of members of parliament and politicians. So do you believe that could be a conflict of interest for you going forward?
I really appreciate the honesty of that question, Honorable. Let me start by saying I've never exercised fear or favor or being a sycophant at any point. Mine as a lawyer has always been to be based on the fact and not on emotion or feeling. So this is where my training as a lawyer takes precedence. I remember I trained many years ago. I did not start studying in 20-something. It was, I'm not a very young person. However, the issue of conflict of interest is not something that I have any appetite for. I call it like it is, a spade is spade. So for me, I think the question is fair because it is obviously something that is moving around. Justice is justice, and this is what politics is about. The politics of South Africa, the terrain was justice, to move from injustice and illegality to justice and legality. That was the intention of the politics in South Africa. Why then do we have a democracy that is so diverse? So that is the nature of the environment of the politics that I grew up in. It was not a politic of self-serving. It was a politic of the people. And hence, I don't believe that I have the capability, even if I tried, I would then become an unfortunate missing person. But I would not have the capability to do such. It is not part of my character, my training, and my grooming. I was groomed by the best. And those who had integrity at the center of who they are. So I'm confident that if there had to be some possible, there's something else that was raised by the outer people, Honorable Chair, that I want to clarify about something. I don't know what it was, which I'm thinking of now. You see, the issue is that when people do not understand how you can stand for what is right and not stand for what is wrong, they have to try and problematize things that are not even real. I'm saying this about outer, not yourself, Honorable. But what I am saying is that I don't believe that, I said to we were sitting out in the other room, and I said to the ladies, there's no one who does not vote in this country. Why am I being held accountable for my political history? There's nothing historical about my politics. I'm not dead. I'm here. And everyone has a right And why are we not speaking about? We speak so fancifully about the Constitution and fancifully about the rights of the CGE, but we're not allowed to exercise our rights when we fought for the rights of the people of this country. I find that quite a contradiction. So no, I'm not historically political. I can make political observations. I'm contemporarily political, and I will be, as everybody else has a right to be, because this is the basis, and this was makes our democracy unique and special. There's no conflict of interest if you believe in justice and what is right. I hope that answered your question, Honorable.
It does, and Chair, I really apologize. Just one quick follow-up, and I think it's just really on a point of clarity, and I think you've 100% nailed it on the head with your response. But the question I'm really asking is that, you know, as a portfolio committee, we need to look at the independence of the CGE as an independent Chapter 9 constitutional institution. And so ours is to always protect what that represents to the people of South Africa. And so what I'm asking not necessarily is not about your skill and whether or not you'll be independent. I cannot judge that, and I cannot make that judgment upon you. I'm simply asking the question in regards to the independence and the perception that the CGE needs to hold in terms of its placing in society, and whether having you there might compromise that perception of independence. So I want to hear your view on that. And it's a different question from you and your positionality and standing in politics, but rather the independence of the institution itself.
I don't know what to say to you. You know, Honorable, let me express myself. What is this you being there? I am a human being. I am also a persona. I'm not a member of a political party. Now, me being there adds value to the CGE. I'm going to dare you on that one. It adds value. I came here for the second time because I realized that there were some things that were amiss, and I said that if I had the opportunity to serve, I would. I was nominated. I did not apply. Please, can we just? So there's no prejudice on either. However, having me there would be an asset, because what I bring, apart from independence, impartiality, is the ability to test reasonableness. To use a test, I have a legal test in my brain that can automatically be activated in the instance of a crime investigation, in the instance of a discriminatory investigation. I can give you the test of what are a reasonable balance of probabilities, etc. Now that's how I exercise my ability and my authenticity in terms of my role in any structure, for that matter. So put aside the emotion, focus on the fact, yes, we're dealing with human lives, but we're dealing with a situation where we've got to expedite the process. And what I bring, I believe, and I fully have confidence in this, I work smart, not hard, because I understand just by observing and making an analysis what needs to be done and how it needs to be done. Then we need to find the tools of how do we bring unity in a diverse set of skills in a structure such as a board that will be able to say, okay, we have the same vision. How is that vision brought together? How is it magnetized? How do you create synergy? That whether you're sitting in a committee, or anyone is in any committee, there's at all times a sense of synergy and a capturing of, yes, this is our vision. Because we know wherever we go, these strategic objectives that we have, Honorable, are going to be met by all committees because we all have the same, irrespective of our diversities. The goal, thank you, ma'am, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. If you've been following the interviews, then you know I'm dealing with the GBVF question. As we know, gender-based violence and femicide continues to ravage in our society. 2018, 2019 saw the adoption of the National Strategic Plan, and this year with the 3 GBVF bills. Miss Munsami, it's Miss or Mrs.? I just want to
It's
get your
Miss.
pronoun right. Okay,
Miss.
Miss Munsami, can you tell the panel what your perception is of the National Strategic Plan, how you think has it been successful in what it's meant to do, and how will you as a commissioner ensure that the NSP is looked at and GBVF is combated?
Okay. You know, I was part of that plan, the National Strategic Plan. We once had a meeting at the Manhattan in Pretoria with the ministry. I'm not going to speak much about it. I think that a lot of things are, you know, what we see and what we know go into national strategic plans. The emergency response plan that emanated from there after the femicide increases and the consciousness awareness of, you know, I mean, let me give you an example. If you ask me, how do I look at the NSP and just to repeat it, I just don't want to lose my train of thought.
No problem. It's what is your view of the NSP and do you think it's been successful? And what will you do as a commissioner in terms of the NSP as well as combating gender-based violence and femicide?
Okay. Okay, so I will tell you this, this is much. You see, the problem is, let's not make a stigma of gender-based violence and femicide as if we do not understand that Oyinele walked into a post office to collect mail and left dead. A post office. I had to pick up my license from the post office. I would rather get arrested than walk into a post office. Because the emotions of a woman that understands the concept of trusting a state entity, we're a place where you're meant to be safe, which means that we are not integrating. Now that's where my answer on the National Strategic Plan comes in. We had to put in this emergency response plan, etc., and then you got the amendments to the bills. Okay, I want to say the success has been the amendments to the bills. One, the Electronic Communications and Transactions Act, which was neglected in terms because cybersecurity now has become a very imperative part of the way that we look at things, where women have been exposed and blackmailed and psychologically destroyed because of videos, etc., that have been taken and circulated. So this is very critical. So the fact that the electronic communication and transactions are part of the NSP and have fallen into directly into the amendment, the package of bills that have been amended. The second issue is extension of national, what do you call these people? The sex offenders. And then you have the issue that one very significant aspect for me is that if your neighbor hears you being beaten up and that person does not take accountability, it starts calling for public or active citizenship. That person can be criminally liable for not reporting that incident. So that's where I want to take it insofar as what is the efficiency and how it went down to the Sexual Offences Amendment Bill and Act, and then went down to the criminal procedure and to harassment. But also remember the harassment code in the employment environment, where you find, let me ask the question honestly. I don't know if anyone is a commissioner from the private sector. How often do you see handshakes for sexual harassment? and non-disclaimer, non-disclosure clauses put in. Release the executive, release the women, pay them both. We don't hold accountable those who are stakeholders for our very own developing, monitoring, evaluating, and understanding what these programs of delivery must be. So we need to have an approach that is consistent in terms of that NSP. I don't believe it's been unsuccessful. I just think we need to get hands-on. Everybody needs, so if it gives citizens accountability and the CGE reminds citizens that you are accountable, should you hear children screaming or the elderly, remember the vulnerable have been expanded now to the elderly, those who are physically, mentally, etc., weakened. So if you hear that and you do not report it, you can be held accountable. And this is one of the boldest steps that I must applaud that came out of the process of the National Strategic Plan. I hope I've answered your question. Follow up.
Sorry, Chair, you did not answer how you as a commissioner will work in the field of GBVF.
Oh, yes, of course. Look, I've been working in the field. I normally take a baseball bat. I'm joking. I work in the field all the time. I think one of the things my foundation does and that we do is, and the practice is that we link the foundation with the pro bono aspects in terms of GBV and the violence court, and we have relationships there. Where we are able to place people in places of safety, where we are able to, you didn't hear that, Honorable Chair, where we are able to then, and that is what we're going to do. We're going to try and up the ante in terms of the criminal justice process, as well as the court system, and not just put in targets, but put in effective what then happened thereafter. The fact that you have incarcerated, remember, one of the expansions on the Criminal Procedure Act is cancellation of bail. So even if bail was granted and it is later evidence becomes available, that person can then, bail can be cancelled, go back to jail, do not pass, begin and collect 200. So that is where I think the issue of, thank you, Honorable, are you fine? Okay, thank you.
Honorable Sonyane.
Thank you very much, Chair. Ms. Muntami, I'm not going to ask you about your advocacy experience, nor am I going to ask you about your legislative or policy review experience. I'm also not going to ask you about your litigation experience, nor your managerial experience, because I think maybe your CV does speak for itself. But I am going to ask you 3 questions. And the first question that I'm going to ask you is going to be a commissioner serving in the CGE is a position that demands a lot out of the commissioners. The duties of the commissioners require that they spend sufficient hours conducting the duties of CGE. You seem to be a very busy person. Can you at least tell us how are you going to honor the hours required by the CGE at your current busy schedule? As you have said, you are a member of many solidarity structures. And then the second question that I'm going to ask you is that, do you regard the ability to communicate as a key to the position of a commissioner, and why? In your opinion, what are the key attributes?
Is that question number 3, sorry?
Number 2.
So it's, do I regard the ability to communicate a key attribute? Yes.
To the position of a commissioner, and why? Same question, continuation. In your opinion, what are the key attributes of someone who's able to communicate successfully? And do you believe you have these attributes? And then the last question, Chair, is going to be, serving the people of South Africa is a calling, not another title on our curriculum vitae. If you don't find joy in the CGE, will you resign as a commissioner, or would you stay to be the change in the CGE, no matter the difficulties you may face. Thank you, Chair.
So may I please, Honorable Chair? Serving the people is a privilege. Sorry,
it's a
calling.
Yes.
Yes, okay, now I'm fine. May I? Thank you, Honorable Member. Demands a lot of hours. I served in the Ezekiel Council for 3 years. I'll give you just a brief example. I've missed, I think, half a meeting in 3 years. I served on 2 committees with the board, and we've had special meetings, etc. You can verify that with the chairperson of the committee of Ezekiel and the CEO. I've lectured at LEAD. I have a diary. So what I maintain is that I make sure that my diary is well planned. So my diary, I can tell you what is happening in October already and what is happening in November and December. I don't neglect my responsibilities. I don't like to do that. I find it very unappealing and unattractive to myself. So I'm a very ardent person when it comes to working. And I work tirelessly. So how do I conduct? I really honestly cannot say that I do not know how to handle my responsibilities, which is why I served my full term in Ezekiel and served full terms in other structures. Do I regard the ability to communicate a key attribute to the position of commissioner, and why? Yes, communication. Communication is, remember, we're talking about public awareness, education. So communication is important because commissioners have to go out there for public hearings, commissioners have to engage, they have to have but also knowledgeability and being able to understand the terrain, understand the environment. So there is a leadership quality that goes beyond simple communication. You have to be a leader that has tasted and felt the pang and the pain of being able to strain and drain out the perfection in a skill that you find to be one of yours. And is it, do I regard it? Is it, for me, do I find, no, communication is, for me, it's the work that matters. Let's get the job done and then communicate it. But where we stuck, let's communicate with each other in order to understand what is it that we're not doing sufficiently. The key attributes of someone to communicate, you know, the one thing, it's a very simple secret. If you know what you're doing, if you're committed, and if you're honest about your intentions, there's no fear. There's no fear in the truth. My father taught me that. So for as long as you know, and that honesty will come with the kind of knowledge and experience. Serving is a calling. Yes, of course, I've been serving when there was nothing, and I'm still serving, and I am on my own. I still serve. It's part of my DNA. It's part of my genes. Resignation is not an option. I had and I want to reserve anything that I might read into your question because it was not the case. But one must understand that when you give most of your life, and you need to understand that there is a degree and you want to be able to have an identity. Yes, I do believe that service is a calling. And I will continue in every single corner of the country. I find myself in either this day or that day or another day because I'm called upon, like I have been nominated to sit here today. My people will remain my people, and I will remain their servant. I hope that answers your question, Honorable.
Can I have a follow-up, Chair? Thank you so much. It's fine. Ms. Monsami, we're not doubting. Chair, we're not doubting the issue of commitment. It is the time that I'm asking. Right now you're saying I'm having a diary until November is already done. We're going to give you this position in October and say you must start. Are you going to be able to fulfill the hours that need to be fulfilled by commissioners? Are you going to be able to fulfill them?
Honorable member, I have indicated that I have been a member of the Ezekiel Council for 3 years. I've been a deputy chairperson of the APRM going on 3 years. I have not neglected or reneged on my responsibilities. That is the confidence I want to place you in. Where I am unable to do so, you will get an early warning from me. There are unforeseen experiences like any other person for that matter, but not to the point of negligence. Negligence is not my strength. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. Ms. Monsami, I heard you replying to honorable members about ways of tackling gender-based violence in the country. And you've mentioned that dialogues have been held across the country, and you believe that in those cases, it's mostly the victims that attend those dialogues. I want to know from yourself, if appointed as a commissioner, a woman in Malamulela, in Limpopo, who does not even understand English nor have TV or social media, does not know about CGE. How would you go about in educating a woman in such a rural area who is not informed about social media and any other thing? Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Section 119 of the Constitution gives the obligation to the CGE in terms of liaising with civil society. So civil society then becomes the foot soldiers of the CGE. And so does the Human Rights Commission, Public Protector. Now we know that in that manner, we have the opportunity to become codependent on each other in terms of infrastructure. What is one of the things of the problems of gender budgeting, budget responsiveness, and gender sensitivity, which goes to equal pay, issues of equal pay, and issues of, I didn't get a chance to speak all of the things I wanted to say, but that is where it comes in. So we need to be able to ensure that we liaise with civil society, our relationship on the ground, as much as it is with the National Assembly. There's constituencies. This is a portfolio committee. How do we piggyback on the ability to make everyone an ambassador of the CGE? How do we ensure that it is a matter of compulsion, that when the president goes out, like he has been doing, the issue of GBV becomes natural language to every member of every committee, of every aspect? That is the lobby and advocacy responsibility that the CGE has to do for itself and has to do to get that message to that gogo in Malumlele. So I don't think that that is something that is so far from. I think it's just a matter of how do we lobby? How do we have active individuals in parliament that are saying, this committee is sitting, here's a statement of the CGE, read the statement, put the statement onto the committee's discussions. This is the latest development. How do we have flashpoints of what's happening all over the country? Who is being raped, who is being murdered, who is being killed, who is being, now I'm even dancing in the those things, so that there is an education, there's an alert system. People are talking about it. Somebody knows somebody in a police station in Malamlele. How does that person then call that and say, enough now. We've heard these incidences too many times. So that is the nature of how I would go about that process of lobby and advocacy, using Section 119 as my tool, because it is in the Thank you very much, Honorable. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Monsami. We have come to the end of your questions. Is there anything that maybe you want to share with the committee?
Yeah, there are a lot of things I want to share,
Not
Chair.
a lot.
Yeah, I just want to say that, one of the things that I was busy with, when I speak, I think there is something that we need to look at, re-channeling our language. We speak about triple oppression when there's quadruple oppression, the issue of economic empowerment. And I think that the commission has tried at some point to do something with Department of Trade and Industry and small business, etc. But it started to get weary in terms of job creation. And I believe that what needs to happen is that the committee itself needs to look into its diagnostics of demographic of women, people with disabilities, and youth, and women that fall within the youth category. And what you'll find if you do your math is that it's almost going into 40 million, almost 40 million, if you take what your portfolio committee is doing. Now, for me, I think that the issues that are very significant in terms of economic empowerment is to look at the current macro and microeconomic policy in respect of the recession, the impact that it's going to have. And I was hoping that someone would ask that question. What is the economic impact on what we understand and have phrased the feminization of poverty? Because that is ridiculous for us to create slogans that are detrimental to the female and the women agenda, if it's for growth and development, to then label us as as a face of poverty. So mine is that the responsibility of the commission needs to be one that starts to teach women how to take economic power back into their hands, their resources, their capacity that they have, and make the issue of education the priority of however we can. We won almost the fight against sanitary towels, but the fight for education must be a step towards economic empowerment. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Monsami. We wish you good luck. I'm
Thank
sure
you.
you know about these processes, and we'll be deliberating on our report next week. And after that, that's where our candidates will know whether they are successful or not successful. But we appreciate all the candidates who took their time and came, accept our invitation to come to Parliament to show that seriously, people are serious about serving the citizens of South Africa and serving the country with integrity and dignity. Thank you very much. You must drive safe, fly safe. I know that there are no flights. Hopefully our staff members have booked for you so that all our candidates are not found in the streets, not having a place to sleep. And they must give you the details of your flights so that you don't struggle. Bonelisa, they will be there to help all of you going back home. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to make a note on those comments that if Neliswa can just on the record contact me regarding those directorships so that I can clarify from the CIPC side that those entities have not been in existence, etc., if they are such, except for the ones that I am. And if there's any other questions, because I can't read comments like that, it would. But thank you very much for having me and making the time. I'm sure you must be tired. You have another 3 candidates or 4 to go. Good luck.
Thank
Sleep
you.
tight, Herbie.
Oh.
Thank you. Can you get my pen? You want it back? Yeah. Oh, I thought it was a pen for it. Okay. I have. Oh. So I want to say to you
Leanne van der Merwe. My name is Nonhlanhla Ncobendaba, and I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities. You are welcome, and you are going to have 45 minutes with us in this room. Each member is going to ask you questions, but you will have to respond in 5 minutes. You'll be lucky if you are asked by 8 members. If you are unfortunate, you'll be asked by 11. But if you are lucky, you'll be asked by 8 honorable members. Feel free, relax. If you don't understand the question, you are free to tell or ask the honorable member to repeat the question so that you are able to respond appropriately. I know that it's been a long day, and for us also it's been a long day, but what can we do? Because we also make follow-ups. And yeah, Kashifa, any public comment? Okay, you received 45 public comments. The other ones, they were just saying you are involved in how many companies? The other ones, they just recommend you. You know, people out there, they think they are lobbying us for you guys when you're coming for the interviews. But it's important that we must also share with you the information that we have. They say there are no items that appear in your profile. Sorry, there are no concerning items. So you received 45 public comments, which are coming from people or organizations that are saying they know you. So I will start with the first question. The first question is about yourself. You are the one who knows yourself. We have read your form for CV. That has got your CV, and we have seen your qualifications, but it's better if you tell us about yourself.
Good evening.
And oh, by the way, I'm reminded, remember, Honorable Mpiti, I'm aging, and sometimes this thing, it deals with me. Next to me, I'm sitting with Kashifa. Kashifa is our content advisor. The gentleman at the back is Dr. Tembe, our legal person from Parliament. The two ladies at the back are our committee researchers, it's Tasnim and Christel. I'll now hand over to honorable members so that they can introduce themselves, starting from Honorable Masigo.
Good evening, Ms. van der Merwe. My name is Fikile Masiko. I am a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth, and Persons with Disabilities, and I'm a member of this panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Goeienaand, mevrouw of mejuffrouw van der Merwe, en welkom bij de interviews. My naam is Bonamang Prudence Marekwa, lid van die komitee en ook lid van die interview panel vanaand. Dankie.
Thank you. What you umuntu?
Thank you, Chairperson.
What you umuntu?
Good afternoon, Ms. Van der Merwe. My name is Tabile Masondo, member of this committee, member of the panel also.
Good evening, Ms. van der Merwe. I am Stembile Mhlongo, a member of the Portfolio Committee and of the panel. Thanks.
Good evening, ma'am. How are you?
I'm okay, thanks. How are you?
Are you multilingual?
Hmm?
Are you multilingual? Yes, I am. I speak Venda. I can see you are wearing a Venda necklace.
It's Xhosa's not Venda.
Oh, you. My name is Carol Piri. I hail from Limpopo. I'm a member of the panel as well as the portfolio committee. You are welcome.
Thank you.
Good evening, Miss van der Merwe. How are you this
I'm okay, thanks.
evening?
How are you?
Thank you. My name is Magdalena Duduzile Hlengwa, MD. I'm a member of Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth, and Person with Disability. I'm also a member of Interviewing Committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
A very good evening to you, Ms. van der Merwe. My name is Louis Olompiti, and I'm a member of this portfolio committee. All the best.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Nazli Sharif, a member of the Portfolio Committee.
Thank you.
Good evening, Ms. van der Merwe. My name is Ntokozo Hlonyana. I'm a member of the committee and a member of the panel.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Ms. van der Merwe, you must relax. I can see the way you are seated. You're even doing this. So relax. Take a deep breath. You have honorable members. They are very nice. They have humility. So don't be frightened or be intimidated. It's just an interview. Yeah, what you need to do is just to focus and respond to questions appropriately. Where you don't understand, don't hesitate to ask honorable members. But I want you to relax. Yeah, there's a bottle of water, I'm sure there.
Yes.
You must just take a sip if you feel that it's like now we are becoming hot, even hot flashes, they come like they've never came before. You never have them before. Just take a sip of water. Yeah, the first question is, tell us about yourself. Who are you? Where are you coming from? And why did you apply for this position, or you were nominated? Just tell us about yourself.
Thank you, Chair. I'm so happy and honored to be here. Also to the rest of the House. As introduced, my name is Leonacia Leanne van der Merwe. And my work is really informed by the personal narrative of being a transgender woman born in rural Transkei. I think it's an exceptionally big honor for a transgender woman to be in Parliament, to be interviewed by this portfolio committee. I don't think members of our community have come thus far. And so I don't just carry my voice, I carry the voice of transgender women who are Black and poor and marginalized and disenfranchised all over this country. I was born in rural Transkei, where I grew up. I went to University of the Western Cape for undergraduate studies. I went to the University of South Africa for postgraduate studies. As a result of not having adequate access to appropriate and quality transgender healthcare, I founded Social Health and Empowerment, and we are a feminist collective of transgender women where we strive to enhance or advocate for appropriate care. We work from a feminist lens, one in which we are really enhancing the capacity of transgender women to be able to be advocates for themselves. I am the founding director. We are 11 years old. If you count the COVID era, I tend to get confused by that. So the organization is 11 years old. I sit on different boards. I have been part of the United Nations development of a sexual orientation, gender identity and expression mandate to champion the issues of LGBT people at the level of the United Nations. And we've seen 2 special rapporteurs come through, although I'm not as involved in the work of the special mandate these days. In general, I also work a lot around not just transgender women's rights, but women in general in the Eastern Cape with a good understanding of the cultural context and landscape. So that's me for now, Chair.
Thank you very much. Over to you, Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Ms. Leanne, for the wonderful work that you are doing around the advocacy for the rights of transgender women. It's very interesting to listen to your background, especially in that field. In terms of your understanding on the mandate and the role and function of the Commission on Gender Equality as a Chapter 9 institution that has been established with the view to strengthen constitutional democracy. What is your understanding of CGE's mandate, powers, and functions in terms of the Constitution and its enabling legislation? That's the first part of the question. The second part speaks to your understanding of the role of a commissioner in CGE. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Member, for that question. And thank you for commending our work. Broadly, the mandate of the CGE is to promote, to develop, and to attain a state of gender equality. In order to talk about the mandate of the CGE, let me contextualize it to work that we've done with the CGE as an organization. The CGE has a complaints mechanism that we've employed in the Eastern Cape when we started talking about equitable healthcare for transgender people in the province. We worked with a legal advisor who made recommendations to the Department of Health. So that is one of the functions of the CGE. Another function is also public education. The CGE has worked very closely with us in terms of building understanding of terms and concepts related to sexual and gender diversity in the province. So having the CGE Act only at a legislation level mean very little if minds and hearts are not changed. So we work closely with the CGE and the Eastern Cape in terms of advancing understanding of these concepts. And there's been numerous incidents in which, we've collaborated with the CGE, particularly around issues of religion, where we've worked with churches and traditional councils. The CGE is also making recommendations to Parliament in terms of legislation. And we are also lobbying the CGE to make recommendations in terms of Act 49 of 2003, which is an act in terms of which transgender people are able to change their identity through the National Department of Home Affairs. As it stands, we don't have implementation guidelines of the Act. And we've been working and lobbying with the CGE to ensure that we get implementation guidelines for the CGE, for the implementation of the of Act 49. And then my understanding is also that the CGE is ensuring compliance of international treaties to which South Africa subscribed and has ratified. I've worked with a few commissioners, particularly around the Commission for the Status of Women in New York, pre-COVID days. Mama Mazibuko was one of them. We've collaborated on events around the status, the Commission for the Status of Women, that is hosted annually by UN Women in New York in the United States. In terms of the role of the Gender Commission, I think from my understanding of it is that a person who is appointed to the commission is really somebody who gives advice in terms of the implementation of course, at the highest level, the Constitution, at a more medium level, the CGE Act, and then going further down around policies and legislation relevant maybe to a particular context. So that would be my understanding, and that would the understanding that I would bring if I were to be successful, that my role is that of an advisor to the province and to the work of the commission in the province.
Honorable Ntokozo.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. Well, in answering my question, I'm going to kindly ask, because you spoke about your undergraduate studies, but you never told us what it was. And the same as your postgraduate, you didn't specify exactly what it was. So just for the general, because a lot of people are also watching. So it will really help us if you can also just tell us those as well. My questions are actually quite very simple. It's going to be 3 questions. Okay, maybe let me make them 4 so that we get a better understanding of your knowledge. So, yes, I understand what is it that you do. You're a director, and you've done this for the past 11 years. So some of these issues that I'm going to ask you, I already know that you're a good advocate. So, but I must ask so that you're able to explain this better. Okay. So the first question that I'm going to ask you is, do you have any advocacy experience? And then if so, can you provide us with the details in this regard? And then the second question that I'm going to ask you is that, do you have experience with regards to the legislative or policy review? If so, can you also provide us with the details in this regard? The third question is going to be, do you have management experience? If so, can you provide us with the details of the experience, highlighting the specific management skills that you possess? And then the last one is that, do you have litigation experience? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question, Honorable Member. So just to expand on my education, undergraduate was a certificate in community journalism. I then pursued a postgraduate diploma in public health, followed by a master's in public health, and then the degree that I'm busy with at the moment, I'm keeping very secret because I don't want people to pressurize me. When you study, people are always expecting you to finish up quickly. So, and then I've done a couple of other things, like short courses. I've just recently completed a course with UNISA around supervising postgraduate students, master's and doctoral students. Advocacy experience, my whole life is an advocacy experience because, if you grow up as gender non-conforming in rural Transkei, there's bound to be challenges. I grew up in a very patriarchal and oppressive structure. So advocacy has been something that I've been doing for most of my life since around the age of high school. I got involved in some structures at university. And so I think my real advocacy began when I was there when one of the foremost transgender organization was founded. It was the first transgender organization in South Africa and also for the African continent. And so I would describe myself as having a lot of advocacy experience. I'm very well experienced in terms of that. One particular issue that I can highlight is over the years, we've not had prevalence data of the extent of HIV among transgender women. And so when we formulate proposals or research questions, it would almost be like a shot in the dark. We've worked very closely with the Human Sciences Research Council in putting together a study which was funded by the CDC. We now have data for 3 South African cities. That takes years of driving change and making sure you are at the table and saying, remember me, remember me. So that has been one example. Now that we've got the data, we know the extent of the problem, we have to implement programs. So I have been one of the people who championed with PEPFAR to provide funding for transgender specific programs, as well as the Global Fund for AIDS, TB, and malaria. So I would describe that as the biggest advocacy moments in my existence. Experience with policy review, not that extensive, but if I'm sure some of you around the room can remember the wedgie bill that went around 2014, 2015, women's empowerment and gender equality. I was part of a team from civil society that reviewed the bill, that looked at what demographics it would serve, what would be the specific policy implications for each of the populations. The bill hasn't taken off, but alota. Management experience by virtue of having set up an organization. I became a manager. I don't like the word manager. I like to think of myself as somebody who leads, and that was bestowed upon me, not of my own choosing. So yes, in the organization, I am the director. I'm responsible for reaching certain indicators from the management perspective. Also, I am a board member of some organizations, in particular the Sisonke sex work movement. So I would describe my management experience as quite extensive. I don't have litigation experience, but as I said, we worked very closely with the legal officer of the CGE, bringing issues particularly to the Department of Health around transgender healthcare experiences. Thank you very much.
Good evening. Thank you for ventilation of your experience to us this afternoon. We are quite satisfied about what you have said to us. But I have only one question, if you can. First of all, I'm just passing that. Why do you think you are the most suitable of candidate for this post? Having said that, do you believe that you have leadership skills? If so, can you provide us with an example when you successfully exercise or organize using your leadership style? Thank you.
Thank you so much for that question, Honorable Member. And if you would allow me, I would like to start with the issue of leadership skills. As I always say in my organization, being an activist, you don't get to switch off the light at 5 o'clock and lock the doors and go home, because people around the community will come knocking. One concrete example of that has been mentoring other young transgender women from other African states. We've had transgender, our organization has had transgender women interns from Zambia, Zimbabwe, Tanzania, Liberia, and the list goes on. And what I found amongst these young girls is that a lot of what we taught in the boardroom and at the office is grasped easily, but it's the idea of navigating one's gender that makes it a complex life in the case of us as transgender people. For example, some of these girls come to me not knowing how to sweep or how to cook. And I'm not relegating those experiences to women only and to say that as transgender women, that is the only thing that we should be getting. Rather, I see those as life skills, as survival skills, that when I have nothing, this is something that I can do. I can be neat, I can be dignified. So I think that's the kind of leadership that I take for somebody to stay in my house, to be able to share with them, to learn from each other's cultures. I think that for me is far more important than developing a leadership manual that we are going to discuss over a boardroom table. In terms of my suitability for this position, this is often a very difficult question to answer because you don't know me and I don't know your expectations as of yet. So I do think my experience is, testimony to the fact that I can do this. We have a long-standing relationship with the CGE in the province. I certainly stand on the shoulders of giants, people like Nomsisi Bata, Portia Loilane, and of course, going back many years, Mama Nombulelo Stwanandulu, who was the first CGE officer in the Eastern Cape. So I think it's really that experience coupled with education, knowing the lay of the land, that makes me somebody who's experienced being multilingual. You cannot go and speak English in a place like Umkanduli. You have to have the knowledge. You have to have the cultural landscape, understand how to navigate issues. And I think I bring that in a very confident way.
Thanks, Chair. And good evening once again. I'll go direct to my question. I'm pleased because I thought I'm pleased because I didn't realize in some parts of the country, in deep rural areas, we've got advocates for transgender. But as I've said, it's some parts. As a commissioner and as an activist and advocate for transgender, which is part of the broader scale of CGE or a gender equity, what more programs in relation with your integration with different stakeholders, different departments or spheres of government will you bring? Or what is it that you can bring to the CGE in terms of making it a point? It escalates to different provinces, all our 9 provinces where there's deep rural areas and you know, everybody's aware and can live and incorporate the life of transgender. The second part of my question is that, yes, already, you know, the international treaty, you spoke about your engagement with different countries. Therefore, in terms of your monitoring and evaluation, what is it that you can bring or change into strengthening or tightening the relationship and making it a point that those policies that we are deliberated or are there, you'll make it a point, you monitor and evaluate that they are implemented on a serious note. It's not just a paper, but the implementation part. Can I check with a chair that you understand my questions? There are only two.
Yes, there are two. So the first question is around how would I incorporate transgender into the gender space with different stakeholders. Did I get you right?
Yes, and make it a point that, you know, in all 9 provinces, deep rural areas where, you know, as I've started, deep in Venda, in Makwarela, where they might not be familiar, where they are traditional leaders, they still feel it's a taboo. But then how will you make it a point? You harmonize the situation, because we need everybody to understand and accept. Yes. The second part, did you get it?
If you can please repeat the second question.
When you were busy responding or were telling us about yourself, you mentioned the part that you have been into conferences or bilaterals with the different stakeholders, be it your international bilaterals. You mentioned your African countries, your Zambia, etc. My question is that your role into strengthening the international treaty, be it because you'll be a commissioner in terms of monitoring and evaluation, you make it a point that what is being put in a paper, it's implemented. What will be your strength as a commissioner, making it a point that what is put there is implemented? In general, your monitoring and evaluation strategy.
Thank you so much, Honorable Member, for the question. To respond to incorporating transgender, I think the English term transgender is a Western construct. And when it came to the shores of the Eastern Cape, we had to go around, engaging very strategic stakeholders around the language of it. Now, if you go back in the literature, it's very clear that terms of gender identity have always been there in a lot of the African vernacular. And some of that would currently be described as stigmatizing. I think what's important to me is that when we get to a particular community, like if I would have to go to deep rural Limpopo, I would first have to engage what are the terms, the ethnic identities related to gender identities that is being used in a particular place. And I've seen the value of that when we do research studies, is that if you get a drop-down list on a CV on a survey that talked about transgender, gender non-conforming, often people wouldn't be able to understand it, and people would obviously not engage with it. But the incorporation of rural and ethnic identities has so much more meaning and impact in our studies, and I've been a firm advocate of that. I'm not vendor, so obviously when I get to Limpopo, I can't do as I please. This has to be done in consultation with the priorities for transgender people in Limpopo. Maybe the priority is not access to healthcare, the priority is just access to food and water. And that has to be respected. One has to always go into the communities expecting to learn from those communities and never to impose what you think may be important to that particular community. And this has been a strength of what we do in the Eastern Cape province around creating understanding of gender diversity, is to come to a particular area, to look at the lay of the land and take it in, consult local stakeholders, and most importantly, to conceptualize our stakeholders as broadly as possible. That would include working with the chiefs or the so-called gatekeepers of a particular area, because ultimately it is those people who will end up creating an enabling environment for transgender people in such area. So that would be my strategy. Coming to the treaties, I think the implementation of treaties is a collective headache. The implementation, I mean, I've gone to CSW meetings where countries are talking about, we've signed the treaty, we've ratified the treaty, but we still expect the international community to respect our sovereignty. We've seen this multiple times as a strategy being used by governments, especially from Uganda and the gay rights issue. So for me, I would say, again, when we talk about tightening aspects of monitoring and evaluation, would take us back to a conversation around accountability. Like, I don't know if you've seen on the news yesterday that a woman was killed in Iran. There's been flaming protests. And I like that because that is the purest form of accountability and bringing international attention to local issues has also been incredibly useful. Also, if you think about the situation around homosexuality in Uganda, bringing international attention has been a key strategy. But of course, we can't evacuate all the gay people out of Uganda. At some point, we're going to have to talk about what is the accountability, what has Uganda signed in terms of international human rights legislation and treaties, what does it subscribe to, and how do we hold them accountable to that?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Where from the Transkei are you from?
I'm from a small place called Yogi. It's just on the flip side of Umtata.
Oh, okay.
In the middle of
I'm
nowhere.
also from the Transkei, but in the lower part, Sticksbreed.
Oh.
No, thank you very much for your inputs thus far. And I think, one of the really amazing things, that I think to be part of this portfolio committee is that, you are here not because you are transgendered, but because of the work that you've done. That's why you are here. And I think to add on to that, it's so amazing that you are sharing this incredible story of your life, because it really is a monumental moment. I think, as you shared, that you stand on the shoulders of giants. And I do believe that you are speaking that language for many people who have not had that platform. And I think that's beautiful. And I think this committee really just is the reason why we do this work. This is the reason why we come to Parliament to make this work possible. Having that said, I wanted to just ask you a question in relation to your interaction with the CGE. One of the things that we would be thinking about for commissioners that are appointed is the type of relationships that those commissioners will have with the senior management of the CGE. And that particular relationship is fundamentally important so that the CGE is functional, not only politically, but also operationally in terms of the work that it does. And so I would like to know, what do you think the current environment is in the CGE between commissioners and operational staff? This may include senior managers like the CEO and other managers that are there. And based on that observation that you have, how would you interact with the senior management of the CGE, noting the challenges that have been taking place there in the past couple of years? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Honorable Member, for that question. One thing that I would definitely not do is march in and, assume to know that I know better than anyone else. I have a very good working relationship and understanding of personalities because I've always worked with the CGE as an outsider. And so the dynamic would change if I was successful, in my application to become a commissioner. But I think I understand, I can grasp the issues that the CGE is dealing with, particularly in the Eastern Cape. I can't speak for other provinces, but from what I could see in the Eastern Cape, there's 4 staff members. And so that automatically means that people are, stretched beyond their capacity. And that means taking on multiple roles. If I can in any way lighten that or assist, look at strategic ways of working not harder but smarter to ensure that we remain true to what we are tasked with implementation as a team, I think that would be a good start for me. In my current job, I work well with my colleagues. I like to create an enabling environment for other people. But I also don't want, it would be arrogant to assume that, one is solely responsible for creating a good mood or a good vibe at the office. I think it's knowing that you're part of a team and keeping your eye on what is important, what is the mandate of the CGE, and how can I contribute to making sure that we do the best within the little resources that we have. Because I do think, Chapter 9 institutions, resourcing remains a headache. Staff capacity remains a headache. Encroaching on each other's turf as Chapter 9 institutions remain a headache. I think at best, we can try and gain a deep understanding of that setting and inserting one strategically to get the best outcome at the end of the day.
Thank you very much. Honorable Shoma.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. van der Merwe, you mentioned that you have good working relationships with the CGE and you've been working closely with the CGE. So my question would be, what made you want to join CGE, or why are you joining CGE if currently in the organizations that you're in, you work closely with them? Thanks.
Thank you, colleagues. Sometimes I think I test my own mental health by taking on what is difficult. It's both a curse and a blessing. I think as somebody whose life embodies gender and the fluidity of gender, I think there's a contribution to be made in terms of, contributing to the ideals of the CGE. So when the opportunity came, colleagues prompted me we've worked with CGE, consider applying for this. And I applied and, like I could fall on my back when I saw that I was shortlisted. And so rather than looking at that as an individual achievement, I think, and I want to emphasize that, yes, our colleagues said, I'm here because of my achievements, because of my experience and education and hard work. But I really think there's something to be said about being here, being a transgender woman in Parliament. I keep emphasizing that because I think it's so incredibly important. These are really important and historical strides. And given my work in the movement, if I should become a commissioner, I'd be focused on the issues of women who are marginalized on a day-to-day basis. And I think that prompted my application to the CGE.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sharif.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good evening, Ms. Van der Merwe.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting you speaking about what you just said. My colleagues around me will tell you that I'm a little bit of a stalker, and I've been digging up on all the candidates, and I found a article interview you did 9 years ago with the Feminist Wire, where you speak about, if you don't mind, I'm just going to read a little bit. Growing up, the way I envisioned my life was that I would transition from male to female, get married, adopt a child or two, get a job, maybe in Parliament. Look at you now. It's amazing. And yeah, absolutely. And I thought it's so almost, where you prophesized it so many years ago. Absolutely. And then I just wanted to make mention to the panel that I read this and it really did touch me. But on to serious matters now. Ms. Van der Merwe, gender-based violence and femicide, whenever I speak about GBVF, I always say that it's not only women who experience GBVF. Members of the LGBT and the trans community suffer with the utmost violence we can ever imagine in this country. And even though we have always been progressive in terms of legislation and, giving members of the LGBT plus community rights, we still live in a very patriarchal society that determines gender norms and gender stereotypes, which then grows into this massive issue of gender-based violence and femicide that we're facing today. Ms. Van der Merwe, can you tell me about what you will do, what work you will focus on relating to gender-based violence and femicide, specifically looking at the National Strategic Plan and the legislation that looks to combat GBVF. And I mean, I'd like for you to elaborate on it, specifically looking at women and members of the LGBT. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question and for the deja vu. GBVF remains a very big issue. And I always say that I'm not trying to inspire a competition for vulnerability when I talk about GBVF, and I say that trans people are really the face of GBVF. It is that gender nonconformity that gives rise to visibility. And remember, we live in societies in which people who are already stressed, we've seen with the COVID pandemic, with the lockdown, now I'm forced to be in this family, indoors, I have nowhere to go. The stress levels are things that give rise to incidences of GBV. And I think, unfortunately, LGBT people really become the target of that stress and that frustration, of that poverty, economic disenfranchisement, all of that. Very often, I want to say, it's trans people who become the face of that, who become the target of that, and not just in South Africa. If you look at anti-homosexuality bills introduced in African countries, who is it that really gets killed? It's trans women who are out and who are visible in their gender nonconformity. And so for me, I think a big emphasis is on the prevention work. I think in general, prevention work around gender-based violence and femicide is slipping for some reason. I think also a strategy for me would be to go to root causes. I'm interested in addressing root causes. What gives rise to this violence, and how best can we address it? Again, I want to emphasize on the conceptualization of a broad base of stakeholders, as broad as we possibly can, because we all have a role to play. And then I want to really emphasize that violence is not just by my hand on your body. Violence is also through systemic erasure. And one particular example is the list that exists at public healthcare organizations for transgender people having to go onto a list of 20 years to wait for gender confirmation surgery. Gender confirmation surgery is not a cosmetic procedure, it's a medical necessity. And having to wait 20 years for it is nothing more than an act of violence at the hands of policy implementers. And so I do think that there's a level of work to be done at the grassroots levels that will strengthen prevention. And in developing our prevention campaigns, let's address a broad stakeholder base, particular focus on rural community, chiefs, gatekeepers of communities, to ensure that we develop prevention strategies. I've also been reading of late about the impact of bystander interventions, that when you get beaten and I say nothing as a bystander, I'm as guilty as the person perpetuating the violence. So it's a very interesting area of work, and I think we need more research, but I think in the interim and much more immediately is to strengthen work around prevention responses to gender-based violence.
Thank you very much. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Ms. van der Merwe, I have just an easy question from my side. Is to a key strategic outcome two of the Commission as per its strategic plan of 2019-2024 is to promote and protect gender equality through public awareness, education, investigation, and litigation. Do you think that this has been done successfully? What innovative means would you adopt to promote public awareness of and access to the Commission? Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I think that also ties in with my previous response around ensuring that we continue to broaden the stakeholder base around gender-based violence and femicide. So for me, in terms of innovation, I think I'm always looking to do more rural work. I think too much of it happens within urban centers. I would, for example, a project that I'm working on now in terms of addressing violence of LGBT people in rural communities is the idea of having imbizo. and getting traditional councils together to talk about violence as part of creating an enabling environment for folks, not just as survivors, but to develop the confidence of folks to report crimes, to report violence. We've seen in the case of the LGBT community that not a lot of these cases get reported out of fear of secondary victimization. So I think another innovation for me would be to strengthen personal responses to violence. Because in my work as a scholar, if you ask questions around violence, one always gets very interesting responses about how violence gets conceptualized. A famous saying, "He only slapped me, I'm still alive." So one can see from that the way in which people conceptualize violence and what is accepted as violence. Similarly, if you go into cultural communities, people would say it's expected that my husband would beat me. How would he enforce discipline, right? And so I think that requires serious work at the individual psychological level about how we see violence and how we engage with it. So that would be some of the innovations that I would explore, maybe peer-to-peer counseling survivors of violence, doing peer-to-peer counseling based on based on the experiences of people who've gone through violence. Are we seeing enough of this in terms of outcome 2 of the strategic plan? There's always room for more work to happen. I mean, the reality is, if you look at CGE in the Eastern Cape, there's 4 staff members. I address this. 4 staff members in a very vast province. If you look at only the Buffalo City Metro, the other day I saw something that compared the Buffalo City Metro, the ground area, the geographic measurement of Buffalo City is about the size of an entire country, Mauritius, right? So that gives you an idea of the scope of the province. If you think about 4 people doing that work. So of course there could be more resources put. We have to develop a lens around gender responsive budgeting, getting more financing, getting more resources, which will ultimately lead to more of violence prevention work being done in the province with a broad range of stakeholders, seeing who we can liaise with in terms of not just communities themselves, but also other Chapter 9 institutions.
We've come to the end of your interview. Thank you very much. We've come to the end of your interview. Is there anything that you want to share with the committee?
I think I'm covered, Chair. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In terms of whether we are successful or not successful, the results, we are going to deliberate on our report next week, Tuesday, and we will present the report to the House, meaning the National Assembly, and the Speaker will then take the report to the President for the final appointment of commissioners. Yeah, but thank you for taking time to come to Cape Town. Yeah, and keep up the good work that you're doing.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Yeah, and I'm not sure whether in terms of transport and your hotels, food is arranged, dinner is arranged for you guys, so that you don't go there and you are expecting to be getting supper, dinner, and there's no one who have paid for your dinner. And I'm sure even for your transport, I'm not sure when are you leaving, Nelly? Transport that will take them from the hotels to the airport. I think that is properly arranged. Ne? Yeah, but thank you.
Thank you,
Next
Chair.
time we'll invite you for to talk more about the topic of the things that you were presenting. so that you can empower and educate us more. Because you see, during interview, there's no time. So we are focusing on the questions, but if we can come and workshop us, you know, and so that we can learn more and maybe find a way on how can we have a campaign or educating, how do we educate other people who are affected and listen to your community on what experiences do they have there out there, saying it there out there, so that at least we know on how in terms of lawmaking, what is it that you can do as the portfolio committee.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, members of the House. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Good evening, honorable members and Ms. Zoloika Susan Ponwani. Okay. Yeah, my name is Nonhlanhla Ncobendaba. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. The lady sitting next to me is honorable. Is Kashifa. She's our content advisor. And then next to you is Neliswa. Neliswa is our committee secretary. And there's a gentleman at the back. His name is Dr. Tembe, our legal person from Parliament. And then the two ladies at the back, they are our committee researchers, Tasneem and Christelle. I'll hand over to honorable members to introduce themselves. I'll start with Ntokozo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. My name is Untokozo Wagahlonyana. I'm a member of the committee as well as the member of the panel. You're welcome and thank you for waiting for such a long time.
Good evening. My name is Nazli Sharif, member of the Portfolio Committee.
Bulise Gama Nguliolo Mpisi. I'm a member of this committee. Thank you.
Kialocha, Mam Zoleka. Evening.
Good evening, Honorable.
My name is Carol Peary. I'm a member of the panel, as well as member of the Portfolio Committee of Women, Youth and Persons with Disability. You're welcome, feel free.
Good evening, Ma. I am Stembile Mhlongo, ngilunga lale committee, ngiyabonga.
Good afternoon, Miss or Mrs. Ponane or Mrs. Ponane. My name is Tabile Masondo, member of this committee and the panel.
Good evening, Ms. Ponwani. My name is Mang Prudence Marekwa, member of the committee and also serving on this panel. Thank you.
A very good evening to you, Mam Zoleka. My name is Fikile Masiko. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm also a member of this interview panel, and we'd like to wish you the best of luck for your interview. Thank you.
Good evening, Miss Susan. My name is Magdalene Tutuzile Hlengwa. I'm a member of the Portfolio Committee, Women, Youth and Persons with Disability, and I'm also a member of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, honorable members. Mam Zoleka. The first question is about yourself. You must introduce yourself. Tell us who are you. And then the second thing that we want you to clarify us is the public comments, what we received from public comments from Marion Stevens and an organization called OTA. This one is, they are saying you had a case in 2014 which that case went to High Court. Case number 884/2014. And then the other one is about the IDs. They say you have 2 IDs. Yeah, if you can clarify us on those 2 aspects, on what exactly is the case about, and the issue of the ID, because you are the person who can explain that to us better. Because when we receive public comments, we don't just disqualify a person because of the public comments that we received from people. What we do, we give the candidate an opportunity to clarify us on issues that are raised with the person, so that at the end of the day, you are given an opportunity to explain yourself, and your rights also must be protected as an individual. So tell us about yourself, and then at the end, you can explain about the 2 issues.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good evening to you, Chairperson, from my side. Good evening to the members of the panel. Thank you very much for affording me this opportunity to come and present myself. It is really an honor. Chairperson, my name is already indicated in my CV. My name is Zoleka Susan Ponwane. I was born in a village in Stekspruit in the Eastern Cape. That's where I enrolled for my primary education and junior secondary education in the same village of Islindini. I matriculated in another village, in Herschel village, with an exemption. Unfortunately for me, due to financial constraints, I could not enroll for tertiary education. So after getting matric, I had to remain at home, though I did not just sit next to under the tree waiting for the following year. I did odd jobs ranging from making a small business of hairdressing, working in shops in Stekspruit as shop assistant, until the next year, the very next year, 1990, my parents managed to enroll me in the Estual University of Transkei, where I enrolled for AB Proc degree. I passed my degree in a record time. And then thereafter, I enrolled in the legal school in Durban, where I did I was in the second group of people attending legal school for 6 months. Then I enrolled my articles with a firm of attorneys in Queenstown, MW Vabaza and Company. I was fortunate enough that I managed to pass my articles, my exam, my admission examination as an attorney. And then thereafter, I remained with that firm of attorneys for a period of 1 year. I took a leap of faith thereafter and opened my own business, ZS Ponwane and Company. It was in October 2000, year 2000. And that practice is still standing even today. During my 22 years period in my practice, I managed to hone my skills through enrolling with institutions like the Arbitration Foundation of Southern Africa, where I got a certificate for dispute resolution. Furthermore, I attended a computer school, I did a computer course for computer ending. I further managed to transfer my legal skills to the upcoming attorneys, and some of them now are having their own legal firms in the Eastern Cape. I've also managed to take stints of acting as magistrate since 2000. since 2006, whereby I was acting as a magistrate in Cradock and also in my own town in Stegspruit. I've also managed to do pro bono work as I was appointed as a small claims commissioner, a position that I've been holding since 2009. Up to date, I'm still a small claims commissioner. And what happened this year, my territory was extended to cover Kofimvaba and Lady Frey, where I visit those towns at least once a month to do pro bono work. I've managed to, at a certain point, I took a position in the office of the Premier as a senior state law advisor, where I was responsible, my job entailed doing disciplinary hearings for chief directors and directors. I also managed to get a position to be appointed as a chairperson of the Valuation Appeal Board in the Eastern Cape, whereby the first appointment was for 4 years since 2014, when I was appointed to be a chairperson in the Joe Kabi and Krisani district municipalities. I also got a second term as the chairperson of the Valuation Appeal Board in the Krisani district. I must also mention that during the period of my journey, I managed I got married after just my graduation. I got married and I'm the mother of 4 beautiful children, which I'm raising as a widow now because my husband passed on in 2009. So my belief is that I've taught myself to dance in the rain. I don't quit even if circumstances get tough for me. My belief is that you don't quit in the game. I kept on soldiering on, and my children are growing, though I do have some challenges. Chairperson, I think that is it about myself. And coming to the comments that the panel received from the organization you mentioned, it is unfortunate, Chairperson, that, the journalists or the media tend to make a public report without getting their facts in order. I am tempted to say that the media, it's like it's in a fault-finding mission. Chairperson, as I'm sitting here, I'm exercising my constitutional right. I do not have a pending case against me. Chairperson, as I'm sitting here, I must mention that I anticipated that the members of the public will comment, because this is an office, a public office, which requires public scrutiny. But Chairperson, I do not even have a date for the hearing or for a disciplinary hearing, as it was advertised in the city press. So I didn't get that.
I'm saying you saw it in the city press.
Yes, I saw it in the city press, but the way it was placed there, it was as if it said I'm having a criminal case. I am not having a criminal case. Even the person who decided to publicize that article could not even mention in which court am I appearing for a criminal case. Sorry, Chairperson. If the person was responsible enough, he or she could have stated that Mrs. Ponwane is having a criminal or was convicted of a criminal case. Chairperson, yes, in 2013, I was charged criminally, but those charges were later withdrawn, but not even by a junior prosecutor, but by the director of public prosecution. Those charges were withdrawn by a higher office. As I'm sitting here, I see myself as a suitable candidate for this position. I'm here to exercise my constitutional right to be considered as I am the citizen of this country. Coming to the question of the IDs, that I've never applied for 2 IDs. I've applied without any problem. One, and I have been using one ID ending with 0086. The second ID that this person is talking about came up in 2018 when I was arranging for my son's studies in the UK. When we went to apply for his passport, that's when I was told that I'm having 2 IDs. And on that particular day, I was even made in Pretoria to make a choice. Which one do I want to use? Because I strongly believe that was an administrative error. And I really cannot be held accountable for errors or mistakes of the department. Mistakes do happen because where there are people there, definitely mistakes will follow. I did not even sue them for that. I did not do anything. I understood that that was an administrative error. Therefore, my choice was to use the ID that I've shown in my CV, that ending with 0086. So the second, I'm very much surprised that still, since 2018, when I've made my choice of which ID I want to use, this thing of the ID is coming up today. I've never seen it, even if I'm transacting in the banks, that ID does not come up. I always mention my ID, the one ending with 0086, and my name will pop up. I think, Chairperson, I've answered this. If there's anything, I am ready to answer further.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Bonani. Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Ms. Powane, for your openness about your case. You know, as mentioned with the previous candidate, I tend to do a bit of a deep dive into each candidate to understand who they are and what presence do they have online. And unfortunately, the information online and after reading the judgment from the High Court of the Eastern Cape Local Division Umtata, case number 884/2014, I just wanted to maybe, Chair, if the candidate could explain what it was about and what was the outcome, because when I read it, it was pretty scathing in terms of, you know, the sort of how it was described as unprecedented misconduct. So if you can just give the panel more information on that so that we can be satisfied with what you're saying. I hope that's okay, Chair, and I hope I'm clear.
Thanks, Chair. Chair, what I want to know is that Ms. Zolega said the other ID had an ID of 0086. I just want to know the differences in both IDs. Was it the names that were wrong or the ID number? What was the mistake in the other ID before having to choose the one you chose?
Okay, let me start and answer this ID story. With the other ID, what was wrong was I think about 2 figures. It's with the figures. The date of birth is correct, but it was there. I've forgotten now about that one. But otherwise, the names, everything was Zoleka Susan Podwane, the date of birth, the same date of birth. But then when you proceed with the other numbers, there was a wrong thing, which I could pick up very early during that period. I think I've answered you. Thank you. Then coming with.
Did you tell Home Affairs to discard the ID that is not the correct one?
Chairperson, I did that in their head office in Pretoria because the way I was so desperate to get a flight for my child to the UK, I was agreeing to anything that will make my child to go out of the country and study in the UK. So that thing, I picked it very late when he was about to leave. In fact, even that was not the only thing I picked up from the Home Affairs. I also picked up that even the child I'm about to send to the UK was not my child. I had to approach the High Court for an order to get the child to the UK.
So there was a wrong documentation.
Very wrong documentation, which costed me a lot, because I had to instruct an advocate on urgent basis, making urgent applications to get confirmation that the child that was about to leave South Africa was my biological child and the father is deceased.
Okay.
But
So
I
want to check with you, did you correct those things? Because you don't have to leave those things like that. They will have a negative impact in the future of the child one. And also they will also affect you in future. Because if Home Affairs, we understand human error, it does happen. Sometimes you are not the first person I hear a story of a wrong ID or a person, they say you are married when you are not married and so forth. It's things like that. But what is important is when you discover something like this, you need to go to Home Affairs and make sure that that error is being corrected. Because if you leave it like this, somebody will continue use that ID, buy cars and buy things, make installments with your name, and it will cause a lot of things for you, which will find you won't be able to explain sometimes. So you need to take these things serious and don't leave them. Because that time you saw it and you told them, and to show that those officials are irresponsible, instead of them correcting it and discarding it, now they are saying you need to choose one. That's not procedural. So you need to go to Home Affairs and make sure that that ID is strike off the register of Home Affairs. Unless maybe we have corrected it long time ago.
Thank you, Chairperson, for the advice. Chairperson, I am an attorney. I know very well what steps to take. I did go to Home Affairs. I have a passport which is having my correct ID number. I have an ID as I'm sitting here. The ID that has given me access even to this building is the ID I'm used to, the ID of my choice, according to me, and according to what I believe they have in their books. Now, I am not in a position now to see that in some of their offices, they are still keeping this old ID.
Okay. It's a pity. We will inform you because we do screening of candidates.
Yes.
If it happens that maybe state security gets a report that still says you have 2 IDs, then we'll inform you so that you can go to Home Affairs and rectify that thing.
I will highly appreciate that,
Yeah.
Chairperson.
Yeah.
Because
it's
by
fine.
going to the High Court, I thought everything will be corrected as the High Court has issued an order.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay. No, it's fine. And then for Honorable Sheriff wanted to.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. With regards to the High Court case that you say, in the first place, I must mention that that case is not against me personally. It was an application for setting aside of the judgment that was granted. That case. It was not against me personally. It was for setting aside of the judgment. That was the application which was made as a result of the judgment I obtained in favor of my clients in State District. Briefly, Honorable Member, with that judgment, I received a judgment in favor of my clients. But the sad thing there, the judgment was not signed by the magistrate. That is, the magistrate did not append his signature on the judgment. Then upon receiving the judgment, I looked at the judgment. I was excited about the judgment, but the only thing, the magistrate did not append his signature. That is not in dispute. Now, coming to the context of the judgment, the magistrate at the end, it was not one, it was a civil case. It was not one plaintiff, it was 5 plaintiffs. There was plaintiff number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Now, when the magistrate was granting this written judgment, at the end he wrote, judgment is granted as prayed for.
Chair.
Yes.
Sorry.
Honorable Hlonyane.
I'm going to ask one question, and it's a simple yes or no type of a question. The question that I'm going to ask is, Ms. Punani, in your knowledge, will the Department of Justice hire you? Yes or no?
Yes. And the department has hired me on several occasions, even after that case was there. I've been acting as a magistrate.
So they had never said anything about incompetence.
No, not at all.
Thank you.
You must relax, ne? Ms. Ponwani.
Yes.
I know when you are in an interview and you find yourself having your integrity like being questioned, you know, by such reports, you know, that on its own, it destabilizes you, and at the same time you become irritated and you become like disoriented. But what I'm appealing to you, just relax.
Yes.
Feel free. It is within your right that you are here. We have invited you to come to this interview, just like any other person. We are not saying we are guilty of what. We don't have the right to say that to you. We don't have that right. All what we do as part of the process and our procedures, information that is before us, we must ensure that we make you aware that there is this information so that you are able to clarify yourself. And at the end of the day, what you have said, you know, almost everything that you say in Parliament is legal. So that any other person out there who's watching, and even these ones, it's still within your right to go to court or to go wherever and say, you have written these things about me. What is it? Give me proof or whatever. Because it cannot be correct that people can just write about people and then at the end of the day, they are not held accountable. It's not correct. Anyone who raises things about you, because this is your life, this is about your future and your integrity, and our processes are open. People are watching it, you know? So at the end of the day, others will be looking at you and conclude, you know, and say whatever they want. You know, people can say whatever they want, but you know the truth, and we take your word as what you are telling us is the truth, because Tina, we are not magistrates, we are not judges. We are just here as a panel to give you an opportunity for an interview for the position that you have applied for. But thank you very much for that.
I have not completed the Chairperson. I was the honorable member interjected whilst I was proceeding answering. Yes.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
She did not wait for me to go to come.
I apologize, Chair, I thought she was done.
Okay, even myself, I thought she was done. Okay, no, it's fine. You can continue.
I was explaining this portion of the judgment. My only involvement was to tell the magistrate that why is your judgment not clear? Because you are saying there are 6 plaintiffs in here. Now you are saying judgment is granted as prayed for. It's not clear for execution purposes, knowing that what follows after the judgment was execution of the judgment. It was not going to be easy to execute a judgment which is written, judgment is granted as prayed for, whereas there are 6 people with different amounts. It is unfortunate, Chairperson, that my involvement was interpreted as if I was saying he must write a judgment in a style, or it was interpreted as if I'm interfering with his judgment. I never interfered, and I still reiterate even before this panel that the judgment that the magistrate granted was his own judgment. It is a pity that he passed on. May his soul rest in peace. But even before he passed on, he clarified on his own that I made a judgment independently. I think I've answered you. So for this case to get before the judges, it was an application for the judgment to be set aside.
Okay.
I'm done.
Thank you very much, Ms. Punani. Let's get to our questions. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. I think it's always interesting when we do these interviews, because it seems I always have some knowledge of candidates. But Umam Zolega is from Stegspruit, which is also a place that I'm also from. So it's very nice to see a fellow Stegspruitian, if I can call it that, in the interviews.
By the way.
Yes. Yes, Stegspruit represented. I'm sure people at home, if they are watching, they should be proud to see people from Stegspruit. But nonetheless, Chair, let me get to the question. Mam Zolega, I just want to get to the CGE and to maybe just understand your your view on the CGE. So we followed the Commission of Gender Equality. And one of the things that we want to know from you as a candidate is, what do you think are some of the challenges that the CGE is facing currently? And so if you had to provide a diagnostics of what the CGE is, or what the problems of the CGE are, what would be those problems? If you may list them, and then after that, can you just tell us exactly what would you do should you be appointed as a commissioner within the CGE to deal with those particular issues? And obviously here, I would really like for you to answer these questions within the context of the challenges of the CGE in the past couple of years. And you can choose from those particular issues and maybe just practically outline how you would intervene as a commissioner in the CGE. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Looking at that distance, when I look at the CGE, I can see that is facing challenges, which I'm tempted to say it's facing serious challenges. Because of why I'm saying that, people at the ground root level people at the ground root level are not aware in our rural areas. They are not aware of the existence of this CGE. Now the question, why are these people who are the most vulnerable group not aware of this? As I'm saying, looking at the distance, I can see that there's a challenge of funding, because if the CGE was well funded, even a person in the rural area would be able to be aware of the existence of this committee. I had an opportunity to go through the Act itself. And another challenge which I picked up is that the Act is toothless. It's saying all the nice things, monitor, evaluate, recommend, and then when you follow up, there is nothing, no vehicle, there is nothing at all that is happening vis-a-vis what you read in the Act. It sounds very much good, but you find that the awareness thereof, the education that the Act is talking about is not, you don't see it practically. I wanted to talk about this practicality I'm talking about. For instance, our country is facing a serious pandemic of gender-based violence and femicide. The first point, sorry. The first point of reporting is the police station. You go to the police station, humiliated as you are attended by a victim of domestic violence, himself or herself. You tell the person a story, he's crying or she's crying with you. Meaning that there is a challenge, because yes, the CGE is talking nicely, but there's no training of the people in that police station that when a victim comes, you must act professionally. You must take the statement you come to the police station, one person is drunk, this side, one person is doing his own thing. You are made to tell your story in front of all the strangers. At a point when you are not ready to tell everybody that your husband is abusing you, but we have the CGE, but we are still reporting our illness, our abuse in front of the members of the public. I'm considering that that is a challenge on its own, that training has not gone down to the people who are supposed, especially the police station, where this is the first point of reporting. You go into the clinic, we have this, the government is spending taxpayers' money on grants, because why? There is this, the youth are getting pregnant at a very tender age. Why, if that little girl is going to the clinic for getting prevention of pregnancy, that little girl is being judged because the nurse will call other nurses, look at this small girl, he's here to do this and that and that. It is my opinion that that is also a challenge on the structures that the commission is not capacitated enough to implement what it is said to be able to do. I think I've answered you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick one. I really apologize to my fellow panelists, but I think, you know, just to and I think this is a point of clarity. You know, the particular case, I think, you know, you've answered it quite well. The case that was referred to earlier on. But I just, you know, just out of clarity's sake, I think it's very important for the public to understand that particular case. I think the people who were being accused were also accused of rape.
No.
Was it not?
No, it was arson.
It was arson, and
Yes.
there was no rape.
No, there was no
accusation. All right, I withdraw the question. Thanks, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. Honorable Boni.
Thank you, Chairperson, and good evening once more, Mem Bonwane.
Good evening, Honorable Member.
Yeah, in terms of the Constitution, it directs that the Chapter 9 institutions, of which the CGE is one of them, must be independent and only subjected to the Constitution and the law. Now, my question to you this evening, ma'am, is that why do you think that the Constitution would require that the CGE, as all other Chapter 9 institutions, be both independent and impartial, and also to protect the law? The second part is that, do you regard yourself as being independent-minded and impartial, and tell us why? If you want me to repeat, you can ask. I can repeat the questions again for you, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member. Can you please repeat the first question for me?
Thank you. Okay. Why do you think that the Constitution requires that CGE, as for all other Chapter 9 institutions, should be both independent and impartial, and also to protect that independence?
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. The CGE must be both independent and partial, because it is an institution that has been granted a juristic personality. It can sue and it can be sued. It can make decisions on its own. So in making those decisions, the committee must not be influenced by any other person. It must not depend on a specific department for its existence. It must be funded in isolation, as an entity that is in existence on its own, so that when it's making the decision, it can make the decision without fear, favor, or prejudice. And then coming to the second question regarding my independence, I consider myself to be an independent woman. You can see from my CV, 1 year I took a leap of faith and opened my own law firm 22 years back, and it's still running even today. That is a sign of independence. I believe in myself. I believe in my abilities, and I've honed my abilities with going to school and attaining education. As I've indicated that I am an admitted attorney. That is a sign of independence. And I'm able even to raise children. Single as I am, widowed as I am. That is also a sign of independence.
Thank you very much. Pony? Oh, okay. Carol? Sharif?
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Ms. Puane, gender-based violence and femicide continue to ravage across our society. I'm sure you've been following the interview, so I'll try and amend my question slightly. The National Strategic Plan on GBVF has been adopted by government and is currently in implementation phase, along with the 3 GBVF bills that was ratified by the President earlier this year. As a commissioner, a lot of the work you're going to be doing will be focused on gender-based violence and femicide, as well as complaints about gender inequality and GBVF. Can you please explain to the panel how you see your role as a commissioner in, number 1, creating awareness, and number 2, combating gender-based violence and femicide? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Member. In the event I'm appointed as a commissioner, I see myself having ability to create a way of combating and I see my way of sorry, honorable person, honorable member, will you please repeat this question?
No problem.
I was distracted.
No, it's fine. The question basically is how